All right, stick with me. You and I are about to watch one wildly epic manhwa story. Under a blood-red evening sky, a terrified guy in green desperately backs away from ravenous beasts, screaming at them to back off because he is definitely not on the menu today. But these monsters do not care. They roar in his face, snapping their massive jaws with such terrifying force that he throws his hands up in pure panic. In a flash, the vicious snarling goes dead silent, leaving nothing but massive pools of blood behind. Realizing he somehow survived, Green Shirt slowly peeks his eyes open, totally stunned. Standing right in front of him is Rainia, casually flexing her magic. The guy immediately stammers, asking who the heck she is. Suddenly, a system prompt announces the arrival of the Ashen Mage Ranian. She thrusts her hand forward, unleashing raw magical energy. Massive shockwaves blast the beasts thousands of meters backward like absolute ragdolls. Quick lore check: in the past, Rainia made a cosmic deal with the stars just to escape the Demon Lord. Now, these beasts are taking the brutal, merciless brunt of that power. Crushed by her overwhelming aura, the monsters desperately dig their razor-sharp claws into the dirt to resist, but her energy just keeps exploding outward, already tipping the devil's scale in her favor. But hey, every cosmic deal comes with a heavy price tag. The savage beasts furiously stomp the ground, winding up for a massive counterattack. Rainia does not even flinch. With one gentle flick of her wrist, she wipes them all out. Instantly, the whole area glows with this blinding, majestic light from her starry pact, leaving her standing totally alone in the deep, quiet forest. She freezes for a second, thinking to herself that she still has not truly escaped the Demon Lord's grip. But wait, one stubborn beast refuses to die and sneaks up for a blindside attack. It lunges forward, snapping its giant, razor-sharp fangs right at Ranian. Big mistake. That just completely pushes her rage past the breaking point. The Demon Lord's curse still burns deep in her chest. Sensing her terrifying counterattack about to drop, the beast's face instantly goes pale with absolute horror. Calmly pointing a single finger, Rainia fires back, her mind screaming that this curse ruined her adventuring days forever. Without a single ounce of hesitation, she absolutely obliterates the pathetic monster in literally seconds flat. A wild blast of power tears through, literally making the ground cave in. You and I would be freaking out too, just like Green Shirt guy who stammers, "What the heck?" After wiping it out, Rainia casually checks in. "You okay?" she asks coldly. Shaking like a leaf, he stutters out a yes. She reaches down and pulls him to his feet, and the guy immediately starts bowing, thanking her profusely for the save. "Could you please tell me your name so I can properly repay you?" Rainia pauses for a second, catching herself, and awkwardly blurts out, I am Rani." A second later, she turns away, warning him that this road is super dangerous now. Internally, she breathes a massive sigh of relief. She almost leaked her real identity. Hearing her advice, the guy gratefully nods along. "Thank you again." Without another word, she hits him with a quick goodbye, saying she will head out first. Before walking away, she carefully pulls her hood down, completely hiding her face. And just like that, Ranian officially declares her retirement from the battlefield. The afternoon sun quickly fades into pitch black night, and before you know it, a misty morning rolls in. Rainia hikes all the way back to her familiar hometown solo. It has been forever since she was here as a hero party member, the legendary Ashen Mage Ranian. Suddenly, we get a flashback to her past life. Master Rosal coldly asks, "You really want to defeat the Demon Lord?" His voice then cracks with heavy emotion. "Are you seriously leaving? You could get killed out there and all your magic will be completely rejected." Despite the warning, Ranian stays dead silent. Feeling helpless, the old man asks again, "You still want to go?" Finally, she gives him her ultimate answer. "Yes, master, I am going." The old man's intense glare instantly softens. He grits his teeth, swallowing back his obvious heartbreak. "I understand, you absolute fool of a student. Then bring me the Demon Lord's head. If you pull that off, I will take you back as my disciple." Those words basically supercharge her resolve and her final goal. 5 whole years have passed since that day. She really wanted to bring that head back. Lost in thought, Rainia knocks on the door. Rosal steps out, confused, asking who is there. Seeing him, she lowers her hood. Rainia hits him with a massive, beaming smile and announces, "I am back, master." Seeing her standing there, his eyes practically bulge out of his head in pure disbelief. Without needing a single word, Rosal grasps the situation. "I see, so this is what happened." Internally, Rainia is amazed. Wow, master is incredible, figuring it out so fast. But wait, he suddenly covers his face, sobbing that if he knew his student would die, he would have stopped him. Rainia practically jumps out of her skin. You and I totally saw this hilarious misunderstanding coming, right? Because her gender completely changed, he has zero clue it is her. Wiping away his tears, the heartbroken guy asks, "You came to deliver that poor boy's final words, right?" There is absolutely no way he only left behind this staff. I was so worried at first, but also insanely proud when I heard about his epic achievements on the battlefield, especially when that kid actually managed to take down the Black Dragon, one of the 4 heavenly kings. I was truly so happy. Rainia freezes, desperately trying to get a word in to explain. Getting emotional, she reintroduces herself, "Master, it is me, I am literally Ranian." But Rosal is not buying a single word of it. "Do not try to comfort me with lies." To finally prove it, she grabs the staff and directly channels her magical energy into it. His eyes instantly light up. Wait, is this Ranian's signature gray mana? Trembling with emotion, Rosal steps closer, asking, "Is it really you?" She confidently nods. "Yes, master, I have finally returned." Suddenly, boom, a lethal bolt of lightning shoots right past her neck. The insane power instantly splits a massive wooden log right down the middle. Then he just coldly turns his back and mutters, "Get inside." Rainia drops the sweat drop and beams her classic customer service smile. Once inside, Rosal starts spilling the tea on everything. He shows her stacks of letters he received. To Rosal, the exemplary master of the Grey Tower, to Professor Rosal of the Alpha Academy, to the honorable teacher of the Ashen Mage. An absolute endless wave of desperate mail poured in right after the Ashen Mage suddenly announced his retirement. "Professor, do you have any clue where he is hiding?" I will cut to the chase. Our magic tower wants to recruit the Ashen Mage as a top elder. Reading that out loud, the old man suddenly explodes in furious yelling. "Look at this, I got hundreds of these letters from literally everywhere. What kind of idiot just announces retirement out of nowhere? You ghosted me, and I got stuck dealing with this giant mess. I seriously thought you were dead out there." Now that he finally sees she is alive and completely safe, Rosal decisively grabs the massive pile of letters. "I am burning all of them," but before he can even spark a flame, another letter magically pops up. Again, it is from Aaron Van Tyren, director of the Alpha Academy, looking like just another standard envelope. The message reads, "To my dearest best friend Rosal, spring is arriving at the Ampia Academy, the absolute cradle of magic academics. Have you prepared for the upcoming semester yet? I am writing this not as a fancy director, but as a close friend. Rosal, tell me, do you know where your overpowered student, the Ashen Mage, is hiding right now? You totally know, do you not? These fresh new students are the future prodigies who are going to completely rule this era. The professors are literally panicking. We need to bring the Ashen Mage back ASAP. So what do you and I learn here? Never ghost your mentor, trust me." Without hesitating, Rosal shoves the massive stack of mail right into her hands. "All right, stick with me here, this opening is wild. Burn them," Rainia growls right before acting. "Are you sure, master? What if it blows up?" But he literally could not care less. "What issue? Stop yapping and just burn it all. We have a lot left." Rosal sighs heavily. "How did you even end up like this?" Rainia just scratches her cheek, laughing awkwardly. "Well, you see, after quitting the hero party, I got crazy drunk, started a massive brawl, and then boom, I turned into this." She hesitates, honestly having no clue how to explain it. Flashback to the fight, she got completely wrecked. Rainia drops to her knees, completely out of gas, just violently coughing up blood. Her opponent keeps pulling out insane new levels of power. Rainia grits her teeth, fighting back hard. She throws everything she has into a counterattack, but deep down, she is totally doubting herself. "I am really not sure about this." Seeing Rainia struggle, Rosal drops it. "Whatever, that is your own business, but there has to be some kind of reason behind all this. So tell me your future plans. What exactly are you gonna do with this second life of yours?" She grins, answering him loud and clear. "Yeah, I am absolutely not rejoining the magic or hero squads. I had no idea what to do, so I came back here." At this moment, she is holding a letter from the Appia Academy director. Rosal strokes his beard, staring in total silence. Finally, he mutters, "Just consider it a special favor for my old friend." Instantly, the Grand Palace flashes right through Rainia's mind. That letter is basically begging her to come teach at the Appia Academy. Bright, gorgeous sunlight beams down on the flashy palace. Suddenly, a voice echoes out, "Wait, you actually have a solid candidate for the new professor spot." The director of Appia Academy, Aaron Van Eeren, totally flips out. For real, Rosal strokes his beard, oozing pure confidence. Yep, easily one of the absolute brightest candidates in the whole capital right now. You are gonna be completely blown away by their skills, zero doubt about it, hearing this massive hype. Aaron is hyped, secretly thinking it is the legendary Ash Mage. Now watch this setup closely. He slams his hands down, then let us sign the contract immediately. A second later, Rosal slides over some files. This is my newly adopted daughter. Her skills are super consistent, but Aaron instantly cuts him off. Wait, what about the Ash Mage? Rosal freezes in pure confusion. Huh, what do you mean? I do not get it. Then he flexes. Her name is Rainia Van Chia. Her basics are perfect and skills are top tier. She will probably make a really great teacher too. Hearing this absolute nonsense, Aaron grinds his teeth in rage and yells out loud. Absolutely unacceptable. Aaron shoots him down instantly. You always preach about fairness, but now you want to handpick a family member for the job. That garbage cannot happen at Appia Academy, the absolute cradle of magic. Seeing his buddy's reaction, Rosal frowns, totally speechless. This guy is so stubborn, he just starts guilt-tripping him. I worked for years without an assistant, remember? But Aaron shoots back without missing a beat. Yeah, because you dumped a mountain of work on the previous guys. Aaron keeps pushing logic. That is exactly why I need someone who can actually handle my baggage. Next second, he stands up, slamming the table hard. Do you even grasp how huge this year is? This is the exact moment we have to be 100% honest about appointing our professors. Aaron violently throws a stack of resumes at him. Look, every single person in this pile is dying to enter the academy. Seeing this, Rosal actually gets amused. Unbelievable. Well, that is more reason to pick my daughter. At this point, Aaron is totally helpless. You absolute jerk. Shortly after, Rainia casually rolls up to the Royal Library. She stands there, staring. 6 whole years since I was last here. I only came because the old man nagged me, but wow, nothing has changed. Rainia strolls inside, vividly remembering Rosal's annoying instructions. You are gonna be an assistant professor soon, so study seriously for once. Glancing around, she gets completely bored. Seriously, I have zero clue what to do in here. I finished reading these books ages ago, but hey, you and I both know she has to do something now. Suddenly, a panicked shout rings out, totally grabbing her attention. Why, this goofy dude completely freaks out. I cannot transfer my mana. Why not? Wait, it is real. The pen's mana isn't flowing at all. The whole room gets insanely loud, making the angry teacher yell for quiet. But the guy does not stop, just whining, please look at this. My mana just vanished. A girl agrees, saying hers is gone too. Pushing up his glasses, a guy smirks. First time here, there is only one reason for this. The loud guy realizes they must be newbies. Meanwhile, Rainia looks super depressed, thinking to herself, mana not flowing, just focus a little bit. Right then, Isla bumps hard into her shoulder. It is because the 4th Princess Isla is in the library. The sudden crash sends all her books spilling everywhere. Rainia quickly asks, hey, are you okay? I am so sorry, I was spacing out. But the girl just hits her with a totally cold, whatever, it is fine. Isla slowly picks up her scattered papers. Rainia stares without blinking for a single second. That is when it hits her. This is 4th Princess Isla, the kid loved by the stars. Back to the guys, Aaron brags someone this incredible wants to join the academy. He happily flips through every single page of her file. I heard you got the latest war reports. The second Rosal reads them, he is instantly impressed. Yeah, the frontline knights got crushed because the Ash Mage retreated, so now the princess has to learn magic circles herself. A moment later, Aaron asks, where exactly is your student anyway? The moment Rainia figures out her true identity, she completely panics. It is definitely her, there is absolutely zero doubt about it. That is the 4th princess. 6 years ago, every time I came to this library, she would beg me to tutor her. She has grown so much since back then. Seeing her frozen, Isla bluntly asks, why are you staring at me? Rainia snaps back to reality, super awkward. Ah, sorry, then Isla points it out. That cloak, are you a mage? Rainia confidently nods. Yep, anyone wearing a cloak here is a mage, right? What a dumb question. Then she just stays silent, carefully listening to the girl vent. Recruiting weak mages is useless. No problem-solving skills, absolutely no idea how to analyze a magic circle. Useless trash, nothing like him. Do you know how many people died because of mages like that? Listening to this, Rainia quietly picks up the last few scattered papers. Isla glares, you call yourself a mage, but do you actually grasp what that means? Rainia hesitates, guess so, and that is where we leave it. Trust me, you're gonna want to see what happens next. Sorry to bother you, thanks for the help, she says, turning away without a second glance. But Rainia reaches out, trying to grab the very last piece of paper. Oh, here you go, she politely hands it over, but Ayla sharply snatches it right out of Rainia's hands. Stick with me, because this exact moment sets up something that is just totally wild. Wait, isn't this a barrier circle? Rainia refuses to let go. A second later, she points out that this magic circle was actually made by an ancient skeleton. Ayla suddenly freezes up, sweating bullets. Who exactly is this girl? She just took one glance and immediately knew this was the barrier circle of the ancient corpse SC Bowl. This thing wiped out the entire Night Legion. It is an insanely complex barrier, and even the top frontline mages are struggling to find a way to break it. Without hesitating, Rainia drops a bombshell. Yeah, you know a lot about it, but if you aren't going to solve it, mind if I give it a shot? Ayla heavily doubts she can pull it off, but things are about to go way off script. Rainia smiles, completely confident. Oh, this, if I step in, I can solve it in a heartbeat. Hearing that bold claim, Ayla's face instantly darkens. Rainia looks completely confused and asks if she said something wrong. Oh, definitely. But before Rainia can say another word, Ayla angrily rushes her. Then try to solve it right now, she snaps, totally losing her cool. Since you look down on me so much, just do it. Seeing Ayla this mad leaves Rainia completely clueless. Look down on her, since when? Rainia starts channeling her magic right away. Okay, so if you do this, a few minutes pass by, but absolutely nothing happens. Zero reaction. Rainia is super confused. Why isn't it working? Where is her mana? Seeing her panic, Ayla coldly smirks. Trying to use mana here, do you even know who I am? The stars restriction gives me total control over the energy of any mage nearby. Now pay close attention, you are going to love what happens next. Sorry, hold on a sec. Before Ayla can even finish her sentence, Rainia's magic explodes. In a flash, pure energy swirls all around her body, radiating massive power straight from the ground up. The entire area is suddenly flooded with Rainia's overwhelming magical aura. The nerdy guy watching literally drops his jaw in pure shock. What is that? Even the blonde girl is totally stunned and speechless. Is that mana? But the princess is right here. After flexing her crazy power, Rainia stares everyone down with cold eyes. Faced with this madness, Ayla grabs her head, completely dizzy. Impossible, did she just instantly summon SC Bowl's barrier? How do you even describe this? Solving it is a piece of cake, but explaining it is the hard part. By now, the whole classroom is in absolute chaos. Rainia suddenly pauses. No, wait a minute. Seeing that Ayla still isn't fully convinced, Rainia decides to put on a real show. I will show you firsthand, watch closely. Finally, she makes it back home safely. Blinding light pierces through the window into the room, while Rainia casually reads a book and asks a question. Still no news about it, Professor Rosal sighs helplessly, explaining that the guy is just way too stubborn. Even though the results aren't great, she doesn't get mad at all. She gently asks if the headmaster's name is Aaron. Rosal coughs awkwardly and continues. He is super dedicated to Appia, but sometimes he is way too hard-headed. Honestly, the stress is probably why he went totally bald. Guess I can't be an assistant professor anymore. Rainia coldly flips a page, clearly annoyed. If she can't do that, then what else is she supposed to do now? If he won't allow it, Rosal quickly tries to calm her down. Don't worry, we will find another way. So from now on, before he can finish, someone knocks repeatedly on the door. Are you home? The door slowly creaks open. Havio stands there, totally stone-faced and serious. Long time no see, Professor. Rosal forces a really awkward smile to greet him. Well, if it isn't Sir Havio, the royal guard himself. What brings you all the way out here? But Havio completely ignores his small talk and cuts straight to the chase. Is Lady Rainia Vanchias in the house? Rosal answers softly that his daughter is right here. Havio immediately pulls out a brand new outfit and says he was ordered to deliver this to her. It is from the fourth princess. Rainia steps out, hears the whole thing, and completely freezes. The fourth princess Ayla. Out of nowhere, it is announced that the magic-wielding Rainia Vanchias has been officially recruited as an assistant professor at Appia Academy. After all this time, she finally gets to experience this exact feeling again. I know you and I both think she's way overqualified, right? It's a massive congratulations on becoming a professor. Rainia is so stunned she cannot even speak. An assistant professor, Chapter 4, flashback to that morning, Havio approaches the palace to report, Princess, I have sent the magic diagram straight to the front lines. Hearing the news, Ayla gives him some high praise. Great job, Havio, but he still hesitates, looking a little uneasy. Thank you, but honestly, I am still pretty worried about this. Ayla turns to him, totally confused. What exactly are you worried about? The anxiety is written all over Havio's face, sweat dripping down. I am worried about that girl, Rainia Vanchias. The SC Bowl defense magic diagram that she completely analyzed. I am really afraid it won't be used properly out on the battlefield. He grips the magic paper tightly, desperately trying to justify his heavy concerns. I apologize for stepping out of line and speaking out of turn. Ayla just sighs deeply and lets the whole thing slide. It is fine, it makes total sense for you to think that way. She rests her chin on her hand, looking super deep in thought. That is the main topic of today's meeting. Everyone will have tons of questions. Havio isn't finished yet. I heard that every single master of the magic towers will be attending. Hearing that, her whole body slumps over, looking completely drained of life as she answers. Yeah, they are. This only makes him even more curious about the situation. Will that girl really be able to survive this trial? But Ayla is absolutely confident in her heart. Of course she will pass, just trust me on this. She stares off into the distance with a glimmer of hope. Everything is going to go smoothly, cutting back over to Rainia. She holds up the outfit, totally panicking. I have to wear this thing, Rosal sternly tells her off. The princess sent it as a gift, didn't she? Put it on and hurry up. Even so, Rainia is still pretty suspicious. You mentioned a meeting with the masters of the magic tower earlier, right? Thinking back, Rosal suddenly remembers the really important details. It looks like they seriously considered my recommendation. And I also heard a brand new student is coming along with the magic tower squad. They are definitely waiting for you to show up. Those guys just want to find your weakness. Plus, the princess is going to be there too. Save some face and put it on quickly. Rainia just sighs in defeat and agrees. The moment she throws the outfit on, she can't stop staring at herself in the mirror. Then she looks down, quietly thinking to herself. Why on earth did she give me an outfit that looks exactly like the one she wore when I taught her magic back in the royal library? Her eyes narrow with deep suspicion. Could it be? But Rainia's guess is hilariously negative. She probably just had too many clothes and wanted to dump some. Outside, Rosal loudly yells, asking if she is ready yet. She immediately turns around and leaves. Yep, I am heading out right now. Outside, the air is super fresh with flower petals gently falling everywhere. Soon, Rosal and Rainia are standing side by side right in front of the palace. Seeing Ayla pacing nervously, her companion points it out. The Grey Tower folks are coming, so you really can't blame her. Trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see this meeting. The old guy chuckles, saying her tapping makes him nervous too. Hearing this, Sally just props her chin up and laughs right back at him. Let's dive right into the drama. She calls him out, saying his age is blinding him. She's not nervous, he's totally wrong. Itoa grinds his teeth, furious. Yeah, he's old, but at least he doesn't blow money on sketchy magic potions and risk his life just to look young like someone else. She casually claps back, saying her face is naturally youthful. The moderator watches helplessly, completely speechless. Did they seriously forget why they even called this meeting in the first place? And the bickering continues. A second later, the moderator clears his throat to announce Professor Josel Vanchias is here, accompanied by his assistant professor, Rainia Vanchias. Seeing them walk in, everyone tilts their heads in curiosity. So this is her. The massive power gap between the magic towers was totally established by Rainia. The absolute powerhouse of the Grey Magic Tower. If the Elder actually brought that monster with him today, Princess Ayla would be smiling with total satisfaction right about now. She immediately stands up without a second thought. Facing this massive crowd, Rainia looks super awkward as literally every single pair of eyes locks right onto her. Immediately, the silent judging begins. What is that? The girl looks like she can control mana, sure, but she doesn't seem like some crazy genius. She's way more average than they thought. No need to be on high alert here. Those rumors about her using mana in front of the princess, probably just fake news. The princess is literally a Stella. There's no way Rainia could use mana in front of her. Bright sunlight hits the tense room. Rainia slowly sits down, feeling super uncomfortable. It's already so awkward and they keep whispering about her. Wasting no time, the moderator speaks up. Princess, let us begin. Ayla nods. All right, let's start. Pay attention to this part. She turns straight to Rainia, saying it is an honor to meet the famous assistant professor. We don't need to introduce ourselves, right? Seeing Sally act so casually only makes Rainia feel even more awkward and out of place. I literally have no idea who you are. Please introduce yourself. Next second, she stands up and boldly announces they are here today to evaluate Rainia's teaching abilities. The elder from the Gray Magic Tower is gonna handle the absolute basics of mana control and foundational classroom methods. Finally, she throws out a probing question. As an assistant professor, you have to attend that exact class, right? Hearing this, Rainia turns pale but forces a friendly smile. That was passive-aggressive, but she's right. Next, the moderator slams the table, keeping it short and aggressive. This means you will be teaching the brand new top-tier student, the Lord of the Laves. He is the next head of the Grey family, the clan that basically rules the entire Northern Territory. Are you even qualified to teach someone like him? Seeing her pale face, he laughs and mocks her. You look absolutely terrified. Why don't you just back out now? Our Lord has insane talent. The more Rainia hears, the more confused she gets. Wait, what? Seeing her totally lost, Rose jumps in. The new academy run by the White Tower is really just bragging about their special student. Itoa strokes his beard, agreeing. You actually make a good point. She smirks. He might be old, but he definitely still knows how to judge character. A second later, he pushes further. Simply put, you don't have a single drop of faith in Assistant Professor Rainia's actual teaching abilities here. Sally demands to know what he means. He gladly explains that the strongest new student is Benoa from their tower. No matter how good your student is, they can't solo a slum crime syndicate. The kid is a literal monster. A monster. It would be way better for our Lord to teach that northern guy instead. Rainia turns again, asking Benhu. The elder holds his head, sighing. The new student at the Black Tower. Ignore him. Instantly, she stands up to argue. Huh, are you insulting me right now? Itoa doesn't hesitate. You heard me right. Seeing the vibe getting super hostile, Sizer quickly jumps in to stop them. Please, everyone calm down. Rosio frowns, carefully watching every single detail without saying a word. A second later, his strict voice suddenly rings out. Can you just listen to me for a second? I get the Tower Masters love the Academy, but why should this assistant professor care about all your random gossip? I believe the only people with the right to judge her are the actual students she will be teaching. Hearing these words, Rainia closes her eyes, feeling incredibly satisfied. Exactly, even Sally admits he makes a good point. Then Rosio pulls out a stack of papers. Here is my proposal. I suggest the placement test for the students takes place right before the entrance ceremony. This unexpected curveball definitely leaves Rainia totally stunned. A placement test? I know what you're thinking. This is a setup. A confident voice rings out, suggesting Assistant Professor Rainia acts as one of the exam proctors. If she crushes that task, she gets officially recognized as qualified to teach, getting handed a massive responsibility like this. Her eyes instantly shoot wide open as she stammers, Sir, something this important. Internally, Rainia is crying. You could have given me a heads up first. What does he mean making me a proctor? That's terrifying. A little while later, they all move to the entrance of Homan Forest, where Sizer loudly announces, I will now explain the rules for your placement test. Hearing this, the students are totally shocked. Wait, didn't we literally just take the entrance exam? If there's a placement test, there must be some crazy skilled students here. I can already hear my grades dropping. Plus, why are we testing in the dangerous Homan Forest? Then his voice gets super strict, demanding everyone's attention. Anyone not registered must leave immediately. Top-ranked students and all proctors, please gather up right over here. While everyone else is getting completely focused and serious, Rainia just casually lets out a massive yawn. Suddenly, a student completely panics and points. Hey. Look over there, those 4 are the strongest new students. The princess is there too. Rumor says she is literally the most powerful mage in all of history. The second they show up, their insane pressure instantly fills the area. They aren't just talented, they literally have Magic Tower VIPs backing them up. Why did these absolute monsters have to be in our generation? So unlucky. All this whispering constantly buzzing in Rainia's ears is making her super annoyed. Oh my god, you guys are so loud. Aren't you sleepy at all? Rainia finally looks over too. Sizer holds his paper. Everyone is gathered. Bright sunlight hits the sign. He will explain one more time. You and I are about to see this wild placement test begin. Let us jump right in. While Rainia is just holding her head, desperately craving a coffee, the guy sees everyone looking dead serious and clears his throat to speak. He announces he will explain the placement test for the top-tier students. But first, a quick introduction. He points to our girl and says, "Meet your newly appointed assistant professor, Rainia Vanchias." Her voice rings out super clear, telling the class it is nice to meet them. Seeing Rainia, this red-haired dude totally panics, pointing at her like, "Is that really Professor Josel's assistant?" The guy next to him just awkwardly mutters, "Guess so." Then Seer casually summons a massive magic circle. He tells them to listen up because he is breaking down the placement test rules. The whole exam is going down in the Homan Forest. The students will be split into 4 different zones across the woods. Right in the middle of each area sits a glowing magic stone. Scoring is super simple. It is all based on how fast you can touch the stone in your assigned zone. Oh, and totally normal attacking and defending are allowed, up to a certain point. But if the proctors think things are getting too wild, they will jump in and stop it. And the biggest rule of all, do not even think about going near the mana spring in the center. He asks if they all know why it is off limits. Hearing this, Rainia just rests her chin, totally confused. Like what? Why even hold the test here if it is that dangerous? Right after saying that, he pushes up his glasses with this super sketchy smirk. He pretends to just realize they have not picked a zone for Assistant Professor Rainia to proctor yet. Since she joined the team way later than everyone else, he acts generous and gives her the last spot. C literally laughs it off like it is nothing, assigning her the North Zone and saying it will be perfectly fine. He claims he totally believes in her. But hearing this, the students are literally gritting their teeth, sweating bullets for her, sending the brand new rookie straight to that nightmare zone. Without letting anyone argue, he just makes the final call. Boom, the top-tier student placement test officially kicks off. The second everyone gets their actual assigned missions, the chaos starts. This buzzcut dude immediately takes off, yelling that he is heading out first and will see them later. The girl waves by. Right now, every single group steps into their own specific teleportation magic circle. Rainia is still shell-shocked, just muttering about going to the North Zone. Now watch this part closely. Suddenly, C calls out to our clueless assistant professor. She turns around, instantly feeling like something terrible is coming. This guy just keeps throwing that creepy smirk at her, but she plays it completely cool. She politely asks what he wants. He totally plays the nice guy, acting like he wants to help. He says he needs to explain a few details about the North Zone she just got. Still rocking that annoying smirk, he drops the real bomb. That zone is super special, just like her. It has Benoa from the Black Magic Tower and Lang Gray from the White Magic Tower. Those 2 heavyweights are both assigned to the North Zone. He mocks her, asking if she can really handle it. The reputation of the Magic Towers is completely tangled up in this clash, and the pressure is absolutely insane. If either of those star students gets hurt, their factions will completely lose their minds. Despite being set up to fail, Rainia absolutely refuses to back down. She waited literally years to become Professor Rosio's assistant. No way is she letting some random jerk steal this position from her now. But the guy is not even done talking yet. C quietly throws in one last massive favor. Those 2 are elite combat mages. He practically begs her to keep a very close eye on them. Any sense of friendly school spirit is officially dead at this point. Hearing all this nonsense, she just furrows her brows and gives a lazy reply. She says sure, whatever, and walks away. She can feel his hardcore disrespect. Glancing at everyone around, Rainia just sighs. This place is literally full of weirdos. His scheming, calculating eyes just keep tracking her every move. Meanwhile, cutting back to the palace, C enthusiastically reports in. He tells the tower master that the placement test has officially kicked off. Master Waitoi just coldly answers that he knows. He clasps his hands like he is praying, while repeatedly pointing straight at Rainia's file on the desk. Reading it, the guy is literally sweating bullets. He says he planned to just wait patiently for the test results, but something incredibly weird is completely distracting him. Rainia Vanchias, turns out she is the one proctoring Benoa. He thinks he was the only one who actually noticed her red flags, because earlier, the Black Magic Tower investigated the exact spell capacity of people who can actually store curses inside their bodies. But even with all that intel, he still cannot figure out exactly how many curses that crazy girl is hoarding. He does not even know what kind of magic arrays they are. Not even him, a literal tower master, can read her, but after thinking it over, he makes a call. He decides to just sit back and enjoy the exam. I know what you're thinking, total trap, right? But he figures whatever happens, it will not change the final score. He is even bold enough to guarantee it. Even if that kid is the White Tower's star pupil, there is zero chance he beats his monster. He is already daydreaming about the stupid, defeated look on the White Tower master's face. Cutting back to the Homan forest in the North Zone, Benoa just steps straight into the danger area. Suddenly, glowing red magic erupts from the ground and grabs right onto their legs. He instantly recognizes it as shadow-weaving magic. Right at that exact second, Lak's figure slowly steps out of the dark. Seeing this guy in front of him, Benoa completely freezes, totally speechless and full of doubt. Is this really the guy the fake Black Tower keeps hyping up? While clearing the obstacles, Benoa keeps flashing back to everything Waitoii forced on him. Telling him to understand the stakes, Benoa has to prove to everyone that he is way better than the White Tower's student. But honestly, the kid feels super disappointed right now. This feels exactly like every other boring mission he gets. Suddenly, Lak senses something seriously wrong behind him. He instantly drops into a combat stance and yells out angrily. He tells him to stop hiding and come out, because real warriors do not play hide and seek. Hearing that, Benoa charges in at lightning speed without hesitation. The shadow-weaving energy blasts out instantly, but the other guy quickly hurls his battle axe right back for a counterattack. Absolute dead-on accuracy sends that axe flying straight for the target. Facing that insane, unpredictable power, he suddenly stalls out, dripping with cold sweat. In just a split second, all the massive energy Benoa blasted out completely vanishes into thin air. It even hits him back with some backlash. Benoa scrambles backwards, thinking to himself that the attack was way heavier than expected. Catching him off guard, Lak uses the chance to make a break for it. He totally vanished, but wait, it is definitely not over yet. He grits his teeth in pure frustration. Then Benoa tilts his head up, fully admitting that this guy actually fights like a real combat mage. From way up high, Lak dive bombs down with his axe in pure killer intent. The crushing weight of the attack slams down hard. Benoa panics and instantly throws up a magical energy shield to block it. Thanks to the shield, Lak accidentally gets blasted backward. That is when he secretly realizes Benoa is actually incredibly strong. Holy crap, the rumor about him tearing a troll to shreds was definitely not fake. A head-on fight is gonna be pure hell. But Benoa gets dead serious, swearing that he has not lost this fight yet. This crazy, oppressive aura keeps pouring right out of his hand. Benoa coldly snaps his own fingers and drops one chilling word: sacrifice. Immediately, terrifying power swirls all around his body. And trust me, you and I are reacting just like Rainia, who watches and sighs, wow, these kids are pretty good, just totally packed with energy. Alright, stick with me here. I used to think those tower masters were just talking trash and totally faking their ridiculous hype levels. But honestly, they look legit. That kid could be tossed straight onto the bloody front lines right now. No wonder the White Tower made him their absolute #1 disciple. But the guy the Black Tower sent, even if we treat this like a real deathmatch, he is taking it way too far. The stars are supposed to be the ultimate truth, the creations that rule this world at the very peak of absolute glory. Those stars grant mages raw power that directly matches whatever they trade away, forming the core foundation of this magical exchange. The balance scale is an absolute top-tier skill, and you have to truly understand the concept of perfect balance to even use it. Because of that insane requirement, only a tiny handful of people actually have the massive magic energy needed to operate the thing. Meanwhile, since they could not strike deals with the stars, these crazy mages straight up invented a totally new system. They built a total knockoff called the conversion scale, but unlike the fair trades of the balance scale, this dark version demands heavy sacrifices. And get this, what it specifically asks for is literally human body parts. Absolutely wild stuff. Facing match number 19-110, Benoa frowns and thinks to himself, I never really expected to walk away from this fight without taking a scratch anyway. Right after thinking that, snap, he straight up breaks another one of his own fingers. To him, sacrificing his body is just natural. Benoa grits his teeth to endure the brutal pain, and that dark aura spreads right over to Lak, making him sweat bullets. What the heck is this nasty feeling? He watches Benoa basically turn into a demon. Lack immediately looks for an escape route. His survival instincts are screaming, that thing is super dangerous, I have to run fast. Looking around frantically for any glimmer of hope, he thinks, I need to fall back. Now watch this closely, because this is where the fight gets completely insane. He smirks, steps back, but then completely changes his mind and charges straight forward. No matter how bad the situation gets, a true warrior never backs down. Seeing this head-on charge, Benoa looks pretty satisfied and shouts out, I did not expect you to run away either, you absolute savage. Immediately after, Lack dives straight down with a massive heavy strike. The exact second their powers make contact, Benoa throws up a glowing defensive shield. The two epic energy sources smash into each other in a flashy explosion. Lack frowns and figures it out, shouting, you definitely changed something, but this method is absolutely not normal. Hearing that, Benoa totally disagrees and fires back. Who are you to decide what is normal and what is not? There is no such thing. Saying that, he stares right at his magic hand without a single ounce of hesitation. Benoa uses the sacrifice move yet again. The deeper they go, the more anxious Lack feels. What is this incredibly creepy premonition? The literal monster inside him is waking up more and more, but Lack still absolutely refuses to quit, charging in to face it head-on. Rainia does not want things escalating into a bloodbath, so she steps right in to stop it. That is enough, stop fighting. Seeing someone interrupt their epic clash, Lack grits his teeth. What is happening? Benoa is totally freaking out too, realizing his body will not move at all. A second later, she steps up with a warning. Your attacks cannot go this far, otherwise I have to shut you both down. Because of their crazy stunt, Rainia literally had to use a restriction spell, then she harshly scolds them. Were you guys not even paying attention to the rules? Then Rainia quickly controls the massive energy swirling completely around her own body. Without hesitating for even a second, she blasts it out and instantly shatters Benoa's power. Feeling himself getting attacked, he looks back in pure shock. She completely erased his dark shadow just like that, but she does not stop there. Rainia uses her overpowered magic to actually heal up his bloody, broken hand. Her intense eyes suddenly soften up. Finally, Rainia makes her decision and says, I have to treat your injuries right now. Let us start by fixing up your hand first. Seeing his hand actually react, Benoa jumps back in complete confusion. What on earth is going on here? Now even his legs are totally surrounded by her glowing energy. I know what you're thinking, how is that even possible? Benoa just can't believe it either. She literally broke his dark contract with the conversion scale and canceled it out completely. And naturally, Benoa starts getting super curious about Rainia's real identity. Who exactly is this lady? Once she gets the whole messy situation sorted out, the sky clears up again. Right then, Lack finally swallows his massive warrior pride. I lost. He clenches his fists tightly and boldly admits, I realized I could not run away, so I figured. If I could just completely destroy your arm, your creepy shadow would vanish too. But honestly, even without the arm, your dark shadow still sticks around, right? Benoa glances over and replies very simply. You guessed exactly right, saying that Lack bows his head and accepts it. Then it is my loss. I admit absolute defeat. But besides that, Lack cannot help wondering, are all the professors here just as insanely overpowered as her? I still cannot wrap my head around the fact that she used a restriction spell while we were both going completely all out. Maybe she is not just some normal supervisor. After totally cleaning up the massive mess in front of them, Rainia rubs her chin and sighs. What a headache. Why were two top-tier students placed into the exact same zone? Is the academy trying to eliminate one of them on purpose? I am pretty sure they both totally deserve to study here. Is there any trick to admit both boys without making it super unfair? Seeing her look a little stressed out, both boys are super confused. Supervisor, suddenly, Rainia shouts out loudly when she comes up with a truly brilliant, crazy plan. Both of you follow me right now. A little while later, the three of them head deep into the creepy, empty woods. Benoa walks super slowly, stuttering as he speaks up. Wait, is not this place the legendary Mana Spring? Arriving there, she crosses her arms and smiles with total satisfaction. A second later, Rainia beams and suggests, go soak in the spring for exactly 1 minute, Benoa. If you can endure just 1 minute, I will completely pretend I did not see you use that forbidden magic earlier. You too Lack, if you can handle a single minute in there. I will personally ask Professor Jose to put you in the absolute top class. With your massive ego, that deal is good enough, right? Despite that epic offer, Lack still hesitates a bit. But I heard that just getting near a mana spring makes the magic energy inside your body go absolutely berserk. Rainia immediately shuts that down. No, that only happens if you soak all the way up to your neck. Plus, we are super far from the center anyway. At the absolute worst, your veins will pop out a tiny bit and your lungs will fill up with blood. There is also a tiny chance of death, but it is really not high. If you're lucky enough, you will totally survive. Hearing this insane logic, their eyes immediately roll back in horror, souls practically leaving their bodies. Then they just start awkwardly side-eyeing each other. Are you going in? Benoa stammers out his answer. I am really not sure anymore. Lack's voice is totally shaking as he agrees. Yeah, me neither, man. After rubbing his chin and thinking it over carefully, Benoa finally makes a hard choice. I will do it. Seeing that, Lack's competitive spirit immediately flares back up. Well, then I am doing it too. A northern warrior never takes an easy loss, but that does not mean he is full of himself either. Seeing Lack just blindly copy him leaves Benoa absolutely speechless and out of words. Whatever, no more stalling. Rainia crosses her arms and announces strictly, all right, let us begin. They step into the freezing spring, so you and I are definitely sticking around to see if they survive, right? Let's dive into this crazy test. Benoa is grinning, thinking this is way easier than expected, but spoiler alert, it is not. Out of nowhere, massive pressure slams into them, leaving them panicked and grinding their teeth. And it gets worse, it feels like an invisible hand is crushing his throat. He is panicking, gasping for air, and Lack is struggling just as badly. Watching these two literally getting torn apart by the pressure, Rainia is just casually counting numbers out loud. She opens her eyes and drops a reminder, just tell me if you guys cannot handle it, got it? Then she just sits back to enjoy the show. By now, Lack's face is totally covered in bulging veins. He is grinding his teeth and spitting out blood like crazy. Meanwhile, Benoa is clutching his throat, tanking the brutal pain. Rainia is the only one chilling on the cliff, playfully splashing water while they suffer. Meanwhile, Hav's squad has pushed deep into the outer edge of the mana stream. They walk a bit further before stopping to catch their breath. Wiping the sweat off his face, Hav looks super confused. Who on earth were those summoners from earlier? How are we even supposed to fight guys like that? The dude next to him immediately chimes in, right? Who would have thought those four would be so ridiculously strong? Hav just grabs his head, completely baffled. Even if they inherited gray magic, being that strong is totally unfair. Just then, an eerie blue mist starts rolling through the forest, leaving the squad totally spooked. Hey, doesn't this place feel kind of weird to you? He grabs his own throat, groaning in discomfort. My body feels totally off too. I seriously cannot even breathe. Seeing this, his buddy quickly figures out the problem. Hey, freeze right there. This path heads straight to the mana stream. Hav jumps back in total shock. Wait, what? We need to turn back now, or we will literally start throwing up blood. No sane mage would ever dare to hang out near here. Meanwhile, under the crystal clear sky, Rainia is still casually counting, almost hitting the 50 mark. 45, 46. With every single number, Benoa takes more agonizing pain. 47. Lack is suffering just as much, violently grinding his teeth and glaring intensely. 48 by 49, both of them are completely running on empty, but Rainia just keeps innocently counting like it is nothing. 50, 51, 52. Right then, an unbelievable, massive energy begins swirling all around Lack's body. That triggers a memory of what his master once told him. What do you feel when facing the terrifying blizzards of Mother Nature? Pure fear and total hopelessness. Do you know what we call those who actually survive it? The great warriors, the true champions of the northern lands. With every number Rainia calls out, the absolute madness inside Lack just keeps raging harder. 57, 58, 59. Right now, he is pushing himself so intensely that his eyes are literally bleeding. Before long, the count finally hits 60. Now watch closely, things are about to shift. Lack reaches out like he is begging for help. He is totally out of gas and collapses. Rainia catches him, secretly impressed. Honestly, he held out pretty darn well. I was planning to pass him if he just lasted 30 seconds, since he was at a massive disadvantage. He tanked that pressure with his bare body and even dared to take 3 steps deeper into the water. Then she shoots an amused look over at Benoa. Looks like this kid is even more reckless than you. You are just as crazy though, literally using a sacrifice technique just to hold on a bit longer. Not wanting things to get deadly, Rainia drags him onto the shore herself. I will acknowledge your crazy determination. We are all done here, let's get you guys out. The second he hits the dirt, Benoa is completely paralyzed. This kid just passes out cold too. She crosses her arms, staring down at the two unconscious boys while deep in thought. Thinking back a super long time ago, I actually tried this exact same thing and completely failed. She feels a little conflicted inside, but the real question is, she suddenly looks up with a distant stare. What if I try it out right now? The reason this place is called the Homan Forest is because of the ancient Homan tree that the legendary dragon Mage gifted to the Appia Academy. Right beneath that tree is a stream overflowing with pure mana. Simply put, it is just a massive cluster of magic energy. Saying that, Rainia carefully dips her foot into the water. She casually walks in, step by step, without a single shred of hesitation. The mana here directly resonates with the mana inside your body, and that resonance instantly transforms into extremely heavy, crushing pressure. I know what you're thinking, right? Rainia hesitates, wondering if this was the spot. The water reflects her past life, remembering how her veins screamed in absolute agony. When the resonating mana crushed her body, she totally lost her mind, tormented by endless, brutal hallucinations. Now she is asking herself, since 7 dozen years have passed, just how much of this intense pressure can my current body handle? Yeah, I raided the Demon King's territory and totally tanked their dark demonic energy, but this right here is the pure mana stream, so I am about to get a real taste of it very soon. A moment later, Rainia's eyes go wide with absolute shock. The water is already up to her waist, meaning she walks straight into the middle of the stream. She flashes a tiny smirk, finally forced to admit it. Thanks to this little test, Rainia feels genuinely satisfied. All those crazy hardships she went through in her past were not for nothing. Not long after, Rainia returns to report the results. Hearing the news, Sir instantly slams his hands on the desk in pure anger. What does that mean? You are telling me nobody from the north passed the test. He grinds his teeth, totally furious. At this rate, I'm going to take all the blame for this exam. Seeing Rainia standing there perfectly quiet just makes Sir even more insanely frustrated. Why are you making that face after failing both of them? Are you trying to mock me right now? He aggressively crushes a piece of paper, beating himself up because as the main supervisor, this massive failure is totally going to be his fault. But it does not end there. Rosal strokes his beard and drops a bomb. It is not true that nobody passed. Sir cuts him off instantly, saying, if you're defending her just because she is your daughter, but Rosal does not even let him finish and interrupts right back. I am pretty sure you have already looked over the actual report. After that, Rosal calmly lists out the real strengths of both students. Lang Gray showed absolutely brilliant senses and some seriously rock-solid mental toughness. As for Benoa, he is highly skilled in both magic usage and pure combat. You could say both of them totally deserve the right high-level education. So the proctor recommended both of them for the advanced class, right? He then firmly slaps down a piece of paper radiating an intense aura. This is the headmaster's official approval letter for those two kids. Both of them passed the evaluation based purely on their own personal skills, with zero influence from the White Tower or Black Tower. Because of that, they are both getting placed in the exact same class. So really, isn't this all thanks to your hard work? Hearing this, Sir instantly chokes up, getting so emotional that he is completely speechless. A second later, Sir's shaky voice replies, yes, just like you said. Getting this amazing news, his mood instantly skyrockets and he proudly announces this meeting is officially over. Watching this, Rainia is secretly impressed, wondering how he lives like that without getting totally exhausted. Meanwhile, Rosal puts his hands behind his back, tilting his head to praise her. All right, your performance during the placement test was actually pretty great. Rainia just giggles and says, yeah, that was actually super fun. The way they use magic is honestly pretty similar to mine. But they rely on basic attacks. Come on, mages should use magic. Rosal guesses they must be combat support mages, and trust me, you and I will want to see what happens next. But she still wasn't satisfied with how things played out. Whatever, she didn't like it anyway. If those kids actually had enough magic skills to survive a real battlefield, they wouldn't have been tortured this badly. Let's dive in, guys. Does this kid even realize he is the one who inspired the whole combat mage class? Seeing her complain, he was just completely speechless. Meanwhile, Rainia kept looking down, just sighing. Before she could even finish her sentence about mages, he practically shooed her away, telling her to stop whining and check on the two kids in the infirmary. Hearing that, she totally agreed. Going right now, cut to Rainia taking a stroll down the main hallway. She was a little unsure, thinking to herself, I guess the infirmary is somewhere around here, right? Right at that moment, she bumped into Waitoi and Si. Rainia just let out a heavy sigh. Yep, her luck was exactly as expected. A second later, the old lady glared and started interrogating her. Are you Rainia Vanas? How does a proctor who can't even properly supervise a basic exam have the absolute nerve to show her face around here? Seeing Rainia offer zero resistance, Si smirked, assuming the worst. Oh, so you are looking down on me. Even though we are standing on academy grounds, I am still the absolute master of a magic tower. A completely average mage like you should naturally be bowing down to show me some respect. But what do? You glare at me and waltz around like you literally own this entire place. Her expression turned seriously creepy and threatening. Guess I need to hammer some basic manners into that thick skull of yours. Right after saying that, Si violently stomped her foot down hard on Rainia's shoe. And kept insulting her. You have zero actual achievements to your name, barely scraped by to get this job. I am only doing this for that old man's own good. Getting disrespected like that, Rainia glared back, absolutely furious. Suddenly, she locked eyes with Waitoi, staring him down so intensely that he practically panicked and started cursing in his head. This crazy woman, does she have zero clue she is messing with the most dangerous person here? I need to stop her before everything completely hits the fan. Waitoi awkwardly tried to intervene, telling White to knock it off. But nope, Si's crazy ego just flared up even worse, and she actually started casting her magic. The second that raw energy flared out, he immediately started screaming in absolute panic. Man, this lady has completely lost her mind. What the heck are you doing, White? And just like that, the blast of energy shot straight at Rainia. Now watch closely, this is where it gets wild. Rainia stayed perfectly calm, her face turning dark as she faced it head-on. As the spell launched, Si was already gloating, saying he didn't need to scream like that. She bragged about knowing perfectly well how to control her own power, asking who he thought she was. But mid-sentence, the entire ceiling suddenly caved in, leaving her absolutely stunned. The whole room instantly descended into pure chaos. Si whipped her head around in pure anxiety, jaw dropping wide open. Suddenly, she lost her temper and yelled at Black not to steal her magic like that. Waitoi, completely confused, just wondered what was happening. He didn't even bother explaining, just secretly admiring the move. Unbelievable. She easily hijacked White's magic and then literally doubled its entire output power. Even I didn't realize she had instantly activated all those stacked magic formulas she was holding back. Meanwhile, Sis still had zero clue what was actually happening, just complaining about why she would even do that. Hey, old man, I am literally talking to you right now. The moment he saw Rainia step up, Waitoi awkwardly cleared his throat a few times. With that, he let out a heavy sigh and turned to leave. He asked what the point of venting her anger here was, telling her to stop making herself look like a complete joke. The more Si heard, the more absolutely furious she got. Are you messing with me right now? A second later, Waitoi nervously reminded her she was worried about her students, so they should just go. Rainia kept a super serious face, just staring them down, but she didn't rush to attack. And just like that, the duo vanished in a flash, leaving behind Si's totally annoyed complaints. She asked why he was literally always like this, whining that her pride was being seriously insulted. Are you even listening to me? He was just hopelessly exhausted, should have never gotten involved. Once they were completely gone, Rainia finally let out a massive sigh of relief. I mean, it is true I dragged those two to the Mana Spring, so I was fully prepared to take a punch or two. Thinking back on that moment, she couldn't help but feel a little salty. Like, hey, do not step on someone's shoes, all right, looking up at the totally shattered ceiling above. Rainia felt secretly embarrassed, realizing she really caused a massive mess here. Outside, cherry blossoms were drifting beautifully across the courtyard. Then Rainia slowly stepped right into the room. The slick-haired guy suddenly appeared right next to him, making the bowl-cut dude grit his teeth in pure panic, jumping out of his skin. This made his buddy super confused, asking why the massive jump scare. Then he carefully explained he literally ran all the way to the Mana Spring just to hide from her. The slick-haired buddy stayed super confused, saying he thought he was in the West Zone. He mentioned hearing she scored the highest total points out of every single skill combined. Who even knows, man, just do not stare at her so intensely like that. Now you and I need to pay attention here. The second Lesty showed up, all eyes locked right onto her. I mean, she is the heir to a magic tower. Hearing their loud gossip, Lesty quietly muttered about the Mana Spring, frowning hard in deep thought. Flashback to 2 days ago in the Hum Forest, West Zone. Lesty was soloing a whole pack of wild beasts. That epic moment accidentally caught the eyes of two classmates. No way, she is actually fully controlling 10 magic beasts at the exact same time. That is just built different. Seeing Havio so curious he wouldn't even leave, his buddy quickly urged him on. Just give up already and let's run to another zone quickly. Even though those two were being super sneaky, she easily detected every single move they made. A second later, Lesty closed her eyes and focused on casting her vision-splitting skill. Instantly, a white bird appeared, fluttering right around her. That bird shot straight up into the high sky to scout out the whole situation. From there, she quietly figured that all the exam participants in this nearby area had probably just given up. So guess my work here is completely done, right? Suddenly, Lesty's eyes shot wide open like she just spotted something crazy. Right then, Rainia's entrance accidentally caught her direct line of sight. Rainia Van Chaez is the North Zone proctor. Seeing her totally drenched, Lesty's jaw completely dropped in pure shock. But why the heck is she soaking wet? The literal only water source in this entire forest. Watching Rainia walk away completely safe, she found it even harder to believe. No way, that is completely impossible. Lord Ranyan wouldn't even dare go near the middle of the Mana Spring. There is zero chance she pulled that off. Heading back, Lesty couldn't stop thinking about it. Always having to ask if it weren't for Lord Ranyan, Lesty would be considered amazing. But compared to Lord Ranyan, that changes absolutely everything. Comparing those two almost feels like a crime. Lesty just isn't good enough yet. Compared to Lord Ranyan, no matter how insanely hard she tries, absolutely nobody in the Grey Tower can match his level. Snapping back to reality, her face grew darker and darker by the second. Not long after that, it was finally time for class to start. A completely shocked voice suddenly rang out asking who that was. This is supposed to be basic mana and exchange methods. That person is definitely not Professor Josel. Meanwhile, Lesty was sitting there, intensely focused. Rainia spoke up in a strict tone, saying good morning. She announced she would be substituting for Professor Josel today as Rainia Van Chaez, the assistant professor, and it was nice to meet them. Hearing that familiar name, Beno arrested his chin, recognizing Rainia. So what do you and I make of this? The rumor girl, word around the campus is she only got hired through totally unfair family connections. All right, jump into this with me. Lesty is seriously suspicious right now. Professor Josel never needed an assistant before. He was always strictly about that solo family policy. Facing this massive classroom, Rainia groans internally. She suddenly remembers Professor Rose handing off this huge responsibility just a little bit ago. Go teach for me, I have a meeting with the other tower masters. You go substitute for me. He smiled so proudly when he said it. Was this really a good idea? After Rainia gives a brief introduction, Leslie just sits there completely silent. Right after that, she drops a stack of papers onto the desk. Then she casually lays out her demands. For today's class, I want you all to solve the question paper I just handed out. If you get stuck anywhere, just ask me. Instantly, a hand shoots up into the air. I have a question. Seeing this, she freezes for a split second. But we just started. Fine, ask away, she says. Lesty keeps a completely straight face and asks, please show me how to solve question 30. Hearing that, a million thoughts start racing through Rainia's head. Question 30 is about the Libra scale theory, isn't it? Only Professor Josel can actually solve that one. Is this girl seriously trying to test my limits? This is gonna be so fun to watch. She stares at the question paper, but down in the seats, the mocking laughter starts. Look at her pretending to think so hard. She is definitely going to embarrass herself. First day and she is totally clueless. Professor Josel's class is way out of her league anyway. Without panicking, Rainia calmly remembers the strict advice the old man gave her earlier. There is one more thing I need to tell you. Do not just assume these students have the same level of thinking as you do. Especially do not skip the explanations and just tell them to figure it out as they go. Rainia immediately fired back, but I always just do it first and then understand it. Hearing that, Rose pointed his finger in pure frustration, and that is exactly why these kids are not like you. Plus, he was totally straightforward with his warning. Also, do not hold yourself back just because of me. Rainia happily agreed to that right away. Okay, got it. Now you know everything, Professor. Suddenly, she remembers her intense clash with Sally earlier and she hesitates for a second. He said not to hold back, but I definitely shouldn't cause a massive scene here. A moment later, Rainia makes her final decision. Just take it slow and teach normally. I really do not know the answer. Getting that response, Lesty instantly puts on a totally disappointed face. Looks like I placed way too much hope in Professor Rose's personal assessment. Now the surrounding students won't stop whispering to each other. What is her deal? Is she really just trying to show off? Right after, Lesty smugly calls her out. I strongly suggest you try a bit harder. We all know you only secured this position through connections, but you really should try to learn the absolute basics first. Otherwise, bagging this assistant professor job is way out of your league right now. Now pay attention, this is where everything flips. Rainia stays dead quiet, then drops a bombshell. If you want to know about the Libra scale, I can physically manifest it in full detail for you. Meanwhile, bright morning sunlight beats down on the palace outside. In front of Appia Academy, the principal's office is absolutely packed with people. From a distance, Rose watches them pacing back and forth, looking totally restless. How long is he going to make us wait? Seriously, this is getting ridiculous. Seeing this chaotic scene, he stares with wide, shocked eyes. Why are so many people gathered outside the principal's office? They are crossing their arms, scowling and demanding answers. How is that even possible? Because of her, the students in my class are completely distracted and spaced out. They keep running their mouths, endlessly complaining about Rainia. Wait, your class is dealing with it too. So did they actually see that brand new assistant professor manifest the Libra scale in person? Suddenly, the bald guy raises his voice. Oh, knock it off. There is no way she could just easily manifest the Libra scale like that. We have all personally communicated with the stars before, but to actually manifest the Libra scale, you have to completely and perfectly understand every single step of the entire exchange process. With just an assistant's skill level, how could she ever pull that off? But still, someone next to him acknowledges her crazy power. No, it seems like they really did see it happen. If we just verify it with our own eyes, this will be easy to settle. Seeing her constantly criticized, Rose grabs his head helplessly. Rainia, what the heck did you actually do? Thinking he can imagine the disaster, he quickly tries to dodge the noise. I will come back another time. Hearing this, Aaron immediately starts cursing under his breath. Why would that assistant use something like that to kick off a class? Shocking the students until they are completely dizzy is just totally inappropriate and out of line. That huge jerk Josel caused all this mess, and he is not even showing his face right now. I need to take control of this situation. And then he stands up and slams the desk. Quiet down. If you all doubt the assistant, go verify it yourselves. Let that sink in for a second, guys. He uses his principal authority to force Rainia to teach a massive open class. Suddenly, a massive stack of papers goes flying everywhere. Lesty freezes up and turns her head to look. In a flash, scattered sheets are lining the ground in front of her. She stares at the mess, hesitating and looking totally bewildered. Right away, Sinvi asks her with pure concern, Master, are you okay? Please let me clean this up for you. In an instant, the girl uses her power to gather every single piece of paper, stacking them up. Lesty just stands still as the sheets land neatly in her hands in a split second. Even with Sinvi helping her out, she's still completely trapped in her own thoughts. With just a clap, no, a hand gesture even simpler than that, up until this very moment. Leslie had secretly been admiring that assistant professor for easily manifesting the Libra scale out of thin air. She definitely must have used some kind of cheap trick to do it. At the same time, Lack carefully picks up the final piece of paper and starts talking. You did not have to push it that far, right? Now she is forced to teach a huge open class. Why do you look so annoyed about it? Lesty snaps, angrily snatching the paper from him. Do not talk like you know everything. And then it drops right onto Benoa's foot. He instantly speaks up too. What the heck? Then stop making your feelings so painfully obvious. Benoa confidently claims that literally anyone could see the intense hostility radiating right off of her. If you were up in the north during the exam, you would never be able to act out like this. Hearing that, Lack sighs heavily and completely agrees with him. Spot on, forcing her to prove herself in an open class is completely pointless. Surprised to see him actually agreeing for once, Benoa immediately teases him. A barbarian actually knows how to make sense. Lack quickly fires back, calling a girl a barbarian is taking it way too far, man. Lesty, do not listen to a word he says. Seeing him dodge the topic, he shouts in anger. You know I am talking about you, right? For a moment, she just stands there awkwardly, totally confused and not saying a single word. A second later, Lesty loudly snaps back with serious attitude. Shut up, what do students from towers like yours even know anyway? I can confidently guarantee our gray tower has its own absolute standards, following directly in his legendary footsteps, as she storms off. Lesty thinks to herself anxiously, she is probably stressing out right now prepping for that class, since all the professors and tower masters are going to be there watching her. Her luck and little parlor tricks will not work anymore. Just try your absolute best, Rainia Vanchai. So what do you and I make of this? By sunset, Rainia is heading home completely alone. The special maid gives her some major props. You are working super late, huh? Good job, here is your coffee. She awkwardly stutters back. Professor, yes, thank you so much. Everything on the desk is completely spotless. But listen to this for a second. Rainia is still super confused. Do professors normally teach open classes just like this? Grabbing her stuff, Rainia looks super stressed out, totally wondering if this is even going to work. But right across from her, Ayla is just giving her this super sweet, supportive look, basically saying, hey, you are doing absolutely amazing already. Suddenly, Rainia jumps and blurts out, wait, did I seriously just say all that out loud? Ayla immediately cracks a smile, confirming she heard absolutely everything. Staring at the coffee on her desk, Rainia starts getting super smug. A student actually brought me coffee after the very first class. Sipping away, she starts thinking super positively. Like, wait, does this mean my teaching actually is not that bad? I thought the class was absolutely awesome. Then Ayla happily brings up their totally fateful first meeting. The very first time we met was during the placement test. Seeing you again in class, you still kept that exact same vibe. Even when you're totally lost, you just keep on walking forward. You honestly remind me of someone. Hearing that, Rainia hesitates for a second, trying to guess who. Then she quickly stands right up and says, Princess, thank you so much. Rainia throws her hands on her hips, flashing an absolutely massive, bright smile. So that means everything is totally fine just like this, right? Thanks to you, I feel way better now. I am heading back to prep for the open class. Seeing Rainia all hyped up again, Ayla gives a super satisfied smile. Okay, I am really looking forward to it, Professor Rainia. A few days later, it is finally time for the big open class on Mana Exchange. The rules are packed back to back on the board. The gossip in the room is absolutely non-stop. The academy hosting a class like this, totally unheard of. Really, the principal actually greenlit this. I heard an assistant professor is the one running the show. Are you serious right now? I highly doubt the main professors are going to just sit quietly. Right after that, she bursts out laughing like, oh my gosh, I kept smelling something super old, and yep, it is coming right from here. Hearing that, Waitoi completely grinds her teeth in anger. Oh, so you can actually smell your own stench? Totally as expected, she absolutely loses it. What the heck did you just say to me? The two of them start bumping heads, bickering nonstop, fighting totally out of pure, stubborn pride. Picking a fight and still having the guts to show up to this class, you are seriously shameless. Sally instantly claps right back at him. Why do you even care? As a tower master, it is obviously my duty to be here. Watching this total mess, Lack and Benoa are just completely speechless. He helplessly mutters out. Dude, you got dragged into this too? He just frowns and gives a flat yeah. But then the vibe in the room suddenly drops dead serious. Elle instantly knows it is go time. Rainia quickly sweeps right past the massive crowd. Her sudden entrance instantly forces Sally and Waitoi to shut up and stop arguing. Rainia is gripping a huge stack of super important documents in her hands. Here is where it gets really good. Even though the crowd is giving her some major dirty looks, she completely ignores them, totally ice cold, and just grabs a piece of chalk. With tons of students staring her down, Rainia confidently starts writing her entire lesson on the chalkboard, and honestly, the whole room is suddenly watching her every single move super closely. Then with a super calm voice, Rainia kicks things off. Today we are diving into an open class covering the absolute basics of Mana Exchange. Meanwhile, the chalkboard clearly spells out her name. I am Rainia Vanchias. Rainia flashes a super friendly smile, trying to win over the tough crowd. I might still have a lot to learn, but please focus up and listen to me super carefully. The second Rainia speaks up, the crowd gets totally hyped. Everyone is whispering, oh snap, she is actually starting. But at the exact same time, the old lady just rests her chin, looking incredibly disgusted. Just a tiny little assistant professor thinking she can actually run an open class. She really needs a reality check. A second later, Sid totally starts throwing fuel on the fire. Well, she has the principal backing her up, right? But the real powerhouse mages are sitting right here. Let's see how she tries to fake this. Honestly, for people at our level, this is literally just absolute child's play. Right now, literally every single eyeball in the room is glaring straight at Rainia. But whatever, she just stands there, hands on her hips, overflowing with confidence. Rainia just calmly stares down at her students, not showing a single drop of fear. Then she speaks up with total absolute authority. Hello, class. Did you guys know that you actually need to go through 3 specific steps just to activate a spell? Hearing that, the old lady immediately starts mocking her. Wow, I was expecting way more, but she is just repeating basic junk that a literal 5-year-old would know. Kicking things off like this is definitely a huge yikes. Then Siz's eyes just narrow, thinking to himself, yeah, even if she is strong, it is completely useless right now. Because the real issue here is that knowing a subject and actually teaching it are 2 entirely different games. Everyone sitting here has literal centuries of hardcore experience in magic and teaching. How could a totally green kid like her ever catch up to the massive amount of time we have put in? But right as he finishes talking, Rainia just closes her eyes, focusing up and completely channeling her power. Seeing her just standing there silent, the crowd starts gossiping and clapping. Oh, she thinks this pointless dramatic pause will save her, but instantly. You and I are about to see something wild. A massive, flashy light explodes from her, leaving everyone's jaws on the floor. Wait, no way. One of the pros totally pushes up his glasses to look closer. Is this crazy magic what those students were talking about seeing? But honestly, the bald dude just slams his fist on the desk, totally raging. Using cheap tricks in an open classroom is completely unacceptable. Hey, get out of my way, I cannot see a single thing up there. That insane glowing light shines straight into Cell's eyes, making her completely freeze in shock. The raw power exploding out of Rainia keeps getting bigger. It is an insane, ultra-high-tier spell used to trade power with the stars, the Libra scale. Seeing this absolutely legendary move right in front of them, literally everyone in the room goes dead silent. A second later, Rainia keeps going. I will now demonstrate the very first step to perfectly activate a spell, which is specifically drawing the magic circle. She visually traces out every single rune so flawlessly, flashing from bright blue to golden yellow, back to back, leaving the whole room totally mesmerized. But she is not done yet. Dropping all the modesty, Rainia totally flexes her absolute max power. Everyone's eyes are bugging out, locked on every single detail. It is so insanely complex, but she just pulled off that impossible magic circle flawlessly. And she is still going. Rainia moves straight to step 2, paying the exact mana cost. She super carefully gathers up the wild energy right into her glowing magical hands. Not too much, not too little, but literally, the exact perfect amount of mana needed to make both sides balance out completely. In a flash, all the crazy energy weaves together. Talking them through it, Rainia locks in. Finally, you just have to aim the spell perfectly. Without a single second of hesitation, she shouts out the ultimate attack, Ignite. Boom, Rainia just gave them a masterclass breakdown. And there you have it. Those are the 3 essential steps required to perfectly activate any magic spell. In that exact moment, the entire auditorium goes dead silent. Even Leslie cannot believe what he just saw. And honestly, C is forced to silently admit his own eyes are not playing tricks on him. The spell is insanely stable. You can literally feel the cosmic star mana inside of it. She has absolute control over that godlike power. So what do we learn here? Never mess with a quiet genius. Stick with me here, you and I are jumping right into a magical masterclass. When a mage casts a spell hundreds of times, starlight actually lingers inside it. It is an insanely rare phenomenon. It means the spell just leveled up to a whole new tier. They call this absolute power, so that is how it works. Allah looks super smug. She knew Rainia would not disappoint. Then Rainia confidently announces to the crowd, I am pretty sure everyone here already knows these 3 steps. We walk the path of magic, but why do we even call it that? Just like the name implies, it is an actual journey. While walking it, we sharpen our skills. We read literally every book we can get our hands on, and we spend hours proving we have actually mastered it. As she goes deeper, everyone starts having a major lightbulb moment. Even Toi is hooked. Her voice just keeps echoing through the room. I only need to explain this much. We are all just fumbling through endless space, but we can never forget the absolute foundation of our chosen path. This right here is our foundation. By now, everyone is completely mind blown. She clenches her fists, hanging onto every single word. Are you just repeating the same point? Go back to the basics and master the core fundamentals. That is what you mean, right? This stuff is not even in textbooks. Seeing her weird reaction, Lack sneaks a curious glance. Hitting right on the nerve, Sif furiously slams the table, throwing a massive tantrum. What a lowly lecture. Sensing the danger, Lack steps in to stop her. Tower Master, that keeps her from snapping. She just scowls in absolute silence. Finally, Sly closes her eyes and claps for Rainia. Seeing her actually side with the teacher for once completely short-circuits Lack. With the Tower Master standing up, he quickly jumps to his feet too. The girl behind him literally drops her jaw at this insanely rare sight. Meanwhile, Allah is clapping her hands, looking ridiculously proud. Now watch closely, you're going to love this. Have sweats bullets while Lesty stays stone-faced. Rainia just stands there bathing in overpowered light. Even she can barely believe this much respect. Finally, Rainia flashes a super satisfied smile. Hands on her hips, she confidently speaks up. Everything I just said was the core of today, the absolute basics of mana exchange, and with that, class is officially dismissed. Over at the Grand Academy Castle, students are gossiping like crazy. Is that Rainia? Yeah, she is totally gorgeous. Man, I really should have gone to her open lecture. Her balance is completely flawless, even if it is just a rumor. Later on, Professor Rainia nervously walks next to Rosal, completely lost in her own messy thoughts. Literally everyone is staring at her. She wonders what she did to get called to the headmaster, but he just kept rambling about handing the academy over to her, calling her the literal future of magic. His whole vibe completely flipped, right then. Rainia slowly glances over. Leaning in close, she whispers, "You seem super happy right now, sir." Rosal gives a grandfatherly smile. "Do I? Let us rewind for a second." She seriously admits, "I have to give credit where it is due. I just do not get why you never came to me with those crazy overpowered skills. But hey, we are human. We make mistakes and bad calls. So as the White Tower Master, I will turn those mistakes into an opportunity. Welcome to my tower." Think about it now. I know what you are thinking. Absolute madness, right? The headmaster and both tower masters are literally fighting to recruit her. Why Toei refuses to lose? Shrugging, he claps back. "Unlike a certain someone, I recognized your epic power from the very start. I felt those spells inside you. I knew you were not normal. Thanks to total ignorance, someone else attacked you. But join my Black Tower and I guarantee that never happens again. It is way better deal." Rainia helplessly sighs. "Yes." Now Rosal curiously asks her, "What do you think? Want to head straight to the Grey Tower? I want to see their faces." She immediately shoots him down. "Nope. I do not want to see them at all." He laughs loud, gently warning her. "Got it, but they really want to meet you. They might pop up anytime. So stay sharp." Rainia politely nods. "Yes, I will." Cut to a freezing, snowy mountain. Inside the castle, Lack's dad is reading a letter, missing him like crazy. "Dear Dad, how are you? It has been 1 whole month since I joined the AP Academy. Every day I realize how much I still need to learn. It is a brutal grind." Meanwhile, Rainia stands up front, seriously teaching the class. "Do it exactly like this." The spell activates. Lack dizzyingly admits, "It is so hard. I literally do not understand anything. But honestly, the only thing making me feel better is that everyone else is clueless too. It is hilarious, Dad." Studying magic is a rough road. Cut to the office. She tiredly drops her book. "This sucks. Since when is my room this messy?" Staring at the literal mountains of books, Rainia sighs hard. She clicks her tongue, making excuses. "Whatever, I am way too busy to clean up." Classic cop-out. Rainia plops down, loving the peace. "Wow, it has been forever since I had me time." She realizes she left the front lines and has zero reason to see those guys. "My anxious habit of backing down is totally fading. Teaching is actually not that bad. Nobody is asking questions, so the class must be going great." Finally, Rainia decides to just chill out and rest, but right on cue, Lesty politely knocks. "Assistant Professor Rainia, can I enter?" Rainia internally groans. "Seriously, why now?" Seeing the door crack open, she patiently asks. "Yeah, what is up?" Lesty shyly bows in silence. She awkwardly steps in, shutting the door. "Need something?" Rainia mentally panics. "Oh crap, what was her name?" Rastalut Liston. Lesty hesitates, then speaks. "I need to tell you something." She mentally pumps herself up. Lesty flashes back, telling herself she has to apologize for what she did, and she needs to tell Rainia that her class completely brought back the joy of learning she thought she lost. I want to say thank you, Lesty bravely prepares to speak. Suddenly. Can you believe this timing? An arrogant squad suddenly barges in. So this is your room. The rude tower master shoves Lesty aside, faking sadness. Stick with me, you and I are diving into a crazy magic manhwa today. Rainia looks the old ancient tower wizard up and down after he praises her class. The other tower masters chime in, acting all high and mighty. They expected nothing less from Josio's student, calling her approach fresh. Hearing this, Rainia just gets annoyed and mentally roasts them. 5 whole years and these boomers haven't changed one bit. Rainia keeps it polite but icy, just saying, yeah, thanks a lot. But these guys won't quit, drowning her in totally fake hype. They tell her the magic she showed off was absolutely stunning. Reaching that master level at her age? Insane. They claim they're super excited to see what crazy stuff she will pull off next. She is fuming on the inside. Shut up, she thinks. It has been over 5 years and literally nothing is different. You are still trying way too hard to one-up me. I really didn't think these old fossils would actually drag themselves all the way out here. Just then, Rainia glances back, totally confused. What in the world is that kid doing? Leslie clumsily bumps right into one of the snobby tower masters. Her massive stack of books crashes onto the floor. The poor girl totally panics, letting out a terrified little yelp. She frantically bows her head under his glaring eyes, apologizing profusely. But the harsh tower master just spits out a nasty insult, calling her completely useless. Leslie literally starts shaking like a leaf. Seeing this mess go down, Rainia frowns, completely unamused. The old guy turns back to her, laying on the charm. So, Assistant Professor Rainia, will you accept the offer to become a new tower master? Rainia shoots him down instantly. Sorry, but I am actually super busy right now, so please just leave for today. The tower master completely freezes in pure shock. Say what? She flashes a clever little smile to diffuse the tension. This is a place for learning, not your personal towers. The students obviously come first here, don't they? Rainia smiles, sending them off with some heavy sass. Have a safe trip back now. Feeling totally humiliated, they storm off, talking trash the whole way. Then Leslie nervously speaks up. Miss Rainia. She thoughtfully points the way. You should take that route down to the main stairs. That way you will not bump into those jerks again. Leslie softly tries to reply. Miss. Rainia quickly ducks into her office and waves goodbye. I told them I was super busy, right? So I will listen to whatever you have to say next time. See ya. Without another word, she slams the door shut. Leslie just stands there looking absolutely clueless. What did she mean? Wasn't she talking about me when she said she was busy? Now watch closely, this is where things get crazy. Inside the office, blood suddenly drips onto the floor. Rainia smirks, realizing she slipped up. I completely forgot. She clutches her chest in agony. It is happening again. We flash back to the freezing front lines of Kill Muse Canyon. Down on the ground, thousands of fallen soldiers are scattered everywhere. Right now. The brave commander screams out, hyping up the troops. Even if it costs our lives, hold the line and keep fighting. In the ranks, an exhausted young soldier grips his weapon, staring up at a massive, terrifying monster. He totally despairs, complaining out loud. How much longer is this battle going to drag on? Is there any way we actually make it out of this hellish place alive? I just want to rest, but right as he says that, something suddenly blasts past them as fast as the wind. It absolutely shatters the rock monster into tiny pieces. The kid gasps in pure shock, recognizing that iconic signature move. He excitedly screams out, "It is the arrow of the sniper Lemia. Lemia is finally here." The whole squad completely loses their minds, cheering her name, Sniper Lemia. But right now, she just complains, looking super annoyed. This whole mess is seriously irritating. Lemia gets her focus back, aiming her bow for another shot. Honestly, wasting arrows on this trash is ridiculous. Instantly, another blazing, flaming arrow shoots across the battlefield. Seeing her kick off the counterattack, the warriors fiercely rally the troops. The holy sniper is here, let's charge. The kid drops to his knees in total disbelief. Can we actually win this? A second later, he feels an insane healing aura pop up on his left. He looks up, completely mesmerized. Bathed in this warm light, he spots a gentle girl and bursts into tears, yelling Saintess Sarah. Next, the kid locks eyes onto the final person, spotting a super familiar face. He happily screams, Sir Kai, it is the hero squad. Kai delivers an absolutely flawless slash, making everyone cheer like crazy. The legendary hero party has finally arrived. As time passes, the heavy, tense atmosphere finally fades into complete silence. The remaining warriors are just celebrating and cheering wildly. We won, spread the word, we actually beat them. The hero squad is absolutely amazing. Then, right while he is stuck in this flashback, Sarah calls out Kai's name. She playfully throws her arms around his neck. Are you even listening to me? The disgusting stench of those zombies is all over my clothes and it just won't wash out. Want to go buy some new stuff? I have literally worn this outfit twice already. Seeing this, Lemia frowns and scolds her. Ahem, knock it off, you two. This battle could have ended way sooner if we had that dying wizard with us. Sarah smirks and throws in a super disrespectful comment. Well, obviously he was somewhat useful, but hey, he is probably about to kick the bucket anyway. If I had not helped, he never would have survived that curse. You felt that too, right? We cut back to the present night. Rainia walks the city streets alone. She shivers, honestly wondering how she even manages to endure this. Suddenly, blinding pain hits hard, making her clutch her chest in pure frustration. Damn it, not this again. This stupid cursed magic. She touches her chest and fires up her ash powers. A second later, the dark marks crawling around her heart slowly fade away. Rainia sighs heavily, just staring at her palm. She has zero clue how she has kept it under control for this long, but this definitely is not a permanent fix. She frowns, totally fed up. Damn it, why do I have to suffer through this? Rainia scoffs, totally exhausted. I managed to buy time by trading my own lifespan to stall the Demon King, but instead, this curse got directly planted right into my heart. Ah well, I brought this upon myself anyway. She focuses, trying to remember the right direction. I think that guy's house was somewhere right around here. Just then, Rainia spots the exact place. Ah, finally found it. She looks around the creepy spot and mutters, still as gloomy as ever. Meanwhile, inside the building, Caddy gets startled and looks toward the entrance. The door suddenly swings open. The old man speaks up, curious. I wonder what VIP guest is visiting at this hour. You have developed a weird new hobby since we last met. Caddy turns around to greet his guest. Rainia snaps back, clearly unhappy. Do you honestly think I turned out like this on purpose? You don't have to be so mean to an old friend you haven't seen in forever. After observing her, Caddy sharply points out the facts. Your appearance changed, your souls swapped bodies, and on top of that, you have a deadly curse stabbed right into your heart. Caddy looks troubled and just cuts straight to the chase. What in the world has happened to you over the last 5 years? Ranian flashes back to the bustling city streets. A few weeks ago, in a tiny alleyway, junk is piled everywhere, and drunk guys are passed out on the rubble. Inside the dingy tavern, Ranian furiously curses out loud. Damn it. He buries his face in his hands, questioning everything. Why am I being treated like this? The Ash Wizard, former Hero Squad member Ranian Van Chaez, known as the absolute best wizard in the kingdom and the true successor to the Grey Magic Tower. I gave up a bright future for this miserable path. He drinks alone. So you and I are definitely sticking around to see how he gets revenge, right? Stick with me here, this gets wild, damn it. He stares at his staff, completely ashamed, kicked from the hero's party, never saw that coming. Too ashamed to face his master. But right then, Ranian spots a striking redhead in the crowd. His eyes go wide with pure terror, staring right at his absolute worst enemy. No way, that woman is the succubus queen, Bosleb. What the heck is she doing here right now? Humming a little tune, she skips through the alleyways. Bosleb happily swings the tavern door open, turning around with this sickly sweet smile. Warriors, right this way. The guys are completely brainwashed by her charm, totally lost in the sauce. She strolls in slowly, giving a friendly little reminder. Keep calm and line up nicely, boys. Bosleb flashes this super satisfied smirk. Spinning around, she mutters with total hunger in her voice. Looks like I am having an absolute feast today. But right then, Ranian sneaks up. He stops dead in his tracks as Bosleb sways her hips, practically begging for it. Come here, do not trip now. Skipping the small talk, Ranian channels raw power straight into both his arms. With absolute focus, he casts his magic and charges in with zero hesitation. She flinches hard, spinning around toward the outside. Panicking, Bosleb desperately dodges the incoming strike. The door suddenly slams shut, and all those hypnotized dudes drop to their knees in sync. Inside, she yells out, demanding answers. Hold up, who the hell are you? Ranian literally does not care. He coldly fires off a chain casting skill. Aiming his magic dead at her face, he boosts the formula and triggers a counter spell. Ranian totally cancels her move with a solid counter shield. Seeing this, Bosleb nervously realizes he destroyed her disguise spell and absolutely shattered her mana barrier. She falls flat on her back, completely confused. Who the heck is this guy? Watch closely, here is the best part. Seizing the golden chance, he snaps his fingers. Ranian cranks up his power, leaving Bosleb absolutely terrified. Finding her weak spot, he chains her straight to the restriction wall. Snapping his fingers again, Ranian finishes it with a brutal, punishing blow right to her stomach. Taking massive damage, Bosleb spits up blood from her mouth. She drops to the ground in total agony. Dragging a chair over, Ranian calmly drops her name. Succubus Queen Bosleb. He casually sits down to chat. You have not changed one bit, have you? Remember me? Panting heavily, Bosleb suddenly recognizes her opponent. Oh, now I remember, this guy. Her mocking tone makes Ranian absolutely furious. Aren't you the virgin mage from the hero party? Seeing she messed up, Bosleb quickly pivots. No, wait, it is Ranian, right? Frustrated, he drops a harsh warning. Good thing you remember, otherwise I would beat you until you did. She instantly fakes being all weak and pitiful. Are you really going to attack a poor, helpless lady? Is that what a big, strong hero party member should really be doing? Helpless lady. I am just taking out a demon who literally sucks the life force out of innocent civilians. I am totally holding myself back here, just let me go this one time. Ranian shuts her down instantly. Not happening, panicking, Bosleb begs, wait, she fearfully blurts out her weakness. Only holy magic actually works on me. How can you even kill me without being a saint? Or do you magically have another plan up your sleeve? Hearing that, he falls into deep thought. Then curious, Ranian steps a little closer. You sure know a lot. Bosleb smiles, totally confident. Right, so doing all this is pointless. Fired up, he fiercely takes the challenge. Let us test that theory out. Let us see if you can handle a full power mana strike. Here I come, clench your teeth. Seeing Ranian act so stubborn, she screams in pure terror. Wait a second, are you totally insane? Bosleb thinks in absolute horror. He is serious. He actually wants to kill me. I gotta get out of here. Right then, the wall completely explodes. Dai smashes through the rubble and checks in. Bosleb, are you okay? She excitedly calls out Dai's name. He is shocked recognizing this guy, a Commander Dark Knight from the Demon King's army. Pointing his sword, the knight demands answers. I followed the distress signal here. Did this punk hurt you? You and I both know this is where things escalate. Ranian cautiously sizes him up. Dark demonic energy is radiating off him. I am guessing he is a commander. Wait, a commander tier Dark Knight. He came to save her just because she could not suck the life out of those guys. Without hesitation, Dai charges in to take the hit. Ranian gets super annoyed. Even for a boss, this is a bit too much. Ranian opens his hand, summoning a magic circle right from his arm. Swiping his hand, he frantically performs the casting ritual. Double spell, reinforce, breaking spell. In just a blink, the knight gets knocked back so hard he freezes up. That attack pierced straight through his armor, sending Dai flying backward, totally stunned. Watching this insane scene, Bosleb nervously thinks to herself. He took down Commander Dai in a flash. How is a mage like him using close combat skills? Who is this monster? Biting her lip in fear, she realizes, if this keeps up, I am literally dead meat. Right then, Bosleb suddenly remembers something huge. Oh yeah, the gemstone. She recalls being carefully instructed. Do not ask what this gem is, just fill it up with all the life force you absorb. Bosleb quietly thinks, analyzing how she's been collecting life force, also known as mana, for literally decades under orders. If I use this thing, maybe it can stop that freak. At the very least, I can buy some time to make my escape. The second she says that, she decides to pull the gemstone out. Seeing black energy wrapping around it, Bosleb gasps in pure shock. She loses total control, getting blasted right back by it. Noticing something is horribly wrong, Ranian hurriedly spins around. Damn it, what the heck is that? He frantically describes the terrifying scene of the black mist. Right then, that pitch-black aura quickly wraps around Ranian's heart. He clutches his chest in blinding pain. Stunned, Ranian violently coughs up blood, hunching over and hacking uncontrollably. After glancing around, Ranian sharply figures it out. There is zero doubt left. This black mist is the exact same monster I faced 3 years ago in the dark battleground. A demonic entity that hoards curses. The Demon King. There is no way I could forget the creature that stamped this curse on me. He grits his teeth, wondering why its mist is here. Why would a succubus have her hands on this? Staring into the incredibly thick black mist, Ranian freezes for a few seconds. He frowns, confirming it. No doubt about it, this black mist is the Demon King, the core accumulation that absolutely crushed my party. On high alert, Ranian asks himself, who the hell is this girl? Instantly, he feels a creepy, cold chill run straight down his spine. I can sense 3 spells. Ranian focuses hard, carefully analyzing them. Appearance alteration, mind poisoning, and one more I cannot quite read. Ignoring the insane danger, he clasps his hands with iron resolve. Whether that is the Demon King or not, I cannot let him catch me. I am going to use every single spell I have, and I will shatter this mist. Meanwhile, Bosleb, like she is possessed, starts rapidly chanting a mysterious chain spell. Ranian firmly establishes an exchange vow. A spell for a spell, a curse for a curse. I will show you that the last 3 years were not for nothing. Then he unleashes all his power in a massive magic explosion. Cursed mana, Ranian blasts a lightning bolt straight at her. A split second later, the room flashes blind, blasting everyone outside away. After the battle, it gets dead silent outside, smoke clearing over the rubble. And inside, it is Rania transformed into a woman. Trust me, you and I definitely want to see what happens next. All right, you and I are about to dive into an absolutely wild story. She looks around in pure shock. Both enemies, gone. Rania reaches for the light, but all her backup spells just vanish. These black bones were way too easy to handle. No real threat at all, but fighting the Demon King for the very first time, that literally cost her half her lifespan. She grabs her head in pure disbelief. No way. Rania suddenly realizes her body is changing fast. Her chest is bigger, her hair is longer, and her hands are super pale and slender. Wait a minute, isn't this a woman's body? She screams in absolute rage. That flat-chested freak, what the heck did she do to me? Rania stares at her palms and just groans helplessly. Damn it, this is so annoying. Her body feels completely weird, and the Demon King's army is probably still lurking around here somewhere. Time for a counterattack plan. She closes her eyes, knowing she has to stock up on spells right now. Rania immediately summons out a massive golden scale called the Libra Balance. She stands there lost in thought. Suddenly, the giant Libra Balance speaks up in a super calm voice, asking for her ultimate wish. Rania desperately begs, wishing to store spells in her body to fight the curse eating her. The scale calmly suggests an exchange. She casually offers up 90% of her own mana. The Libra Balance coldly states that is not enough, so extreme limits will be applied. Annoyed, Rania just accepts the deal anyway. Stupid stars, their exchange rates are always such garbage. Fine, whatever. The scale firmly confirms that the crazy agreement has been totally approved. Instantly, fresh energy rushes right into her body. Brand new tattoo patterns appear on both of her arms, packing tons of highly complex magical spells. Chain spells, enhanced formulas, speed boosts. Now pay attention here because this gets crazy. Rania carefully points her finger, shatters the glass, and black aura explodes everywhere. People on the street freak out and grab their noses in pure panic. What kind of spell is this? Is that awful stench coming from that building? Is that actual demonic energy? Right then, the local soldiers rush in and urgently warn all the citizens to back away from the building immediately. Hearing this, the confused crowd starts asking questions. Everything was totally fine a second ago. What happened? What was that building even used for anyway? Looking around, Rania is shocked to see a mind-bending barrier covering the whole place. She frowns, mysteriously muttering the name Skull. That barrier definitely came from the 4 heavenly kings, the succubus queen, the black knight, and a demon king gem. Rubbing her chin, she strictly decides she cannot ignore this mess. Rania wearily opens her hand, thinking about the weirdest part of all this. She's seriously confused about why she got totally gender-bent. If they just wanted to kill her, there were way easier ways to do it. Why go through all this extra trouble? She calms herself down to keep going. Worrying is useless since she has 0 answers right now. The real question is, how does she survive and adapt to this wild curse? Breaking the curse will not happen soon. Back in the real world at the inn, Rania shrugs. Then I went to my master and almost died. I was shocked when he suddenly yelled at me. So mean, Caddy cuts her off. Wait, no, he calmly sprinkles something into the bowl. Black Bones, you attacked that smoke. Caddy totally refuses to believe it. Rania, stop talking nonsense. It is not nonsense. Can you not see my current condition right now? He honestly mocks her. From what I am hearing, it sounds like you had 5 glorious years. She angrily snaps back. How is this glorious? Remembering something, he snaps his fingers. You and I both saw that, right? He smiles, transforming into a young guy. Guess you had amazing experiences. I am actually amazed you controlled the curse by turning it into mana. Caddy pulls out some liquid and helplessly breaks the bad news. I really do not know how to turn you back to normal. He puts it in a bottle and reluctantly offers a fix, but I can slow down the curse. Every drop of magic water goes right into the bottle. Looking at the meds, Rainia asks suspiciously, "Is this really enough?" Caddy explains honestly. "Well, these potions are not a permanent fix, but at least you can manage while you do not have a holy healer around to help out." She sounds super annoyed. Why mention her? That girl is just an idiot. Anyway, I truly appreciate it. Rainia changes her tone, asking, "You know something?" "Right?" Caddy answers bluntly, making her click her tongue in pure annoyance. "I really cannot tell you." Rainia just completely scoffs at him. "Keep acting like that, so uncool." He carelessly reminds her, "Drink one every month." She sighs gratefully. Yeah, from the bottom of my heart, thanks. "I mean, I will not take this for free. If you need any help, just ask me." Caddy thinks about it and says, "No favors needed." Just then he remembers something and speaks up. "Oh wait, for the past few days, I felt something creeping around down in the sewers." She quickly reports, "I already sent my disciple to scout it out." Hearing that, he excitedly asks, "You have a disciple? Who? What did he do?" Rainia smiles proudly. "Honestly, parent fits better than master. I taught the kid magic all by myself. His name is Benoa. He is pretty great." Down in the dark, moldy sewers, a creepy black aura suddenly appears. Benoa slowly walks right toward a pack of nasty shadow wolves. He promises himself he has a date with Chloe tomorrow, so he better finish this up fast. No talking, he just slaughters the wolves. Sacrifice, he locks onto his prey. Benoa swiftly attacks one after another. In just minutes, he wipes out an absolute mountain of wolves. Fighting, he thinks to himself, "I thought she was crazy making me soak in that mana spring, but the benefits are insane. I use less mana but do way more damage." After wiping the floor with all of them, he lets out a bored sigh. Right then, Benoa hears something behind him. He quickly glances back. A mysterious dark shadow is slowly creeping closer. Checking the area, Benoa carefully realizes this sewer is just totally crawling with wandering zombies. Yet someone is purposely wandering around here, not even trying to hide. Just to be totally safe, he instantly summons up his magical power. Meaning this guy released these monsters. Benoa unleashes a brutal black spear attack, blasting it right at the stranger, but the guy effortlessly jumps into the air. Seeing that, he yells in shock. "What?" He dodged it. Faster than a northern barbarian. "Trust me, you and I are gonna love this next fight." He cracks his knuckles. "Let's jump right into the madness, you guys." He needs everything he's got, focusing his energy toward the mysterious figure. That's Rainia. Using an insane speed boost, she smoothly dodges the danger like it's absolutely nothing. Benoa steps back in pure shock, but she just reaches out. No way, he can't do a single thing. At this distance, he realizes he's completely helpless against her. Right then, Rainia gets perfectly into position. She completely flicks Benoa right on the forehead, speaking up with totally satisfied confidence. "Good, you have improved a ton, but you are still missing the basic stuff. First, do not attack random people you do not know." Stunned, he calls out her name. "Wait, Assistant Professor Rainia." She sighs helplessly. "Oh man." Benoa looks totally skeptical, asking why she's even down here. Yawning, Rainia explains that his master sent her to clean up this giant mess. In pure disbelief, he asks if she means Caddy at the magic potion shop. She snaps her fingers. Bingo, that's the guy. Clearing the path casually, Rainia decides to share the honest truth. "We've known each other for a long time." Now Benoa gets super curious, asking how old she actually is. "I mean, they totally don't look the same age." She hesitates. 27, wait, actually 21. Rainia stares at him, asking if he has something to say about it. He completely denies it. "Nope, nothing." Then Benoa boldly tries pushing his luck. "Can I ask you something? What exactly were you doing before coming to the academy?" He starts wondering in his head. She fights insanely well and her movements are completely unique. Even a scholar studying their whole life could never move like that. Honestly, instead of a standard mage, she looks way more like a strictly trained, hardcore warrior. Rainia hints at her dark past, saying she was basically in a super dirty place for a very long time, just as she notices a creepy wolf monster getting close. She seriously pushes the chatter aside. "Enough small talk, time to finish this training exercise right now." Rainia locks eyes on the wolf pack and pinpoints their spot. "Looks like our final destination." Just like that, she focuses on a burning ash incantation. In a split second, the whole wolf pack is absolutely vaporized into smoke. Benoa is totally confused, wondering what kind of crazy spell that was. It's like she completely mixed multiple spells together at once. I can't even begin to guess the wild logic or mechanics working behind it. Now watch this part closely, guys. He frowns nervously. The smell is getting worse. Are we still going in? Rainia cautiously opens the door, guessing exactly what is hiding inside. Be extremely careful while purifying this thing. They quickly head inside and the scene cuts to outside the inn. Rainia randomly asks, by the way, who is Benoa going to meet? Caddy warmly confesses it's Chloe, his childhood friend. She is totally shocked, exclaiming, a childhood friend? No way, I didn't think that kid even had one. But hey, why did you change your look? He honestly explains his motive. This disguise makes it way easier to get close to normal humans. Rainia pulls out the item she found, cutting the conversation totally short. Anyway, I gotta run. I have a whole mountain of stuff waiting to be checked. She slams it on the table, seriously explaining she found this creepy altar in the underground sewers. This tiny altar is releasing an absolutely massive wave of evil energy. Purifying this whole thing is gonna be a real headache. It is super suspicious that it was right in the middle of the sewers, guarded by monsters. But the wildest part, it looks exactly like LP's gem, and it is protected by a crazy mind-bending barrier that completely distorts human perception. That's literally why nobody found it this whole time. Hearing this, he stays dead silent for a minute. Rainia just keeps going, pushing her point across. Even though hiding it underground avoids nosy people, something this incredibly suspicious popping up right in the dead center of the capital city is a huge red flag. You and I both know this is bad news. She warns him nervously, a massive rebellion is definitely coming soon. That guy's scent is literally all over this place. A lot has gone down and a whole month has passed since she became an assistant professor. She thinks she is finally used to teaching, maybe. Inside the classroom, she slowly instructs them, saying you have got to start exactly like this. Rainia gives them the breakdown, cast it like so. She shows a super specific example, explaining how a blinding spell can be mapped out with a diagram just like this one. And boom, finally we get a magic matrix like this. Just a tiny drop of mana is enough to cast it. Does anyone have any questions at all? Looking at the totally blank faces of her students, Rainia starts doubting herself. Why does it feel like literally nobody gets it? Isn't this super easy? She covers her mouth, coughing awkwardly. Trying to be helpful, Rainia decides to go over it again. All right, I'll write today's lesson back on the board. She writes it out, giving them careful instructions. Use the rest of the time to review. Rainia is secretly super confused. Weird. Even though I'm not used to teaching, today's lesson was an absolute piece of cake. She honestly tries encouraging her students. I think it'd be awesome if you try casting the spell yourselves before our next class. You can also tackle the practice problems. Makes sense. Finally, Rainia says her goodbyes and dips out. Class dismissed, good luck. Meanwhile, the exhausted students groan to each other, man, I gotta copy all of this down again. Is that it? Guess so. Stepping right out of the classroom, she slams the door shut. Rainia whines nervously to herself. Oh no, I think the master is totally gonna yell at me again, my poor students. Teaching them like that? No way they're gonna get it. Showing them practically is so simple, but why is explaining it with words so insanely hard? She pouts, trying to cheer herself up. Whatever, lots of people still said they learned a ton from my open class anyway. Right then, Rainia spots Sir S completely dedicating himself to explaining things. It's easy, right? You should do it this way. Then just plug in the values. She makes a shocked observation and quickly walks right past them. He completely simplified the mechanics of a chain explosion spell to explain it. The students eagerly keep asking, so how do we solve this specific case? Professor Rainia totally panics in denial. Hey, please don't tell me I need to teach like that too. She basically makes excuses, I'm not so sure. If they don't get it, they'll just ask like Lesty does. Slaying demons is way easier than this. Meanwhile, inside the office, Sir fiercely slams the desk. Assistant Professor Rainia, do you even know what this is? These are straight-up complaints about your classes, and there's a massive pile of them. Rainia awkwardly answers back, yes. He strictly hammers the point home. You only teach 2 classes, but please read these carefully. Before this, the students gave Rainia some brutal feedback. The magic diagram is way too complicated, I don't get it. She lectures way too fast. I totally missed the spell used in class. Losing all his patience, he loudly goes on the attack. What exactly are you even doing during your lectures? Please, try putting yourself in the student's shoes for once. Unhappy, she bites back. Hey, I really do not understand this situation either. Please lower your voice, you're getting way too worked up over this. Feeling personally attacked, he gives a cocky smirk and sighs. Then he totally mocks her with pure disrespect. A literal professor who does not even know how to teach. You and Assistant Professor Seal are worlds apart. Wait, who is that? You do not know him. He fought shoulder to shoulder with Professor M-Hat on the battlefield. So where does that leave us? Because of a major injury, he was forced out of the military, but still chased after magical research. All right, pull up a chair. We are diving into an academy story that hits totally different. This teacher actually cares about his students leveling up, a true legend. Cut to a super busy cafe downtown. Lesty gently pushes the glass door open to step inside. A super friendly worker immediately greets her, saying she can sit absolutely anywhere she likes. She just nods quietly and says hi. Walking right in, she instantly overhears some incredibly stressed out students totally venting. Assistant Professor Rainia's class is an absolute nightmare. I literally do not understand a single word she says. We always end up having to ask Assistant Professor Seo for help just to survive. Professor Rose's class is way easier to follow, but that guy seriously gives us way too much homework. She looks around, super annoyed. Why is this place always so packed? Then she happily grabs a chair. Sweet, there is still one spot left. She intensely prays in her head, hoping whoever sits next to her is not super noisy. Right then, Locke happily yells out her name. She jumps, immediately turning to him with a completely cold glare. Locke, you are here too. He totally beams with joy, confirming with a loud yes. Then he innocently drops, I am drinking black water. She skeptically stares at him. You mean coffee, right? He completely misses the vibe, naively thinking that is just the normal name for it. But this is not a simple matter. Lesty watches him closely. He is putting on a ridiculously grumpy face. There has to be a reason he is chugging that. Seeing the messy papers on his table, she gets curious and asks what is up. He honestly admits, this is the homework I got just this morning and I still have not solved it at all. I came here because my friends said they study at this exact cafe and drink black water when their brains completely freeze. Hearing this, Lesty frowns, wondering to herself. Are there seriously 0 cafes up in the north? She totally zones out, just staring at his ink-stained hands. That sight alone throws Lesty right back into massive flashbacks of her own brutal, hardworking homework days. Even when she was literally shedding tears, she had to bite the bullet and finish it perfectly. Now, Lesty actively steps up to coach him. If you do not understand this part, you have to use the exact same method from question 3. She instantly switches to full strict teacher mode. I am only saying this once, so you better listen closely. Locke gets flustered and panics. Yes, ma'am. Then Lesty enthusiastically drops a massive hint. If you go ask Assistant Professor Seo about this specific spell, he will actually break down the entire core theory behind it so you can go check extra books on the subject. Meanwhile, right at that moment, Rainia is aggressively sipping her tea, looking super annoyed. It is seriously always that guy. Locke can't, and now even Lesty. Seeing the totally confused, blank faces of my own students like this is honestly more than enough to make me finally realize that my teaching skills are absolutely garbage. At the exact same time, a bunch of female students totally light up with joy realizing they found their guy. He is here. They loudly fangirl over Assistant Professor Seo before respectfully stepping up to ask him something. We are so unbelievably sorry to ruin your break, but can we please ask you a quick question? He flashes a super confident smile. Of course, what kind of trouble are you guys having? She secretly watches from afar, wondering to herself, wait, that guy is Assistant Professor Seo. The student firmly steps up, asking if he can help out with something related to the combat field. Rainia is completely hooked, totally staring at him without even blinking once. All right, buddy, let us see just how insanely talented you actually are. Smash, cut over to the Appia Academy's indoor training room number 2. Right then, a completely terrified student screams out in pure panic, get out of the way. Next, an absolutely furious teacher loudly yells, enough, you pathetic loser, get up right now. It is the combat magic Professor Marpet, roaring that they cannot even grasp the absolute basics. If this was an actual, real battlefield, you would have been dead a long time ago. The unhappy students start quietly complaining. Now watch this carefully, guys, because this class is brutal. The students complain, even if it is real combat, why do we have to solo a magic beast? This is way too much. Having the assistant professor run the class is better than him. Seriously, when will this absolute nightmare end? Plus, why in the world are they even keeping magic beasts around here anyway? Does it not look super creepy to you? Do not be scared, it is fully restricted by control magic, so it definitely will not attack us. Boom, right mid-sentence, the magic beast suddenly snaps and wildly lunges forward like a starving tiger. The terrified students freeze in absolute speechless shock before completely losing it and screaming their lungs out from inside. Meanwhile, cutting all the way back to the chill cafe, Rainia is still secretly spying on him. So that guy is Assistant Professor Seo. Come on, show me just how insanely talented you are. The student then timidly asks a question. So what exactly am I supposed to do when applying this outside of the normal rules? Hearing him say this, Rainia skeptically questions it in her head. Wait, that is basically the exact same lesson I teach in my class, so what is the big difference? Do not bother analyzing this specific part. That is right, just smoothly apply the magic array to this exact spell, and yeah, you can literally skip this major section entirely. Rainia slowly sets her teacup down on the table, totally stunned, but his students clearly look a million times happier. They are showing genuine understanding of the hard material and are actually leveling up fast. What kind of crazy cheat code is he using differently? Why do I feel this indescribable, super weird unease? The back of my neck is literally tingling. After finishing their questions, the two girls respectfully bow down. Thank you so much, sir. Assistant Professor, he flashes a warm smile and waves goodbye to them. Then, Seo calmly turns around and breaks the ice. I believe this is actually the very first time we have officially met. Assistant Professor Rainia, is there anything I can help you with? Rainia is completely caught off guard and asks, wait, you actually know me? He jokingly replies, of course I do. You have literally been the hottest trending topic at the academy lately. Please grab a seat. Rainia awkwardly sits down, totally flustered. Seo instantly reads her vibe and guesses her mood. You definitely look like you have something on your mind. I am totally down to chat if you want. Rainia skips the small talk and goes straight to the point. You seem to teach students in a way they actually understand. Do you have some crazy secret trick? He humbly brushes off the massive compliment. I am super honored that you hold me in such incredibly high regard. It is not really a magic trick at all, but these students are honestly still just kids, standing right in front of so many different paths. They honestly have zero clue which one to pick. I know you guys relate to this next part. Even after choosing one, they freeze halfway and doubt their entire choice. All I am really doing is just guiding them using my own personal path. Seo heavily emphasizes this, making her suddenly get hit with massive flashbacks of her own past, just like how my own master taught me. Rainia thoughtfully nods her head. I completely get it, that is definitely a super heavy topic. Right at that moment, an idea pops into his head and he offers some backup. Oh right, I actually studied educational theory for a bit. If you're down, I can absolutely recommend a few epic books for you. If you happen to be completely free this afternoon, try swinging by my personal lab. Rainia relaxes and comfortably confirms the plan. Yeah, my daily schedule is actually pretty wide open. Seo happily pushes the door open, completely locking in their hangout date. Awesome, I will personally show you the way to the lab. While the two of them are casually strolling outside, he suddenly gets super hesitant and asks, can I boldly ask you a quick question? Lady Rainia, she gives him a super friendly reply. Yeah, just go ahead and ask. Seo timidly brings up her past connections. Can you tell me exactly how you ended up meeting Professor Rose? But right at that moment, Professor Mac furiously interrupts them. Seo, what the heck are you doing slacking off out here? Seeing the guy aggressively charging toward him, he looks completely confused. Professor Mac, she rubs her chin, getting a massive flashback. Come to think of it, that one random guy totally mentioned him before too. Seo awkwardly tries to explain himself. I am just having a normal chat with Assistant Professor Rainia. He is incredibly furious and loudly scolds him. There you are, doing totally useless things again. How could you be so unbelievably careless with the basic control magic? Mac aggressively throws a massive stack of messy paperwork right onto the ground and harshly snaps. Another magic beast just went totally berserk in the classroom. If you cannot even do your simple job properly, maybe you should just pack up and go back to the battlefield. Do you think wearing an expensive suit magically makes you a real scholar? This is your final warning, and that is where we leave it. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Jump in with me here, make sure that research hits my desk tonight. Seeing his dazed face, Rainia gently asks if he is doing okay. He scratches his head, acting fine. Yeah, this is perfectly normal. She grabs the documents, completely helpless as she explains. Professor Hat wants to teach students through actual combat, so he forced us to raise magical beasts right in the lab. But honestly, the research work has totally stalled lately. Rainia sounds impressed. Real combat experience is definitely important, but raising beasts, he mutters, sounding super sketchy. All because of that crazy research. Confused, she asks, "What are you saying? Why so jumpy?" "Nothing, thanks a ton for grabbing my papers." He awkwardly warns they are heavy. Rainia smiles boldly. "All good, I am super confident in my strength." He nods respectfully. "All right, I won't stop you." Scene shifts to the training forest. Suddenly, an intense energy violently blasts right through the leaves. It completely shreds the tree ahead. Benoa pants nervously, unable to chill. He cannot stop thinking about that incredibly sketchy shrine. One look confirms it gives off awful vibes. Assistant Professor Rainia said absolutely nothing. Suddenly, Lack pops up, totally shocked someone else is here. Resting his axe on his shoulder, he asks friendly, "You train out here too? Your accuracy is way better now. How did you practice over the break?" "Got a private tutor." Benoa just turns away coldly. "Why do you even care?" Meanwhile, dozens of savage beasts are secretly stalking them. Benoa smirks and flexes. "Stuff definitely happened. You probably cannot even imagine that I went down into those crazy underground waterways, right?" Lack gets hyped and challenges him. "Wanna spar?" He quickly agrees, "Sure." Benoa stops pitching an idea. "Let us make this a competition." Lack rolls his wrists. Thinking about magic beasts in Appia, he looks seriously suspicious. "That is usually impossible. How do we decide the winner? Count ears." "Nah, collecting those takes way too long." "Whoever gets the most kills wins. You northerners are totally weird." The beast pack snarls aggressively. Benoa asks, "You ready?" Lack answers firmly. "Born ready," both of them scream with epic hype. "Let us fight." Cut to Appia Academy Dorm 5. Inside, an annoyed student complains. "Watch closely, things are about to flip. The wind is crazy loud." Suddenly, something violently smashes right through the dorm wall. "What is that? It's moving." Seeing it clearly, a guy totally panics. "A magic beast? No way, that is impossible." "There's a barrier around the academy." They stare totally clueless. Professor Hat uses beasts in his class, makes sense. He bolts, "We gotta run." Seeing the absolute nightmare, a guy screams in horror. Are they literally multiplying? Before they can even react, the things pounce. Blood splatters everywhere. The guy blinks. "Wait, why doesn't it hurt?" Then Lesty calmly steps out. The other students already evacuated to Dorm 3. A high-tier beast appears, straight up munching a smaller wolf. She scolds them, "You are blocking me, get to safety." They sigh, completely relieved. "Thanks for saving us, just doing my job." A second later, Lesty focuses, opening chained summoning circles. She literally doubles the amount of magic beasts. Seeing the swarm, Lesty stays chill. "That should do." Without hesitation, she orders, "Wipe them out." Her one-horned beasts instantly leap in and absolutely shred them. Lesty asks Zinvai, "Where's this dark energy coming from?" The spirit instantly pinpoints the exact source. "The forest behind the dorms." Zinvai senses a huge monster. She points. It is heading straight for Building 1. Inside the forest, death echoes loudly. Wolf corpses litter the ground. Lack groans, realizing they cannot kill them all. "We both know this just started." Benoa smirks. "Tired already?" Lack scoffs. "No way, I am just warming up." "Yeah, time to get serious." Suddenly, a furious gorilla points forward, trashing the forest. Both guys instantly feel its insane, aggressive energy. They dash up together, activating shadow buffs. Lack unleashes some crazy dark magic. A blood beam shoots out, piercing the gorilla's arm. Benoa winds up. Lack channels quake energy into his axe, then violently hurls it at the beast's other arm. The insane strike severs the gorilla's arm. Spitting toxic blood, Benoa and Lack land smoothly on the ground together. "This will finish it," they glare at the gorilla. But suddenly, Lack panics, realizing that attack should have completely paralyzed the beast. Seeing the gorilla heal, Benoa yells in pure shock. "What is happening? It is regenerating. We have to counter it somehow." Instantly, Lesty speaks up with cold sarcasm. "Isn't it super obvious? How will you beat it without knowing its weak point from the start?" Lack cheers happily. "Lesty is here." Benoa frowns, hesitating. "Here to help us." She instantly fires right back. "Think I'd sit around while the academy's in chaos?" Benoa reluctantly nods. Yeah, actually true. Lesty clears her throat, changing the topic. Whatever, not important right now. This thing is way different from normal beasts. That tiny hole in its chest is holding its entire body together. It is honestly more golem than beast. If you do not smash that magic core, it will just keep regenerating. Zinvai sharply comments on the beast's weird structure. Fact is, the academy barrier keeps monsters out, so they didn't break in. Instead, they spawn directly inside the barrier. Worried, she warns, I have a terrible feeling about this. Master, please stay completely focused. Lack calmly confirms, so we just gotta wreck that core, right? Relieved, Benoa agrees. That makes things way easier. She hypes them up, let's go. The boys instantly launch their attack while Lesty stays back. Trust me, you'll want to see what's next. All right, you and I are jumping right in. Lack casually preps his earthquake amp. First, he slices a perfect straight line, completely shutting down the beast's movement. Then, right before it regenerates, Shadow Lock, it's completely frozen. At that exact same moment, Lesty closes her eyes and preps the finishing blow. She's summoning a mid-tier lightning spirit to end this, swapping spells and locking in coordinates. Lack is shaking, barely holding the beast, yelling to hurry. But Lesty, totally calm, she calls out, I am done. She gives the absolute command. Come forth, mid-tier lightning spirit. The second those words drop, her eyes snap open. Massive energy explodes outward, blasting a wild lightning bolt right into the gorilla's head. Boom, fast forward to the next morning, and academy students are just complaining nonstop. Isn't all this extra work completely Professor Machat's fault? They're all agreeing while scrubbing the floors. Yeah, absolutely. Then one student checks in on his buddy, asking, hey, can you carry that by yourself? Lack casually replies, yeah, I got it. Meanwhile, another student just groans in pure exhaustion. I knew this would happen the second he said we were fighting real magic beasts. Lack kindly chimes in, hey, sorry to interrupt, but do you guys need me to move anything else? Seeing his crazy energy, they just politely decline, each grabbing their own box. No thanks, we are totally fine. One guy breathes a massive sigh of relief. Thank God we don't have to fight those beasts anymore. They angrily start listing out complaints. Forcing us to fight real magic beasts, even if it's for combat prep, is way over the line. Seriously, is that professor out of his absolute mind? Plus, he totally looks down on the students he doesn't like. How can a teacher be that bad? Just how sloppy is his beast management for a crazy disaster like this to actually happen? Word on the street is Assistant Professor Selt actually manages the beasts. But still, the blame totally falls on the main professor, right? If he wasn't such a jerk, this never would have happened. Now pay attention, here is where it gets juicy. Cut to the trial hall. Principal Aaron slams his gavel, demanding absolute silence. Aaron goes straight for the throat with the questions. Machat Klepet, do you have anything to say about these serious allegations? All your research, all your achievements related to the magic beasts. Your control experiments, and most importantly, the beasts that went totally rogue were all under your jurisdiction. Every single piece of hard evidence points right at you. Machat fiercely claps back. You know damn well those beasts were raised for combat training. I am a proud knight. I have literally bled on the battlefield for these people. Why would anyone suspect me of manipulating beasts to attack my own students? This is an absolute insult. The crowd starts whispering, totally annoyed. He's totally dodging the actual question. Havel, sitting in the back, sighs. Machat is always hot-headed, but he's a fiercely proud knight. It's just, there is way too much hard evidence stacked against him this time. Even the legendary Grey Tower Master couldn't easily shatter a beast barrier from the inside out. Plus, the first responders were actively blocked by a super complex perception-altering magic spell. It all screams inside job. Honestly, he's never going to convince anyone he's innocent if he just keeps raging and yelling his head off like a total madman. Right then, Machat flinches, spinning toward a voice nearby. The other teachers completely panic, rushing over to stop the guy. Assistant Professor, sit down. You need to wait until Principal Aaron. Wait, Aaron is totally stunned. Isn't that Machat's assistant? The guy just calmly starts speaking up. It's fine, let him speak. Selt looks super relieved and thanks him. They quickly swap the spotlight. Machat is just furious, grumbling, you finally decided to show up. This is all because of your sloppy beast management. Aaron, annoyed, barks at him. Machat, calm down. He turns and asks Assistant Professor Selt to finally share his take on the whole mess. Selt smoothly starts his speech. Honored Principal Aaron, I know this crazy incident has caused some absolutely massive damage. But thanks to the students' hard work, many beasts were totally suppressed. I firmly believe this proves Professor Machat's intense teaching methods are actually super effective. Of course, there's no doubt this whole thing was a super unfortunate accident, but it was also a golden opportunity for the students to really prove their raw strength. If you're going to hold someone accountable, let me take the fall for the sloppy beast management. Aaron listens, nodding, but fires right back. I get your point, but you know a lot of people strictly opposed keeping those beasts. If all he needed were training dummies for the students, he didn't need actual monsters. But he stubbornly pushed for it, and well, you can see the absolute disaster it caused. Several students who weren't combat ready got totally wrecked. You make a fair point, sure, but it's absolutely not fair to make a mere assistant professor like you shoulder the blame for this. So you'd better watch your mouth. After that, Aaron shows zero mercy and drops his final, absolute judgment. You and I both saw that coming, right? Machat Klepet, you're detained until this is solved. Hearing this, the pure rage inside Machat just boils over completely. He loses his mind, screaming, "You dare insult me like this." Principal Aaron, the people around him panic, begging him, "Professor Machat, please just calm down." Machat violently thrashes around, roaring, "Unhand me. I am a knight of this kingdom." Cut to the princess's bedroom. Inside her dream, a mysterious voice whispers, "My dear, go find it." Use it, find it. Ayla wakes up totally groggy and confused. What was that? Morning sunlight is already pouring through her window. Standing by her desk, she wonders in shock. That revelation felt totally different from the past ones. It's the first time the stars gave me a vision that actually felt like a direct conversation. What on earth are the stars trying to tell me? What am I even supposed to be looking for? Right then, Havel respectfully bows. "You're awake, Your Highness." She flashes a bright smile. "Good morning to you." Havel carefully delivers the morning news. After the trial, Professor Machat was officially detained. His classes are going to be temporarily covered by Assistant Professor Selt. Ayla walks over and asks, "Isn't anyone else being investigated?" Havel looks dead serious. "As of right now, Professor Machat is the only suspect." She nods thoughtfully. "I see." Seeing her space out, he worriedly asks if she's okay. Ayla stands by her door, lost in deep thought. "I don't get what the stars want, but I feel like I was guided here. The stars must absolutely be pointing me in a direction." Ayla takes the lead and knocks, calling out for Assistant Professor Rainia. Rainia warmly invites her inside. "Yes, come on in." Ayla peeks her head in, getting straight to business. "There's actually something I really need to discuss with you." Walking in, Rainia immediately starts apologizing awkwardly. "So sorry, my room is a total disaster right now. Just step right over the junk on the floor." Ayla casually brushes it off. "No worries." Rainia spins around, super excited. "You're right on time. I'm prepping for the next class. Take a look and see if this makes any sense to you. I really tried to dumb it down into my own simplified style." "So what do you and I learn from this? Even princesses hate math." Ayla stares blankly at the board. "Simple." She clears her throat, totally helpless. "I'm an instinctual mage. I literally can't help you at all." "All right, guys, stick with me here." Rainia crosses her arms, looking totally bummed out. "Is that really it?" She completely changed her tune after that open class. Now she's just super confused. "Like, what are you even talking about?" Ayla stares at the huge stack of books, guessing she was just doing extra prep for the next session, right? But Rainia flashes a huge smile and denies it. "Nope, they aren't mine at all. Assistant Professor Selt actually loaned them to me." Hearing where they came from, she suddenly feels this super weird, dizzy spell. Meanwhile, in the totally quiet lecture hall, the dude happily introduces himself. "Morning, everyone. I am Assistant Professor Selt. I'll be taking over for Professor Matt for a bit. So right now, we are going to totally pause our actual combat lessons against those magic beasts. Instead, we are just gonna focus purely on the basic theory of combat magic." Hearing that boring news, Lesty instinctively looks right up. Benoa just quietly rests his chin on his hand, literally showing zero reaction. So Selt starts dragging on about the basic theory of combat magic like normal. After the class finally ends, she starts gossiping, super curious about everything. Word on the street is the Magic Beast Lab got totally shut down, and Assistant Professor Selt is taking over all of Professor Matt's classes. All the students actually seem super hyped about it. Lesty notices Lack zoning out and asks, "Dude, what is eating at you right now?" He looks super annoyed and says, "Yeah, I literally smell something rotting." She looks totally confused by that. A rotting smell? Seriously. Lesty gets super suspicious and asks for a better explanation. So you're basically saying this whole problem hasn't been fixed at all. Lack nods his head. Yep, exactly. Benoa sharply agrees with him. I totally feel that too. I already dealt with a whole different sketchy situation with those exact same magic beasts. Trying to control that many magic beasts at once is literally impossible, even for a high-level professor. Someone else is totally pulling the strings here, but he quickly points out the catch. Guys, this is just a gut feeling. I seriously have zero hard proof. He completely backs up his crew, saying he feels the same. Right then, Isla slowly walks right over to them. She looks dead serious and drops this line. Guys, we definitely haven't seen the end of this yet. Lesty totally freaks out. Wait, princess, cut to nighttime at the academy. She nervously looks around. Are you absolutely sure about doing this, princess? Isla stays totally chill. Yes, I completely trust your gut feeling on this, Lord Lack. Lesty hesitates before speaking up again. Wait, isn't this Assistant Professor Selt's actual laboratory? Isla stands her ground and speaks her mind with total confidence. Now watch closely because things get wild. Lord Lack has this crazy intuition, common in the north. There is definitely something sketchy behind this door. She hesitates, saying she isn't doubting her, but right then, Isla suddenly feels this insane burst of wild energy radiating from inside. Her own index finger starts shaking like crazy. The stars themselves are literally guiding her here, giving her this wild, supernatural hunch. It screams danger, but she has to push forward. Lack completely focuses and turns the doorknob. Oh man, the rotting smell here is insane. Once we go in, everything will make sense. After checking the room out, he drops a huge observation. These magic beasts were hoarded and locked inside these cages. Yeah, and they are super obviously being restricted by some kind of control magic. Princess, we should honestly just turn back right now, but she firmly shuts that down. No way, I will take full responsibility for this. So please search every single inch of this room. Benoa confidently scans the area, totally in his element. Literally nothing gets past my eyes. He points toward a super dark corner and tells the guy to check out that side. Isla frowns and swipes a finger through the thick dust. Yep, this is definitely the place. But while she is carefully piecing things together, someone suddenly peeks in from the doorway. If even Assistant Professor Selt isn't the bad guy, there has to be something major hidden in here. Out of nowhere, Selt elegantly speaks up. Hello there. He looks totally shocked and asks, what are the four of you even doing here this late at night? Even you, princess, is there something I can actually help you with? Rainia looks at them, super confused and completely lost. Like, what are they even doing? Then Lesty steps right up and boldly interrogates Assistant Professor Selt. I need you to clear some stuff up right now. Let me guess, you were the one who unleashed those magic beasts, right? He looks totally stunned and claps back. Why the heck are you framing me for that? Benoa aggressively demands some real answers. How about you explain why you think we are framing you first? Lack gets super serious and hits him with the facts. We don't have hard proof, but my gut is literally screaming that you did it. You literally reek of that rotting magic beast smell. Hey, come on, don't corner the poor assistant professor like that. Lesty gets super confused and asks quietly, why are you even here anyway, Assistant Professor Rainia? She calmly explains her whole vibe. I just came by to return the books I borrowed, that's all. Rainia flashes a smile and gives them some advice. Come on guys, it's getting super late, just go get some rest. I mean seriously, look at the time. We can totally talk about all this drama tomorrow, but Isla flat out rejects the idea. Yeah, that is a hard no, Assistant Professor Rainia. She loudly declares that the stars are totally agreeing with Lord Lack. On my family's honor, it is literally my duty to investigate Assistant Professor Selt. Rainia just sighs, totally exhausted by this. Okay then. So the stars are actually involved in this. Right after she says that, Selt totally praises them. Man, I am honestly super impressed. Hearing this sudden shift, Lack jolts and glares right behind him. I know what you're thinking, here comes the villain arc. Lack carefully grips the sword behind his back. Selt sighs and confesses the truth. Yep, it was totally me, unquestionably. I released the beasts, I was behind everything. Isla speaks up with this super gentle tone. Assistant Professor Selt, can you please explain why you would do something so completely awful? Without missing a beat, he starts spilling the whole tragic story. Yeah, of course, Professor Matt was actually trying to figure out a way to create magic beasts with high-level intelligence. Hearing that insane detail, she gets totally shocked and asks, he was doing what? Selt sighs heavily, exposing Matt's blind, crazy obsession. He had already hit the max limit of magic beasts he could mentally control, but something totally pushed him to sink even deeper into his reckless research. Over time, he secretly hoarded a bunch of smaller magic beasts to use as his test subjects. And honestly, that is exactly when the whole totally unfortunate disaster kicked off. I couldn't just snitch to the council when it would completely ruin his whole life, so I figured, at the very least, I could try cleaning up that entire magic beast mess all by myself. Tears start welling up as he confesses his massive guilt. This is literally 100% my fault. If I just worked harder, if I actually stopped him in time. Everyone just stands there, completely speechless. Lesty totally feels for the guy and steps up to comfort him. Hey, please calm down, Assistant Professor Selt, I totally get your situation now. Selt gets super emotional and expresses his deep gratitude. Thank you so much, kids. Benoa literally scratches his head and asks him, okay, so what is our game plan now? He quickly throws together a smart strategy. Let's just report this whole mess straight to the principal and figure out our next move. But right then, Isla feels this super weird energy swirling around her finger again. The warning from the stars is spiking like crazy. Wait, why are they still warning me? Assistant Professor Selt literally just explained everything. But then the warning just suddenly snaps off, leaving her completely stunned and unable to even speak. It stopped, but suddenly a massive boom violently throws him right into the wall. Bam, Rainia just glares down, ruthlessly trash-talking him. So what do we take from this? Don't fall for fake tears. She snarls, dude, I just wanted an excuse, not some stupid made-up sob story. You definitely need an elbow to the face. Assistant Professor Selt, or should I call you the kind of monster you really are? All right, stick with me because this two-faced jerk is about to get wrecked. As Sio slowly stands up from the rubble, Lesty is completely stunned. Wait, Assistant Professor Rainia, what are you doing? Are you okay? Sio stays dead silent, then suddenly flashes this absolutely psycho smile. Someone nervously calls out to check on Assistant Professor Selt. His face turns super dark as he mocks her, attacking someone out of nowhere. You're way scarier than I thought. Then Sio casts a summoning spell, making Rainia gasp in shock. Oh no, magical beasts. He just smirks like a total villain. You better do something quick. I can control these monsters, but if I can make them play nice, I can definitely make them go absolutely wild. This is a little off from my original plan, but whatever. The result's exactly the same. There are enough beasts right here to completely wipe this cursed academy off the map. Rainia confidently claps back. You really think we're just gonna sit back and let that happen? Without missing a beat, she steps up and starts barking out orders. Princess Lesty, Benoa, go catch those beasts right now. I'll handle this scumbag myself. Sio just looks amused. I've heard a lot about you, everyone says you're crazy strong. Now I totally get why you're acting so arrogant. He sneers, immediately launching a massive attack. You honestly think you've got what it takes to take me down? Burn. She blocks the hit effortlessly and laughs in his face. Arrogant, who the heck do you think you are? Sio instantly summons another magic circle, spamming his multiple burn spell. Wow, you're incredibly stubborn. Then eat this. Rainia is absolutely furious, dodging his blasts while chewing him out. You pull all this garbage and you still have the nerve to act completely innocent. You literally sold out your very own master. He scowls, totally mocking her. My master? You seriously think that Guy Macad is my master? Sio glares, blasting a massive wave of fire straight at her. I only have one true master. Rainia squints, casually slapping his massive fire attack right out of the air. Please don't tell me you call that total creep with the filthy dark magic your actual master. She sighs in annoyance, pulling out a strange stone. Damn it, this is gonna be way more annoying than I thought. Watch closely because this is where everything shifts. Seeing the item in her hand, he completely panics. Wait, why do you have that specific relic? Rainia just crushes the stone to dust, sighing heavily. Man, you're making this so incredibly difficult for me. Out of everything in the entire world, why choose to team up with a literal demon? Seeing his precious item destroyed, Sio shakes with pure rage. That was his sacred, holy relic. It belongs to my master. You have zero clue how incredibly valuable that was. How dare you? He absolutely loses his mind, firing up every ounce of his power for a fierce black spear counterattack. Pitch black arrows shoot forward at lightning speed. Rainia stands her ground, tanking the whole barrage all by herself. He just gives this cold, arrogant laugh. You're just a complete idiot who doesn't understand its true worth, and you actually dared to break it. Suddenly, the whole room shakes violently. Seeing Rainier tumble to the ground, he just laughs out loud with total satisfaction. He stares at his own palms, breathing heavily with insane excitement. This is it. This is exactly the ultimate power I've always dreamed of. I'm so glad I trusted and followed him. With this kind of juice, I could chop off that jerk Machat's head with just one hand, with this terrifying power. I can do absolutely anything as long as I stay loyal. But right then, Rainier just shakes her head, looking at him with pure pity, so pathetic. Seo is genuinely surprised. I almost respected you for surviving that last hit. You really came prepared, huh? Even brought a healing potion. She just frowns, totally brushing his praise off like it's nothing. A healing potion? Nah, that's literally just my monthly vitamin shot. Rainier smiles brightly, completely explaining herself. Oh, I almost forgot. While you were busy monologuing at me, I figured it was the perfect time to chug it. He smirks coldly, blasting out more dark magic. Way too early to relax, lady. You're not making it out of here alive. Rest in peace. You and I both knew this was coming, right? Seo loudly fires his ultimate dark shockwave. She literally doesn't care, standing totally still. In a flash, all his dark arrows just vanish into thin air. Seo is completely baffled. Wait, what? Rainier decides it's time to wrap this up. You already exposed that you're connected to this dark relic. Even without the fine details, you practically told me exactly who's pulling your strings. I don't need you anymore. In that gloomy, freezing room, she aggressively lays down the absolute law. You're so dead, he snaps back, totally losing his mind. How did you do that? How could you possibly break my spell? Rainier just scoffs, charging straight at him. Even a 5-year-old could shatter that incredibly pathetic magic. She quickly chants a double strength enhancement spell. In a split second, Rainier drives a brutal, punishing punch right straight into his gut. He coughs up blood in pure agony. His eyes roll back and he stumbles wildly before completely collapsing right at her feet. Rainier just mocks him, giving a cold order. Quit faking it and get up. I was actually going pretty easy on you. Right as she speaks, he quietly summons his magic, prepping a huge circle right behind her back. Without any hesitation, he launches a massive black spear sneak attack. He relentlessly spams his overwhelming magic, but before the brutal strike even touches her, it just poofs entirely out of existence. He staggers up, completely dizzy. Just how many magic circles do you actually have? My spells keep getting shattered like they're absolutely nothing to you. Fine then. He stubbornly summons up another absolutely massive magic array, completely determined to use his most brutal move yet. How about this? He coldly unleashes a wildly powerful enhanced dark shockwave spell. And the dark energy blasts straight into her body. He viciously roars out, just die. An absolutely massive explosion rocks the room. Seo is left standing there, panting heavily from exhaustion. He smirks, totally full of himself. Turns out you're just all talk. But instantly, Rainier casually snaps back, right back at you, buddy. She quickly teleports, massively boosting her own physical stats. Next thing you know, Rainier grabs him by the skull and stacks an enhancement spell. She brutally slams his face straight into the dirt. Then she smugly yanks his head back up. Traitors really need to suffer a little bit, don't you think? Going totally against all basic morals, she angrily drives his face right back into the ground once again, and you just sit there proudly bragging about your power. You like that, you absolute garbage? Even a normal human like me could crush your skull. Looking at his knocked-out body, Rainier gives a super blunt review. You're not weak because you're human, you're just incredibly weak. Meanwhile, right outside the building, Havio is rushing everyone. Hurry up, he yells out loud while sprinting and checking in. Did you check the dorms yet? His subordinates nod, quickly reporting. Yes, sir, only one spot left. Havio mutters nervously, this is taking way more time than I thought. Right then, Rainier shows up, casually explaining. Yeah, things got a little chaotic here. He tensely calls out to Assistant Professor Rainier. Havio bows his head in pure shame. We're so sorry. A massive wave of beasts just appeared out of nowhere. But wait, what do you and I make of this mess? She calmly lifts Seo's unconscious body up. Look here. His blood is totally pitch black, meaning he sold his soul to a demon and betrayed us all. If he hadn't used his dark energy, nobody would have ever figured it out. But I definitely confirmed him using the dark magic with my own eyes. So I instantly knocked him out. He should be waking up pretty soon, so please interrogate him when he does. Havio looks at the bruised guy and awkwardly asks, he's still alive, right? All right, come along with me. Rainier just shrugs at the dude on the ground, totally casual like, I told you I just knocked him out. Look, he is totally alive. Have is super grateful, heavily thanking her for the backup. But Rainia is already waving goodbye, hitting them with the classic, I have super urgent business, so I gotta bounce right now. Good luck sorting this mess out. The scene immediately shifts over to a super creepy dark forest. Ayla finally lets out a deep breath, totally relieved, guessing those were the absolute last of the monsters. Lack completely agrees, hyping up the squad. Great job, everyone, I think we are good here. Then he kindly tells Lesty she can head home early if she is beat, saying he will solo the rest of the cleanup. But Lesty is totally stressing out right now. It is not that, she admits she is just super worried about Rainia facing off against that sketchy assistant Professor S all by herself. Seeing them just smiling away, Lesty completely freaks out. What is with those goofy looks? Ayla steps up with absolute confidence, telling her not to sweat it at all. Lack totally nods along, backing her up. Ayla goes full fangirl, pointing out Rainia spotted the weirdness first and handled it like an absolute boss. She bets Rainia is already hunting down the real mastermind right now. Meanwhile, Rainia is totally exhausted and complaining. So much work, I am quitting the second I can. Rose steps up looking super strict, asking what she just muttered. Rainia panics and immediately denies it. Nothing at all, these stubborn blood stains just will not wash out. He gives her a very serious look, warning her, do not tell me you were planning to use your magic just to do laundry. You got those clothes directly from the royal family, why are they covered in blood? Whatever, forget it. Rainia forces an awkward smile and agrees. While scrubbing away, she starts deep thinking. Wondering if they made it home totally safe. They are super sharp, so my teaching definitely was not a waste. But if I keep zoning out in class because I am just lost in thought. Suddenly she gasps, oh no, it ripped. Rosal starts scolding her big time. You silly girl, I literally told you to be careful. Rainia stammers out a quick, I am so sorry. Cut to the next morning, the whole academy is absolutely buzzing with crazy gossip. I never expected Assistant Professor S to be the traitor. Wait, you mean he is the guy who totally framed Professor Matt? Now watch closely, things are heating up. Students are completely shocked a traitor infiltrated their elite school. Totally unacceptable, they agree they need to take action before things get even worse. Meanwhile, right inside the principal's office, a staff member gives a super serious rundown, officially reporting that dorm number 5 is finally fully repaired. Plus, they report that sketchy assistant Professor S just woke up this morning, and an intense interrogation is scheduled for this afternoon. Hearing this, Aaron gets curious and asks who is running the questioning. The staff immediately drops the big name. It is Sir Have, he just nods in approval. All right, then this whole massive mess will definitely be handled perfectly, but what about all the student classes? The staff continues, saying some combat and basic magic classes have already restarted. Obviously, they are totally banning magic beasts for now. And Assistant Professor Rainia, she is actually in the middle of teaching a class right at this very moment. A female teacher nervously explains that they totally offered to let her postpone today's session because of yesterday's wild accident, but Rainia just brushed it off, claiming the incident was not a big enough deal to cancel. Cut straight to the magic classroom. Rainia is deep in the zone, intensely lecturing the students about piercing radius, heavy mass, and pure speed mechanics. Wrapping up the complex theory, she casually calls on Lack. What kind of magic is this? He hesitates for a second, then replies, a high-tier damage-focused spell. Rainia nods in total approval, confirming he completely nailed it. Exactly, it is a super common magic circle. Most standard mages just blindly memorize and spam it without even understanding how it is actually built, treating it like pure muscle memory. She highlights the big difference. Memorizing magic circles gets the basic job done, sure, but truly understanding the core mechanics unlocks way more insane power. Rainia awkwardly scratches her head, feeling like she is going slightly crazy. Maybe she is just not used to this whole proper teacher vibe. She coughs loudly to snap back to reality. Rainia smoothly pivots the topic. Oh right, let us use yesterday's crazy accident as a perfect example. The academy hit a massive rough patch recently, but thanks to all of you students stepping up, everything got totally resolved. Understanding magic circles to completely master them is just as crucial as recognizing a real problem and acting incredibly flexibly to crush any trouble that comes your way. You guys were stressing out over absolutely nothing. It is totally fine, just give it a solid shot. Hearing this, the pumped-up students dive right into practice. She takes a super deep breath, locking in completely. All right, let us keep going. Later, walking down the hallway after finishing class, Rainia cheerfully admits to herself that this whole teaching gig really is not too bad. It is definitely not an easy, peaceful life, honestly more like the exact opposite, but hey, at least they have not fired her yet. Just then, she spots a weird group carrying swords and huge flags covered in some super unfamiliar crests. You and I are both seeing this, right? Rainia just stares at those mysterious red cloaks, deep in thought, heavily guessing that crazy symbol definitely belongs to the legendary Royal Hound Squad. Her mind is totally spinning, but she just shrugs it off and turns around. Whatever, not my problem at all. I am just gonna go grab some iced coffee. Cut back to the Academy's absolute darkest dungeon. Have looks dead serious, intensely asking where is Sout. The guard respectfully points the way. Right here, sir. The guard bangs on the bars, loudly yelling, hey S, wake up. He keeps aggressively pushing him to wake up. Suddenly S goes absolutely psycho, screaming a massive warning. The Prophet will punish all of you. With glowing red eyes, he violently shrieks again, the Prophet will destroy you. Seeing this insane reaction, Have immediately orders everyone to step back. He panics, whispering, this is completely impossible. I had no idea his mind was already this completely shattered. He is being completely possessed by some insanely overwhelming dark energy. The guard stutters in pure absolute terror. Is he finally dead? Have shuts that down instantly. No, he absolutely cannot die yet. All right, drag him to the church right now. While transferring the prisoner, Have mutters to himself, completely suspicious. The Prophet, we only have two real clues leading to this absolute madman. First, he is either hiding in Aya or is some major influential player. Second, he made a literal dark deal with demons to get that insane power. He grips his heavy sword super tight, deeply thinking to himself that whoever this final boss is, there is absolutely zero chance he can solo him right now. Suddenly, Hav's eyes go wide in total shock. Completely stunned, he calls out, you actually arrived, staring at the massive, majestic squad pulling up, Have bows in totally cautious respect. Lord Can, flashback time, exactly 7 years ago at the Candia Palace. Havel is frantically dragging Ayla by the hand, sprinting for their lives. She's sobbing, looking back, desperately screaming, why would Jerk do this to me? Havel totally panics and yells. Princess, do not look back, that is not Gera anymore, just a filthy, backstabbing traitor. The corrupted royal mage Jur acts completely unhinged, creeping her out with a twisted voice, come here, my sweet princess. I just need you, only you. The Prophet promised me an entire immortal army in exchange for your life. As danger heavily closes in, Havio bravely steps right up, totally shielding her with his own body. Princess, do not listen to his psycho lies, just run. With absolutely no other choice, Ayla sprints away, crying her eyes out. Terrified, she wildly screams out to the world, please save me. Anyone, please help. The second she says that, boom, something completely obliterates the massive wall behind them. Ayla turns around, teeth chattering in pure fear, but out of the thick smoke steps Ranian, casually checking in, that is a lot of smoke. Princess, are you completely okay? I am here to save you, she remembers the past. Trust me, we absolutely gotta watch this. All right, stick with me here because things are about to get totally insane. Duke Ranian just showed up, wrecked a traitor in seconds, and vanished into thin air. Where is he now? Well, over here. Rainia literally chokes on her tea hearing his name. Duke Ranian, she mutters nervously to herself, wondering if she just heard the princess calling out. Meanwhile, the students are happily gossiping nearby. Guess Princess Ayla is on that hype train too. Awesome. Rainia lets out a massive sigh. Should she admit she completely shredded that royal gift by accident? I really do not want to tell her, but I have to, right? Is it totally necessary? Cutting outside the academy, Have is super confused. You are seriously not gonna interrogate him directly? Lord Can, but Can shoots that down fast. We have bigger priorities. His eyes narrow, decision made. We need to figure out why dark energy is still lingering around here. Have is absolutely floored. Dark energy. Can knows it is super faint, but the nasty stuff is definitely still here. Walking around the clueless students and campus buildings, Have is just scratching his head. I do not feel a single thing. But hey, this is Lord Can we are talking about. Even before joining the Hounds, the guy was a legendary tracker. He locks onto targets in a split second and actually fought on the front lines with hero squads. So Have completely trusts him. If Lord Can says there is dark energy creeping around, it is absolutely real. Have totally wishes the Hounds were stationed near the palace 7 years ago. Suddenly, Can senses something seriously wrong and freezes. Wait. He violently whips around, staring right through the massive crowd, Ken locks onto the dark aura, gripping his sword super tight. Zero hesitation. Now watch closely, things are about to pop off. He aims dead at Rainier and leaps. Found you, filthy traitor. Boom, massive explosion. The students are absolutely losing their minds. What the heck is going on? What was that crazy noise? Holy crap, was that an actual sword? No way, that is impossible. Have his totally mind blown by this wild move. Lord Ken is actually attacking the teaching assistant Rainier. Wait, should we not report this ASAP? Suddenly, Rainier reaches out right from the dust. She blocks the strike with an annoyed frown. Who the heck is this maniac? Why pull a sword on a random passerby? She's trying to figure out who he is. They start throwing massive attacks back and forth. Have stands outside, jaw on the floor, no freaking way. The hounds, these royal attack dogs, are way more experienced than any normal knight. They are basically the absolute masters of close combat. Meaning the hounds are a mage's worst nightmare. No squishy magic user stands a chance against them. Well, at least that is how it usually goes. Meanwhile, Ken frowns. Something is seriously wrong here. Her movements, she is totally going easy on him. She is not even using a weapon. Rainier casually steps up and violently punishes him. He is completely dumbfounded. How in the world is she cornering me like this? Just then, Ken's sword gets knocked flying. Seeing his blade hit the dirt, he grips his hand in pure terror. Impossible, I knew it was just a theory. While Ken panics, she aggressively complains. Oh my god, do not get distracted during a fight. No wasted movements at all. Everything she does is incredibly basic but packs a massive punch. Knowing he is totally backed into a corner, he surrenders. Rainier holds back her absolute rage and demands, "Who the heck, excuse me, who are you?" "You and I both knew this twist was coming," Ken just shrugs. "I was wondering where you went, Duke Ranian. Wait, no, I mean Senior." Flashback 5 years ago to a desert hellscape. Ranian sprints, yelling, "Hey dog, you sure this is the way?" Ken confidently nods. He seriously questions him. "Your instincts are not broken, right?" Ken lets out a tired sigh. "I am not a dog." Ranian scans the area, totally doubtful. Boom, a massive worm suddenly bursts right out of the sand. He yells excitedly. "There it is." Ken smirks triumphantly. "I literally told you so." Ken draws his sword, looking totally serious. "Look, I just want to say this. Leave a few for me, okay?" Ranian's personal assistant, Can, everyone. The fight goes insanely smooth. Ranian cheerfully says, "Job is done, let's head back." He rushes in, totally hyped. This is a breeze. Fast forward to evening. Looking at piles of monster meat, he groans miserably. When does this actually end? I want to leave this battlefield and just sleep. Ken eagerly asks him, "Hey Senior, when are you finally retiring? Are you gonna inherit the Grey Tower?" Ranian completely rejects it. "No way, the old dudes there are super annoying now." He casually drops his future plans. "Maybe I will just become a teacher." Ken cracks up. "Man, I'd feel so sorry for your students." Ranian snaps, totally offended. "The heck is that supposed to mean, jerk? You talk to your senior like that?" Ken chuckles, rubbing his head. "Ow, that hurt. Have mercy on me." Suddenly, it is a life or death moment. Ken starts panicking hard. "Senior, run," he screams in pure despair. Realizing the enemy's identity, Ken is terrified. Damn it, why is one of the 4 heavenly kings here? The death sword, Ganakut, facing my blade, absolutely no one survives. After a super brutal battle, Ranian asks worriedly, "Are you really sure about retiring?" Sarah crosses her arms. He literally has to. "We saved his life, but his body is completely wrecked by dark energy." He looks super awkward while she gets mad. "Sorry for the ridiculous request. Can't you have some empathy? Look, I cannot fight in this trashed body anymore. I have no idea what is next, but I'm sorry I asked to quit." He looks at him with pure respect. "Listen, surviving that with just a rusty sword, that is straight up legendary. Here, take this right now. My personal recommendation letter for the cavalry commander. The royal family always needs absolute beasts like you. You did great." Ken completely breaks down in tears. "Senior, I am so unbelievably grateful." He is straight up sobbing. Sarah sighs heavily. "Damn it, do not make the patient cry, you useless jerk." Ranian gets super flustered. "What the heck? If you do not want it, give it back." Ken wipes his tears, teasing. Asking for it back is mega stingy. Snapping back to the present, he casually brings it up. "I remember you wanting to be a teacher after quitting." Ken is just stunned. "But I definitely never expected you to actually become a teaching assistant, especially stuck in that body." Rainier raises her fist. "Shut your mouth or I'll punch it." So what do you and I make of this wild ride? She pulls out a weird item. That demonic energy you felt came from this underground sewer trash. All right, stick with me here. Rainia is absolutely sure the Academy attackers knew all about this relic. They were not just dropping hints, they were straight up rambling about some prophet nonsense. She hands it over with total trust. I am pretty sure I wiped out all the dark energy in this thing. It is all yours now. You are the absolute best at tracking things down anyway. Ken just smirks. Am I supposed to take that as a compliment? Rainia rolls her eyes. Come on, do not ruin the vibe. He offers to handle it. Can I take these with me? We will handle this, she casually agrees. All right, I will leave it to the expert then. But right then, Ken suddenly just stops and stares dead at Rainia. She notices and gets totally confused. What are you looking at? Do I have something on my face? He just laughs. How is your teaching gig going? Seems like you are doing way better than I thought. Rainia just groans, totally exhausted. It is pure torture. Those old guys from the tower keep busting down my door, begging me to join the Gray Tower and be their student. You guys again, there she is. I asked her first. With my help you could. I am super busy. Ken gives an awkward smile. Yeah, they are always exactly like that. Right? Some things literally never change. Those crazy old dudes jump scare me. Same deal with the Black Tower, White Tower, everywhere. Rainia then completely switches up the topic. More importantly, I found a few decent students here. Hearing that, he gives her a genuine congrats. I am really happy for you, Ranian. She instantly snaps back, annoyed. Are you even listening to me? What is so funny? Ken quickly stands up, ready to dip. I just mean, I am genuinely glad to see you finally settling down in this place. He looks super relieved. I honestly never thought I would get to say that. When I heard you got kicked out of the hero party, I was seriously freaking out about your health. Rainia looks down, kinda sad. That is not what happened. Ken catches her drift and teases. Of course, you are totally not the type to just let yourself get fired. Ranian, tell me you did not just throw your resignation letter right in their faces, act totally smug, and then rage quit straight to the bars, right? She calmly offers some advice. I really do not think you need to worry about me. You live long enough, stuff happens. Anyway, as your senior, let me give you a little piece of solid advice. He is totally clueless. Wait, what? But the second Rainia puts her hand on his chest, bam, she blasts him with a punishment strike. He gets knocked flat on his back. Rainia tilts her head, totally smiling but deadly. Fix that habit of randomly attacking people. Ken groans from the floor. I am just glad you have not changed one single bit. Now watch closely. Back at the academy, Leslie is totally panicking over missing curfew. Suddenly, Julian speaks up from the shadows, and her face goes completely ghost white. Long time no see, Leslie. She slowly turns around, absolutely terrified. Leslie stutters out Elder Julian's name. It reminds us of a crazy, powerful nation that existed hundreds of years ago. Acadia, a majestic empire that got turned to absolute ashes in a single night by 4 insane entities. The Dark Knight, the Black Dragon bio. Greto's the absolute traitor, the ultimate death sword Gannikut, and the ancient light SC Bal. But wait, those chosen by the Star of Hope managed to build Chadia right out of the ruined kingdom, gathering every ounce of strength from badass heroes to holy maidens. They grabbed mages, alchemists, and totally wild witches. These witches built up their own separate towers for totally different vibes and goals, and the king literally gave each tower its own signature color. Blue, red, yellow, white, black, and gray. The Black Tower is super famous for crazy barriers, and the Light Tower is all about that hardcore elemental magic. Each tower basically grinds its own research path just to unlock the ultimate magic tier, but the Gray Tower, they just hit completely different. They literally do not care about personal research or any of the shady behind-the-scenes drama. They only have one epic goal, restoring the lost magic of Acadia. That is the Gray Tower. Back to right now, Julian completely scowls. I am so sick of watching you cower. Leslie instantly stammers, I am so sorry. He strictly starts interrogating her. Did you honestly forget you are the actual heir to the Gray Tower? Do not make me repeat myself. Stand up straight and walk with some confidence. She is literally shaking. I am really, truly sorry for falling short of your expectations. Julian completely loses his mind and cuts her off. Enough, he totally flips the script, demanding, tell me everything you know about Rainia Vanchias. Leslie is super scared but tries to answer. Assistant Professor Rainia, she is the adopted kid of Master S. She teaches the basics of mana energy. She is basically always chilling in her office or the cafeteria. Julian coldly just shuts her down. Enough, you think I want to hear that basic garbage? I never expected much, but your total cluelessness is seriously making me worry about your future. She is totally shocked and asks, "Wait, you mean my future at the Grey Tower?" He just smirks, confirming it. I know exactly what you are thinking. That recommendation letter is absolutely huge. Exactly, everyone should know its true value. Next morning, the campus cafe is totally packed. Students are stressing out, asking if anyone actually studied. Our exam's already here. Rainia is just sipping her tea, checking the vibe. This cafe has been way too crowded lately. Then she randomly remembers the advice she got earlier. I really think you should head back to the Grey Tower, Senior. Rainia zones out, thinking hard. The tower? Meanwhile, students are freaking out. The professor has not even talked about the exam format right. Not at all. Oh my god, I'm going to get kicked out of my house if I fail this. Studying is insanely hard lately. I totally thought I was the only one struggling. She gets annoyed looking around. I really need a quiet spot. It is way too loud to think. Seeing people acting weird, Rainia wonders, wait, why is everyone suddenly leaving? Where should I even go? What is going on? What is happening right now? Right on cue, Julian steps up, looking super official. I need to speak with you privately. It is a real pleasure to finally meet you. Assistant Professor Rainia, I am Julian of the Grey Tower. Rainia instantly puts her guard up, reading the room. Okay, what the heck is about to happen right now? The elders must be super desperate if they sent Julian to see me. Outside of my master, who honestly hates politics, Julian is absolutely the biggest shot in the entire tower. He drops the act and goes straight to business. I know you are super busy, so I will cut to the chase. I came to give you this. As a witch, you definitely know what this means. Spotting the fancy card, she literally freezes for a second. I have zero clue why you are handing this to me. Rainia aggressively throws the question right back at him. I heard the Grey Tower is totally balanced between the 6 elders. Are you trying to kick off a massive conflict? Julian looks super annoyed. So you did your homework, but honestly, who even cares about balance? He shows off, totally full of himself. This is my personal recommendation letter from one of the 6 elders. Boom, the entire room goes dead silent, nothing but the creepy ticking of a clock. She spaces out, thinking to herself, literally every single witch out there would kill for this letter. The absolute second she accepts it, she instantly becomes the heir to the Grey Tower. Seeing her totally brush it off, Julian gets super triggered. He mutters in absolute shock, she is not even looking at it. So what do you and I make of this? Julian chokes down his rage. I gotta say, your attitude actually impresses me. I think you know exactly what to do, and that is where we will leave it for now. Without another word, Rainia just dumps her tea straight onto the card. The old guy loses it, shouting, "What are you doing? Who do you think you are?" You and I both know she does not care. Looking at the soaked card, Rainia just smirks and says, "That is my answer, pretty clear, right?" Then she calls out Elder Jillian with zero hesitation. He is totally shook, asking if she is actually serious. Rainia just coldly fires back, "What does it look like?" Jillian is fuming now. He growls, "I heard you were talented, but clearly you have got zero respect. I have served the Grey Tower longer than anyone, and I came to recruit you." Feel my power. He immediately blasts his energy everywhere, trying to test out her mana domain. Suddenly, the teacup shatters. The whole room starts shaking like crazy, and Jillian arrogantly sneers, "How about that? I will give you one last chance." Rainia is just annoyed. "You stubborn old man, did I not already say no?" Suddenly, Jillian freaks out, asking how she did that. Without a word, she snaps her fingers and his magic instantly vanishes into thin air. Rainia totally calls him out. "You are just hoarding recruits to make the Grey Tower stronger so you can boss everyone else around. If that is your goal, congratulations, you peaked." Then she hits him with her own mana domain, leaving the old guy absolutely speechless. He stammers, "You copied my magic and crushed it. Honestly, that kid actually has the insane talent needed for the spot." Rainia fiercely tells him, "A Grey Tower elder cannot miss a prodigy like that. Are you so blind for power that you cannot even see the obvious?" "Not a good look, Elder Jillian." Rainia casually strolls out, loudly confirming that the kid is absolute perfection for the tower heir. "I guarantee it." Meanwhile, Sylvie is totally panicking, crying out, "Master, you are literally destroying your body. You have to take a break." Lesty just weakly mumbles, "I have to push harder. I need a massive win right now." She remembers those toxic comments, calling her a massive disappointment they could never trust. Telling her the Tower Master spot was out of her league, calling her pathetic. Right then, creepy dark energy sneaks up behind Lesty. Now watch closely because things are about to get wild. The next morning, Lesty spots an academy exam notice on the board. Benoa looks super confused, asking if that is really the test. Rainia just sighs, they are whining again, I will give them an actually solvable question. The students are losing their minds, asking if that is the assistant professor's recent research. Rainia just smirks at the brats, but then she notices Lesty looking totally off. She checks in asking Lesty, are you sick? You look super pale and awful, go take a break. But wrapped in dark energy, Lesty is extremely dizzy. Seeing Lesty suddenly run away, Rainia anxiously screams out, Lesty, can you not hear me right now? Right then Khan walks up, asking that wasn't the real test, was it? She just casually replies, wow, you actually came back at the perfect time. He is super shocked, asking how she knew he would return. Rainia sighs, saying, listen, you do not know everything about that relic yet, do not get so cocky. Khan grins, admitting she guessed right. Then he lines in, whispering that it is way easier to talk like this. She groans, complaining about the massive headache, saying she prepped for everything, but that stupid relic is a huge pain in the neck. Let's pause right here because the stakes are insanely high. Even if they purify it, the relic still opens a demonic gate, and the nightmare will not stop until every demon is wiped out. Khan laughs, saying she is right, they have 0 counters, adding that everyone keeps roasting her. Rainia angrily kicks him, yelling, so what? Are you making fun of me? Cut to the royal capital. A guide points ahead, saying this way. Kai asks if it really leads to the tomb. The guide nods. It obviously opens a gate straight into the capital. Kai asks if anyone took the quest. The guide says only Kai's squad did. Kai pivots, asking if Sorcerer Asin is joining them. The guide answers firmly, I do not think he is in the capital. Kai mutters that it is super weird. The guide looks incredibly confused, asking what he means. He dramatically reveals that the holy sword stars are literally guiding him to Asin. Back in the meeting room, C gives a mission report. Aaron nods, saying he knows. What about the assistant professors? C explains they are reinforcing the city's barriers. They will be completely done by noon. Aaron strictly orders them to wrap everything up. A teacher asks if there is anything else. Aaron shakes his head, saying that is all. He realizes they cannot stop the altar from opening. It is 100% going to open a gateway to the underworld. It is totally insane. Something like this is in the academy. Even if they cannot stop the altar, they have to do absolutely everything to keep the damage super low. As director, he swears to protect his students at all costs. Meanwhile, the students are basically dying over homework. One student completely rages, shouting that the books are totally useless. We should have known when she gave us the question, what is this crazy magic circle in the middle? Wait a second, isn't that the magic circle for literally the highest tier of defense magic? Benoa asks how Lars is doing. They stare at totally blank pages. Lars sighs, I have absolutely no clue. Then he asks Lesty for the answer. The girls start gossiping, wondering what is wrong with her and why he is staring. They guess she is probably just super burnt out. Lars gets super serious, saying he has a terrible feeling. Benoa mocks him, saying his instincts are acting up, just finish the stupid test. Lars tells him never to underestimate a northern warrior's instincts. Benoa snaps back, then use those instincts to finish the test. And that is where we leave it for now, guys. As students panic, she walks by. The dark energy around Lesty is getting terrifyingly thick. After a completely pointless argument, one student just totally gives up. They groan, enough is enough, I am so done for today. Stick with me because this academy drama is about to get wild. The students grumble, asking what the point is if no one can solve the problem. Everyone leaves stressed out. The issue itself is a disaster. Are they stupid? What a total mess. So what exactly is the real problem here? Ken just starts laughing out loud. Is someone talking nonsense? Rainia sits back looking super chill. There are way too many issues to even count. She groans, complaining that she spent massive amounts of time just prepping for this one exam. He asks her in total shock, you mean that absolutely awful problem? Rainia sighs heavily. Does he even realize how insanely hard it is to create a test? He would never understand the daily struggles of a teacher, but whatever, that does not matter right now. All they can literally do is just sit back and wait for the altar to show up. Ken nods, totally agreeing with her. She is absolutely right. This is not the kind of crazy situation they could have prepped for. He hesitates for a second before finally bringing it up. Excuse me, sir. Rainia looks slightly worried. What is it? Why are you suddenly making that face? Ken carefully reveals that to help them out, the higher-ups actually summoned the hero team. She just bursts out laughing, totally mocking the idea. Oh my god, I thought it was actually something important. Did you seriously think I would get mad over that? He shyly admits that, yeah, he kind of did. Rainia is absolutely not amused. Who do you think I am? Do you think I cannot separate my personal drama from my actual job? She says it is better to keep them around anyway. They can clean up whatever messy leftovers remain. Ken is totally shocked. Is she really planning to make the legendary hero team clean up her mess? She stretches and changes the subject. This time, I finally understand the medium better. Ken looks super surprised. Do not tell me you have already figured out what it is. Rainia looks thoughtful as she predicts the outcome. Well, so far I really only have one guess. But if it gets triggered too much, things could get incredibly dangerous. We might accidentally create a new 4 Heavenly Kings level threat. He freezes in shock. Wait, is it seriously that dangerous? She states it like an absolute fact. In terms of pure talent, yes, that girl is even more skilled than me. Those geezers at the Grey Tower are totally blind. That kid's crazy power perfectly matches her insane potential. Meanwhile, Zinvi patiently encourages her, saying they just need to wait a tiny bit longer. Lesty carefully wonders aloud, who exactly left this thing here? She is absolutely stunned when she sees the item hidden right inside a magic circle. It has a defense buff, a complex synthesis circle, another defense layer, and then a direct counterattack spell. This insane magic circle was definitely made to protect something extremely important. Lesty thinks about it and praises the crazy skills. What an absolutely flawless magic circle. Literally nothing was left out. Should I just go ahead and take it with me? Now pay close attention, because here is where everything flips. Suddenly, the wooden surface bursts open and a mysterious aura blasts out. Skur quickly surrounds her, calling her the heir of the cowardly Grey Tower. Lesty panics and calls out for Zinvi, but the enemy gives her zero time to react, instantly shoving Lesty into a weird, mysterious space. Go back to where you belong. While tied up, she hears someone calling her name. She flashes back to her childhood, surrounded by super admiring kids. Lesty, what are you doing? Let's go right this way. You are so awesome. They ask her, Lesty, is this really an actual spirit summoning spell? Her master lovingly pats her head. That is right, you are very smart. Do you know its name? Lesty answers with pure innocent energy. The old book says she is a wind spirit. He gently reminds her that it will get sad if she just calls it that. Call it Zinvi. Then Lesty's master makes a massive offer. Lesty, do you want to learn real magic directly under my guidance? You have insane natural talent, more than enough to completely lead this new magical era. Yes, very smart. Absolutely amazing job, Lesty. Look at that, you just summoned another totally different spirit. Come over here, I am going to teach you a brand new magic circle. Hurry up, Lesty. Cut back to the tower where Rainia and Ken are talking. She looks super annoyed. It really should be hanging around here by now. He teasingly mocks her, saying she is way too impatient. She knows exactly who the medium is, but she literally cannot do a single thing about it. Rainia coldly brushes it off. That guy is just being a total coward. I used to be a medium myself, so I completely understand how that feels. Ken jumps in surprise. Wait, really? Hold up, what? When on earth did that even happen? She calmly explains it. It was a while after you left the front lines, and right after we witnessed that massive absolute disaster. Kai and I were stuck in a super rough spot. He was talking about totally giving up on being a hero. It was just awful. And then Skur, that bony bastard, managed to grab me. He straight up brainwashed me and locked me inside a crazy dream. He gets super curious and asks, so you have actually been to another world before? Rainia nods and completely confirms it. Yeah, you could definitely say that. She brushes her hair back and emphasizes a point. Honestly, that is something you just have to experience yourself to truly get it. Let us pause for a second. This moment hits different once you realize what is actually happening. He finds where the altar opens and straight up yanks the medium's consciousness to another world. Meanwhile, he possesses their empty body. That is exactly how this messed up trick works. So yeah, that is how it goes. Ken hesitantly tries to dig deeper. What exactly did you see over in that other world? Rainia stays totally quiet for a long time, then she flashes a challenging smile. Take a wild guess. What kind of dream could trap someone for that long? a dream that literally had everything I ever wished for. Even so, in the end, my one true wish could never actually come true inside a fake dream anyway. And that is where the whole story ends. He questions her. Wait, your wish? Rainier just playfully teases him. Oh, wipe that serious frown right off your face. Of course I have a wish or two, you big dummy. The stuff I actually want simply cannot be found in past memories, and that is that. Back in the dream space, Skur pushes her relentlessly. You are way too weak. Is this seriously all you can do? How pathetic. Grow strong enough to actually deserve your professional rank. Not enough, not even close. You do not meet the standards, and you are nowhere near that ultimate mage level. Lesty breaks down, sobbing in pure pain. What is this? I do not want to see it anymore. I absolutely refuse to look at these awful memories again. Just as she hits rock-bottom despair, Lesty's master gently comforts her. Lesty, I completely understand that you are terrified right now. There are times when humans just desperately need to act totally selfish. Maybe the heavy price you paid for unlocking your insane talent is way too much for a kid your age to handle. However, things are totally different now. The second he finishes speaking, the outside world suddenly starts shaking violently. Rainier tightly announces the news. It is officially starting. Can ask somewhat naively, the medium is just an academy student, right? Do you honestly think they can fight it off like you did? Rainier smirks with absolute confidence. Of course they can. That kid actually survived inside the Silver Tower for 3 whole years, so do not underestimate her insane mental toughness. Mages are incredibly arrogant creatures by nature, one way or another. We all have a little bit of crazy in our blood. Right at that epic moment, Lesty wakes up, fiercely repeating it. Even the elders said it, a real mage does not live in the past. They have to look forward and live for the future. She calls out for Zinvi with total resolve. Instantly, a tiny beam of light pierces right through the thick darkness. Her loyal spirit flies in. Master. Lesty absolutely bursts into happy tears. The villain sees this and screams out in pure furious rage. You stupid little brat, go back to where you belong. So what do you and I take away from this? Never count a mage out. In the blurry space, Skur is shocked. How did a kid like you wake up? She stares him down. You are the ancient witch Skur. All right, let's dive into this. The villain smirks, warning her that being obedient would have earned an easy way out. But Lesty, she just clenches her fist, chanting an insane chain summoning spell. Scanning the area, Lesty raises her hand to strike. The crazy part, there is 0 color in this bizarre place except for the glowing aura of his mana. A totally colorless dimension from another world. She figures she actually has a fighting chance here. It is the perfect spot for summoning, so she hits him with a brutal psychic attack. Magical beasts instantly charge in to tear him up. Scabble laughs and effortlessly deflects them, asking if she hates the dream. Lesty is shocked. He blocked it way too easily. Reaching out like a total creep, he tells her to sleep a little longer until the end of everything. Panicking, she realizes she will pass out again if this keeps up. What now? Right on cue, a glowing magic circle flashes. Lesty is stunned. Professor Rainier's protection circle, tears of pure relief instantly well up in her eyes. It is real, she was watching over her the whole time. Hearing that name, Scabble totally loses his mind, screaming at the cursed piece of ash. He demands the curse be executed, calling it outside interference, but Rainier coldly shuts him down, saying it is not outside interference at all. Absolutely nothing unusual is happening here. He shrieks in absolute rage, screaming that he knew it was the relic all along. Lesty covers her ears from the noise just as the shield starts cracking. Going totally berserk, Scabble roars, asking when she will ever leave him alone. Instantly, she triggers the magic array. Now watch closely, Rainier channels serious energy into her hand, smirking. She cheerfully orders the dog to fetch him. Ken sighs in defeat, asking if that harsh phrasing was really necessary. Ken activates his power, his gaze piercing straight through the thick forest. Wiping a bloody nose, he signals that the target is locked and marked. Rainier cheerfully thanks him, telling him to clear out those demons downstairs. Ken groans, asking if she is working him a little too hard. He mutters he would do it anyway and casually leaps down, demanding drinks after. She just scoffs, asking if this coward is seriously trying to run away. Spotting his dark aura trying to escape, Rainier aggressively calls him out and shoots into the sky. She tells him to keep dreaming, teleporting in a flash. Rainier aggressively chases him down, yelling for the punishment boy to stop hiding and fight. Meanwhile, inside the academy, professors frantically heal the injured students. Suddenly, C busts the doors wide open. An anxious teacher loudly reports to the headmaster. Scabble's massive barrier has completely covered the academy. They realize this could take a while. Right then, a window shatters and sinister dark energy floods inside. Everyone is totally confused. The barrier is gone. Who did that? Deep in the woods, a weak hand grabs a tree trunk. Lesty looks around, shivering. Scabble's barrier is actually broken. Exhausted, she thinks she needs to get out of this zone fast, no matter the cause. If caught again, it is game over for real. As she collapses, someone catches her. She gasps. Recognizing her savior, she cries out in pure joy, calling for Professor Rainia. Rainia praises her, casting a spell and saying she did great. Lesty teleports away. Scabble sneers, asking if she is really fighting him all by herself. He calls her a cursed pile of ash. Time and time again, she always ruins his rituals. She wrecks his plans if it were not for her. That star child would be his temple's saintess. And honestly, you guys know this. If that barrier did not break, the whole capital would already be his. He screams that this brat has not even lived 100 years yet. How on earth does she keep shattering his barriers so easily? Rainia just smirks, mocking him. His inferiority complex has not changed at all, so annoying. Shrugging, she taunts that if he knew she was gunning for him, he should have tried harder. Beating him is too easy, so she enjoys it. Meanwhile, in the academy courtyard, the monsters keep multiplying. The students look around, completely on guard. Kai nervously points out that they are spawning low-tier monsters now. He barks out orders, telling Sarah to heal and protect the clinic students. He yells for Lemia to help the knights push back the dark ones. Kai grips his sword, immediately slashing the beasts swarming him. As they vanish, Kai prepares to charge straight into their temple. Meanwhile, Scabble furiously curses the disgusting gray freak, Rainia. He screams that the stars cursed her, so how is she still breathing? How can she alone handle the Supreme's curse? How is she even still human? Total silence drops over the area. Then Rainia just bursts out laughing. Getting visibly annoyed, she asks if this was his grand idea, aggressively buffing her power. She literally transforms her body, maxing out her muscles and stamina. Snapping her fingers, she taunts the Skullhead, asking if this is exactly his type. She stomps excitedly, realizing she is literally the founder of the support combat mage class. This fighting style was made purely to crush him. Rainia leaps high, pouring insane power into her fist. Scabble refuses to lose, instantly throwing up a massive energy shield to block it. Rainia punches the barrier hard, but it will not break. This is ancient wizard Scabble, one of the legendary 4 heavenly kings. To take down an irrational freak like this, she has to analyze her own logic first. She cut down casting time, storing magic circles right on her body. She prioritizes direct attacks so elemental weaknesses do not trap her. Then she just dashes straight ahead, rushing in to deal massive damage at close range. Always holding the front line, she focuses on shattering his shield. Rainia arrogantly declares if he were a swordsman or ancient bronze, she might stop. She lanes in, lining up a finishing blow, but against a mage like her, how could he ever win, pushed to the absolute brink? He unleashes a blast of violent power, triggering a massive explosion. Standing back up, she questions if that string around his neck is his life force. Spotting his huge weakness, Rainia reaches out to cut whatever she can. Meanwhile, across the forest, Kai and his squad are sprinting toward her. Looks like an entire combat unit is tailing him. A teammate analyzes the tactics, noting the support combat mage class seems completely based on Lord Reen's style. Frontline warriors fighting alongside knights are getting super popular lately. If a hero from that class pops up, they could definitely follow in Lord Reen's footsteps. He denies it, saying theory and practice are different. We are ending it here. What do you guys think? Could anyone actually survive that insane battle? All right, you and I are about to dive into something crazy here. No matter how many buff spells you use, human bodies have limits. But me, I use Starlight to shatter those limits completely. But hey, Starlight is only for the chosen few. That guy over there, he uses mana instead. Honestly, it totally makes sense why they call him the Grey Tornado who couldn't even beat the hero. Right then, Rainia goes all out and summons a mysterious power, the Scales of Libra. I've got something to trade, she cautiously whispers, revealing her deepest desire. What I want is my body and its flesh. The scale curiously waits. As for the payment, she hesitantly offers up her mana, and the scales instantly suck it all dry. Boom, just like that, an insane, unexpected surge of energy erupts, blazing all around her. SC Bowl is absolutely furious. That disgusting color, gray, pale, just completely dull. He totally loses it, trying to engulf her in his attack to turn her straight into ash. At that exact second, Rainia finishes her chant. Bone reconstruction. Meanwhile, during the messy battle outside, a hyped-up soldier reports in. Sir Can, good news, I've completely cleared out all the slaves inside the building. He just gives a sharp nod. All right, let's wrap this up fast. Can barks out his orders like a boss. They might have been summoned from inside, so search every single inch of this place. He is completely mind-blown, noticing the terrifying mana that covered the entire forest is finally calming down. Seriously, who would have thought a mess involving SB would wrap up this insanely fast? Ken just tells himself he really hopes everything else goes this smoothly. Meanwhile, Kai is speeding up, totally rushing to chase them down. Back to the fight, SC Bowl is standing there shocked, repeating bone reconstruction. The villain stares at the shell where he literally just trapped her. SC Bowl is stunned. What the heck is going on? She was fully swallowed by that darkness, but before he can even blink, Rainia is banging and screaming. Hey, what do you even mean by darkness? Smash. She shatters the barrier instantly. Watch closely here because Rainia steps out looking totally unhinged. First a curse, now darkness. What the actual hell is this? He glares at her, totally questioning reality right now. Wait, you don't even know what it is and you still blocked it. She just gives this brutal, sarcastic smirk. You sound so ridiculously stupid right now. If I actually blocked it, would I look like this total mess? Does a half-dead creep like you have half a rotten brain too? Creating such a garbage, half-assed spell, SC Bowl is left completely speechless. He stammers, I just don't get it. That curse should have swallowed you whole. It was supposed to corrode your flesh and make you cough up blood every single night. Rainia confidently snaps her fingers. Yeah, well, I already took care of that. A second later, a bright flame erupts. Stunned, he screams, that flame, how dare you? With that amount of mana, you can even control the darkness of the Death Sword. How is this happening when you haven't even stepped foot into the land of darkness? Not wasting words, she calmly just crushes his attack. I just felt like doing it. SC Bowl shrieks in absolute rage. He aggressively roars, just die already. Rainia looks super disappointed and provokes him. So boring, don't you want to dissolve into ashes anymore? The guy goes completely crazy yelling, I told you to die. She groans, dodging his attacks, realizing this psycho's super dangerous intent. Rainia quickly guesses his master plan. Is he trying to drag her into the mana spring? Seriously, what kind of insane deal did he make to use the Ham Forest's mana? It can't possibly be his own life force vial, right? Whatever that thing is, if it actually explodes, Appia will literally vanish into thin air. And in the absolute worst-case scenario, the whole capital might go down too. Honestly, dealing with the Demon King's army always turns into a massive headache like this. Staring right at the secret weapon, she gets visibly annoyed. Why do these guys always feel the need to hide their stuff? Rainia thinks it over. There are no limits when making deals with the stars, sure. But that doesn't mean there aren't massive loopholes hiding inside the spell's limits. And you and I both know what happens next. She suddenly grins, figuring it all out. Found it, Rainia focuses completely and starts chanting. Magic reinforcement, muscle boost, maximum physical enhancement. With a massive swing, she punches the barrier straight on and boom, it instantly starts cracking into pieces. Rainia sighs, totally expressing her fake regrets. I mean, lately I've been feeling kinda sad. These combat mages really seem to lack basic fundamentals. She slowly steps forward, getting ready to wrap this up. I'm talking about the core foundation of what makes a real mage, so I want to teach you that, even if it's a bit too late. SC Bowl starts panicking and orders, that is enough, stop it right now. Ignoring him, Rainia confidently snaps her fingers to seal the exchange. Swoosh, a bright blue flame quickly spreads out, completely burning SC Bowl and making him scream in agony. Seeing this wild scene, Kai is absolutely stunned. What in the world is this? He realizes it has to be that specific person. His teammates look confused. Sir, are you talking about Sir Ranian? Kai just nods. These crazy magic traces, they only belong to him. The whole squad stares silently at the massive pile of rubble under the cliff. Seeing him suddenly teleport, his teammates are so confused. Sir Kai, he frantically searches every single corner. Where is he? Where are you? Spotting a shadow in the dust, Kai breathlessly whispers, Ranian. But plot twist, the person standing right in front of him is actually Rainia. The two just stare at each other. The vibe instantly gets incredibly awkward. Kai tilts his head, super curious. Who are you? Not wasting a single breath, Rainia bluntly barks at him. Move, are you deaf? Get out of my way right now. Flashing back to her memories, Josel once gave Ranian some really strict advice. A true mage must be someone who carefully calculates every single move. They are the kinds of people who run dozens of calculations, hundreds of times daily. A mage has to judge every wild situation using pure logic, completely ignoring their raw emotions. So you always have to stay super calm and totally objective. Even if some annoying jerk makes you furious, think about the long-term consequences, not just how insanely satisfying it would feel to punch them. Snapping back to reality, she practically begs the universe, please give me strength. Rainia aggressively grinds her teeth together. Can't I just slap this guy one really good time? Stabbing him right now would feel so incredibly good. I know dealing with the messy aftermath will be a huge headache, but seriously, just one hit. Kai steps up totally confused. Did you just ask who I am? He fiercely grabs her arm. Answer me, Rainia angrily curses this crazy dog. But then she gets super confused. Wait a second, why doesn't this idiot recognize her? Rainia goes on high alert. This absolute bastard has the exact same thing as C, those creepy soul-seeing eyes. She struggles, looking totally annoyed. Those floating status windows definitely aren't some kind of funny joke. Let go of my arm, get your hands off me right now. Rainia glares at him with pure disgust. Wow, didn't expect the guy dubbed a hero to act like such a massive creep. Realizing his mistake, Kai immediately bows his head in shame. Please forgive my terrible manners. It's just I didn't think anyone would be so aggressively hostile towards someone they know is a hero. She hits him with a brutal smirk. Oh, is that why you're the big hero? How incredibly rare. The almighty hero's apology. Kai narrows his eyes, probing her. So who exactly are you? A second ago this entire place was overflowing with crazy magic. Why are you even in a danger zone like this? Rainia stammers, trying to fake an excuse. Well, a professor also needs permission to. Right then, Kai drops a name that completely freezes her. Ranian, what does all of this have to do with Ranian? He asks. Even after retiring, he still comes to a place like this. She gets super annoyed. What kind of random nonsense are you spitting? Kai looks genuinely regretful. I really should have arrived here way earlier. Your body doesn't seem to be holding up well. If I knew this would happen, it would have been so much better if we traveled together. Post-battle, Ken walks up and wonders, hey, did you get injured anywhere? Rainia brushes it off, completely relaxed. Not at all, kid. Even without throwing punches, the problem is totally solved. He stubbornly points out, but you look insanely exhausted. Your entire face is literally covered in bruises. She lets out a helpless sigh. Ah, then it's definitely your fault. Kai just stands there totally clueless. And honestly, if he says one more word, you and I both know he's gonna end up just like SC Bowl. You and I are jumping right back into the madness. Rainia is super annoyed, ready to smack him again. He looks shocked, asking about Scal. She laughs, what are you babbling about? You think skeletons can bleed? Right then, Sarah comes running in a total panic. Oh my god, Kine, are you okay? Kine rubs his face with a bitter smile, just thinking. She double-checks everything. Are we good? What about Scal? Lamia looks around, totally confused. They had just fought Scal in all that chaos, but wait, where was the holy sword? This guy is pretty good. He casually cuts in, I already took care of Scal. Everyone just freezes, absolutely speechless. Seriously, she just shrugs it off, completely relieved. Well, isn't that great? Saves me from using my power and the moonlight arrow. Lamia eagerly pushes them along. Since we're done, let's head back. Sarah beams. Yeah, Kine, it's been ages since I visited the capital. I heard there is a new clothing store and a new cafe. Kine blanks out. Raniel, that is a name he could never just ignore. The second she was provoked, she got even more confident, her movements. Her unique spells, literally only the gender is different. Kine bows deeply. Thank you for helping me finish up the job, Sir Raniel. She completely freaks out, absolutely not having it. Hey, do not call me that, it gives me goosebumps. Kine just sighs helplessly. If I cannot call you Sir Raniel or Sir, what am I supposed to say? Rainia tells him senior works fine, but then she narrows her eyes. Actually, I have got a question. Kine, how the heck did you recognize me? It makes zero sense. Up until now, her master was the only one who knew. The child of the stars, the holy sword hero, none of them had a single clue who she really was. Now pay close attention here. You can't just mess with someone's body and soul. The stars and natural laws forbid it. To break that rule, you have to shatter reality completely. A being totally free from the rules. Honestly, only the Demon King could pull that off. Kine awkwardly answers, well, because of the specific nature of my job. I have a habit of memorizing people's tiny movements and quirks. In that last fight, you showed off more than 10 of those exact habits. Want me to list them out? Page 13. Staring at the notebook in his hand, Rainia cringes hard. Okay, that is super creepy, put it away, she sighs heavily. If the stars had blessed him, he wouldn't have recognized her. That is the exact message the stars would force. What is up with this curse? What was that dark energy? One thing is certain, the stars refuse to acknowledge her as Raniel. His gut screams she is Raniel, but the stars aggressively insist she isn't. Make it make sense. Kine decides to handle it himself. He spaces out for a second. Was it just an illusion? Next morning, a kid happily shouts the news across town. Breaking news, a massive demon attack just hit the Appia Academy. Witnesses reported a pitch-black barrier completely covering the Homan forest. A black barrier, so did Skal actually show up? The crowd goes absolutely wild. Who could even take on Skal? Obviously the chosen hero. And hey, the royal hounds were there too. They successfully blocked and pushed back the barrier from the 4 heavenly kings. Thanks to them, 0 casualties. Having the heroes' party in our kingdom is a total blessing. Most of the public opinion is super positive. But meanwhile, inside the royal palace surrounded by giant stacks of books, Ayla frowns. The Hound's official report says something completely different. Right? Havel confirms the intel. Yes, the defeat of Skal proves it. He stated clearly that this wasn't the hero's achievement at all. Despite what the papers say, the battlefield with Skal was completely wrecked. However, almost all the damage came from spell collisions. It looked like massive back-to-back magic attacks. But here is the crazy part you and I cannot miss. 0 traces of the holy sword, instead. Ash-like energy signatures were found everywhere. Combine that with the battle scars and the subtle clues left behind at the scene. It is obvious Skal was defeated entirely by the Ash Mage Raniel Vanchias, so the hero's party, Ayla crosses her arms, totally annoyed. Aren't they literally stealing Sir Raniel's credit? Ayla vents her frustration. I know Sir Raniel specifically asked us not to leak his involvement, but taking all the glory like that is just shameless, don't you think? In her letter, Rainia was super clear. Do not reveal I was there. I have 0 intention of rejoining the Night Order or anything like that. I have to leave for something important, so I am leaving the cleanup to you. Ayla wonders, what could be more important? What is he even doing? Ayla looks out the window, totally bummed. There is so much I really wanted to tell him, but Havel strictly cuts in, Your Highness. You need to finish this paperwork right now. Here is the Night Order report. She groans, I miss the academy. Cut to the principal's office. Rose asks, what is with that face? You didn't even lose any hair, just say what you want. Aaron smiles proudly. Minimal casualties and lots of great news. I feel amazing right now and every student is safe. Rose is speechless. Yeah, I knew that. Rose sighs, asking for his real point. I thought you called me here to help with the recovery, but you look way too relaxed. Why am I here? Aaron nods, looking super satisfied. You are right, recovery is going perfectly. The Saintess is purifying the dark energy right now. A simple flick of her cape cleans up the dark magic completely. Aaron zones out in pure awe. It is literally a miracle. Rose cuts to the chase. And how does that explain why you dragged me here? He drops the bomb. I heard Rainia is also super interested in dark energy. She even got near the barrier to find her student, right? All the magically infected students got completely cured by the Saintess. Aaron happily suggests that Rainia should too. Before he even finishes, Rose violently interrupts. No way, absolutely never. I cannot let those two meet. Aaron looks confused. Is it really that serious? Rose clenches his fists, trying to calm down. His temper had been getting way better lately, but if she runs into that specific Saintess, total disaster. Aaron is completely lost. Wasn't it a good suggestion? Rose mutters to himself. If those two actually meet, someone is definitely dying, and there is a huge chance the Saintess gets wiped out. He prays hard, please just stay home, don't go anywhere. Meanwhile, Rainia scratches her ear. Why is it suddenly itchy? She groans while grating. Seriously, only one person got past question 7. Whatever, it is a joke. Even if I explained it, they wouldn't get it. Seeing her student, Rainia happily waves. Lesty, you're moving. She bows. Professor, we need to talk. Trust me, you and I aren't ready for what happens next. All right, stick with me here. A simple coffee run is about to turn into absolute chaos. Rainia has stuff to discuss. Scene shifts outside. Walking to the cafe, Lesty suddenly senses something super weird. Seeing her totally space out, Rainia calls out to her. Lesty jumps, snapping back to reality with a quick yes. Rainia genuinely asks if she is okay, suggesting they take a quick breather right there. What are you drinking? Lesty smiles brightly and says she wants her usual. Rainia nods, waves a hand, and tells her to wait up. She heads into the shop, carefully thinking it over. Since this chat might take a while, she decides to grab something nice and warm. Stepping inside, Rainia notices the place is dead quiet today. And yep, there is literally only one customer. It is Sarah, just kicking back and soaking in that sweet, sweet coffee aroma. Rainia frowns instantly. She recognizes that sickeningly sweet voice she uses to lure guys in. Plus, that overpowering perfume smell smacks her right in the face. Seeing her about to turn around, Rainia winces. Yep, she is turning. Recognizing her face, Rainia looks openly annoyed. Why the heck is she here? Flashback time. We jump back to a super gloomy, isolated village where a wooden stake is slammed right into the ground. Ranian whips his head around in pure shock. What did you just say? Sarah just crosses her arms, completely arrogant. Are you guys totally deaf or what? Since your useless ears apparently cannot hear, I will repeat myself. She coldly declares they should just use this entire village as bait. After dropping that bomb, Sarah kicks the wooden log, looking super annoyed. Why the heck do we have to make things so complicated? She argues back with pure arrogance. For a holy saintess like me to actually get my own hands dirty, that literally makes zero sense. Sarah gives a flat, emotionless order. Set up traps in this village, use the locals as bait, and let the demons trample them when the time is right. Ranian just grinds his teeth and tells her to keep talking. Now pay close attention here, her logic is completely unhinged. She arrogantly asks what is wrong with the plan. It is fast and efficient, claiming he simply would not get it. With your absolute zero faith, you probably missed chapter 1 of the Holy Book. When you willingly sacrifice your own flesh and blood for the Lord, your soul gets guided straight to a pure and eternal paradise. These people are literally destined to be sacrificed for the divine. The second those words leave her mouth, Ranian completely crushes the wooden stake in his hand. Right as Sarah finishes her twisted speech, he furiously grabs her face. I am the representative of the Lord. Ranian snaps a harsh warning. You better shut your mouth right now. What kind of messed up star are you even worshipping? He mentions something about making a sketchy deal with a star. Real faith is absolutely not some cheap bargaining chip you can just throw around and trade. Consider this your first and absolute last warning, you crazy fake saintess. If you ever dare to spout that garbage in front of me or Kai again, I will make you personally feel exactly how the people in my and Kai's hometown died, the exact same brutal way our people suffered, especially since you claim to be the ones delivering the will of the stars to earth, O great holy mother saintess. That cherry blossom pink hair, supposedly gifted by the gods themselves. Those bright green eyes looking like fresh spring leaves, plus a flawless figure and perfect powers totally sculpted by divine hands. Snapping right back to the present, this girl is literally checking herself out in a mirror, thinking, no matter how many times I look, these looks are a straight-up divine blessing. No wonder everyone throws her jealous glares, just like this person staring right now. The barista asks if she wants anything else. Affection, jealousy, pure admiration, these are the exact reactions she feels she totally deserves. Sarah tilts her head and casually orders, make that 2 cups to go, please. I want to bring some back for my teammates too. She finally notices the girl hardcore glaring at her. It is not like I have any actual enemies, right? Sarah confusedly wonders to herself. That is definitely someone I just do not remember at all. Why is she looking at me like that? She thinks. Out of nowhere, she drops a wildly confident guess that completely stops Rainia in her tracks. Could you possibly be a massive fan of mine? Sarah steps up, completely delusional, thinking she must be so moved to finally meet me. Her face is literally twisted with emotion. Yeah, that makes sense. Hearing this, Rainia is absolutely stunned. A fan, her fan, Rainia is utterly disgusted and furious. I knew you were completely out of your mind from the start, but seriously, how can you actually say that with a perfectly straight face? She shuts it down instantly. Sorry, but I am not really into superstitions. Hearing that insult, the saintess gets totally ticked off, and just like that, a cup of coffee mysteriously tips over. Sarah fakes a completely hollow apology. Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. She straight up steps on the spilled cup and makes a lame excuse. My hands were just resting for too long, I totally slipped. You and I both know she's not letting that slide. Rainia furiously calls her out. Zero hesitation, she reaches right out. Feeling Rainia grab a handful of her pink hair, Sarah panics. What are you doing? Let go of me right now, I said let go. The second she tries to act tough, Rainia dumps an entire cup of hot coffee right on Sarah. Do you even know who I am? Meanwhile outside, Lesty anxiously wonders if everything is okay in there. At the exact same time, Rainia smiles mockingly. Oops, my bad, she flashes a super sarcastic grin. You are a holy saintess, right? Surely you will forgive the clumsy mistake of your lowly little fan, right? Sarah screams in absolute rage while Rainia happily struts right out the door. I am so mad, what was that? Rainia flashes a deeply satisfied smile. That felt awesome, Rainia warmly speaks up. Sorry to keep you waiting out here. She slowly takes a seat right next to her. Rainia warmly invites her to speak. All right, let us hear what is on your mind. She gently calls out her name, Lesty. The two of them sit side by side on the bench. Rainia takes a sip of coffee and cuts straight to the chase. Okay, do not be shy, just lay it on me. Holding her cup, Lesty hesitates for a second. Professor Rainia. Then she finally asks, have you ever actually met Lord Ranian? Hearing that name, Rainia lowers her eyes. Of course, I have met him plenty of times. Are you curious about something? Lesty thinks back, then asks what she really wants to know. Literally everything. What kind of person was he? Not just that, Lesty really wants to know how he lived as the next master of the Grey Magic Tower, totally understanding what is weighing on her student's mind. Rainia smiles and says, honestly, you actually remind me a lot of him. Lesty goes wide-eyed as she explains. The Grey Magic Tower seems like an insanely dangerous place. Rainia keeps going. Constantly clashing with mages his own age, always getting yelled at and totally judged by the older veterans. They constantly used people's backgrounds just to drag them down. So he had to rack up so many crazy achievements that they literally could not say a word. After a brief silence, Lesty asks again, where was Lord Ranian from? Rainia replies, he was a lowly mage who completely lost his hometown. The veteran mages thought his paper was way too dirty and refused to even touch it right, so with pure determination to absolutely crush them, he wrote that exact paper. An image of Ranian's totally rebellious attitude pops into her head. Too dry to eat, just shove it down your throats. You guys know who you definitely cannot mess with. But out loud, she continues her story. Even so, he never dishonored the person who took him in. He wanted to completely prove that they made the right choice. That is exactly why you want to hold on to this position so badly, right? Rainia says warmly. Your non-stop hard work seriously reminds me of him. But Lesty is not done wondering. She keeps firing off questions. So Professor Rainia, you seem super close with Lord Ranian, almost like you were literally there with him. Hearing that, Rainia jumps so hard she spits coffee all over her own face. Wiping her face with an awkward laugh, she plays it off. Really now, she quickly pivots. Anyway, my point is you are doing great. Lesty beams, thanking her. And trust me, makes you wonder what her real secret is, right? All right, you and I are jumping right back in. She hands Lesty a key, smiling. Glad I could help. Consider this your reward for absolutely crushing the midterms and taking first place. I've been meaning to tell you. It's the key to the third drawer of locker A3, right inside Lord Ranian's lab over at the Grey Magic Tower. Lesty grabs it, completely stunned. Staring blankly at the metal in her hand, she looks up, super unsure. Wait me, first place, are you sure it's actually okay for me to take something like this? Rainia nods hard. Obviously, it's yours now, keep it safe. Then she snaps her fingers with a wicked grin. Oh, and if those crusty old mages bother you, grab stuff from the locker and chuck it at their heads. Watch them run for their lives. They stand up to leave and Rainia asks casually, real talk though, weren't those midterms way too easy? Lesty instantly shuts that down. No, not at all. Night falls and we cut to a noisy tavern. Rainia slams back a shot, hissing at the burn. Pouring another, she looks at Katie. What kind of elf drinks liquor this hardcore? Katie just shrugs, totally chill. That's just a stereotype. Rainia raises her glass, taking a sip to mock him. A kid who hasn't even hit 1,000 years old is lecturing me on elf traits. Hilarious, only youngsters like Ovo obsess over nature. Hearing this, Rainia thinks to herself, wait, youngster, isn't that old man literally over 1,000 years old already? Katie finally cuts to the chase. So why are we here? You're running low on potions, aren't you? She plays it cool, firing right back at him. Do I really need a reason to visit a friend? But Katie calls her bluff instantly. You only show up when you need a favor. Rainia drops the act. All right, fine, you caught me. I came to ask you something. I just beat the crap out of the punk ruining the local well. Katie raises an eyebrow. You mean Skur? She nods. Yeah, he called his curse the shadow. Now watch closely, this is where it gets crazy. He claimed you need a death sword to use it, and only people from the shadow world can. What exactly is this shadow? I bet you know. Of course Katie knows exactly what's up. I do, but he literally can't give her the answer. Unless the stars give me permission, my lips are completely sealed. Rainia's getting pretty tipsy, squinting at him. The heck does that mean? What stars? You really do know everything, huh? Katie looks down, confessing, it's real. I'm being held back by forces way beyond me. Rainia totally loses it. Those stupid stars, they're always, Katie cuts her off. Is a mage really allowed to talk like that? After a heavy pause, he speaks up. Actually, I have a question for you. Rainia leans on her hands, waiting. All right, spill it, since you won't tell me anything anyway. Katie finally asks, have you ever faced off against any disaster other than the Black Dragon? She smirks, cocky as ever, raising her glass. I've been out on the battlefield for 5 whole years. I've seen it all. So whose story is he so curious about? He drops a name, Javia the Martyr, Javia V. Mia's. Rainia repeats it, totally suspicious. Martyr, don't you mean Gladys the Apostate? Katie just bites his lip and stays dead silent. She gives in and starts spilling. Gladys, the one who abandoned the faith. Oh, I've got plenty of stories about that walking disaster. They called me back right after we crushed the Black Dragon. Flashback to a human outpost near Rodimal Fortress. General Heiko is gripping a letter, literally shaking. He can't even process that Rodimal Fortress got completely wiped out and captured in a single day. A soldier asks him, do you think Lord Kunthio is safe? He just went out to scout. A normal human can't survive a disaster-class threat, right? Heiko looks down, deep in thought, then pulls back the tent flap. He's a master swordsman, basically superhuman, so we need to be worrying about a completely different problem right now. Like getting the hero squad here ASAP. You and I both know this looks bad. Thick fog swallowing Rodimal Fortress, and inside that mist, countless glowing red eyes staring back. Kunthio the swordsman sits on his horse, muttering, I gotta push through that. He draws his sword, totally ready to throw down. That's way too many enemies, old man. Aren't you being a bit too harsh? Ranian rips the tent flap open and shouts, Sir, are you doing all right out there? Kunthio is literally wrapping up his own bleeding arm. Oh, you made it, just got bit by a stray dog, no biggie. Kai bows respectfully. I'm so glad you're safe, master. Kunthio nods. Yeah, then he turns to Kai. Word is you chopped off the Black Dragon's head. Feels like just yesterday you kids were learning basics from me. Kunthio stands up, turning his back to them. I'd love to grab a drink and hear the full epic story, but apparently the apostate just showed up. They confirm his worst fears. Rodimal Fortress fell in literally minutes. As you can see, things are crazy critical. It's a nightmare outside, and we have zero clue what's going down inside. Kunthio pulls out his blade. He sighs hard. I really thought a stealth mission could work, but nope. This is a legendary demon-slaying sword straight from the sacred spirit lands, and look what happened to it anyway. He looks down, feeling pretty guilty. I honestly wanted to let you guys rest, but we absolutely cannot afford to lose Rodimal Fortress. Ranian totally disagrees with him. You don't need to apologize at all. Rushing in wouldn't work anyway. He frowns, spitting straight facts. Besides, swordsmen and summoners were never really that friendly to begin with. Unlike Skur, who can just randomly pop up and ambush the battlefield, the amount of times these things have appeared over the centuries, you could count on one hand. A complete mystery, Gladys the Apostate. Ranian knows they can't underestimate this threat. He thinks to himself, fighting her head-on right now, that's a guaranteed game over. Ranian punches Kai right on the shoulder. I'm going ahead to scout, leaving Kunthio totally stunned. The old man crosses his arms and asks, Kai, you're the hero, right? Kai blinks, completely confused. Yeah, Kunthio just shakes his head. Sometimes that guy acts way more like the hero than you do. Meanwhile, out in the field. Sarah scowls, totally annoyed. Ranian, why the heck am I scouting with you? He snaps back. Unless you want your jaw smashed again, keep moving. Hearing Kunthio's words, Kai clenches his fists but helplessly admits the truth. Because he's way smarter than me, he literally comes up with all our strategies. Kunthio rubs his chin, taking in this honest review of Ranian's real skills. In this kind of situation, you can't just charge in blind. Whether it's pure animal instinct or raw survival skills, that kid's judgment is way sharper than the stars themselves. Suddenly, he drops some heavy advice. Kai, I highly suggest you stop relying on the stars so much. Kai looks shocked. What exactly do you mean by that? The old man pauses, voice turning serious. When things get real, those stars don't do a single thing. Cut back to Rodimal Fortress, Sarah asks, so what's the game plan? Ranian snaps, I'm literally thinking. Sarah throws out a quick idea. Just do what you did with the black dragon, trap them in a magic circle, let Kai finish it. Why even bother sneaking around? Ranian totally loses his cool, covering his face and grinding his teeth. Then he goes off. I'm only saying this once, so listen closely. Compared to the dragon, we have absolutely zero intel on the apostate. She barely ever shows up. She arrives with the fog and vanishes with it. That's literally all the information we've got. Ranian glares at her. Look at those monsters. Their sizes are totally different. Trust me, you and I definitely want to scout this out properly. All right, stick with me, guys. Sarah just rolled her eyes and was like, why would I even go there? You and Lemia go. Then she casually asks about the fort knights. He narrowed his eyes, wondering why she suddenly cared about dead knights. Ranian figured since a whole day passed after the fort fell, assuming they were dead was a pretty safe bet. But Sarah just shrugged, saying she meant the knights who were still alive. Ranian was totally shocked and yelled, what? She just turned around and stared straight at the dark fortress. Faint prayers were echoing from the fort. Oh God, please. A desperate voice was literally begging for death. Ranian and Lemia had to trudge through a pile of insanely stinky corpses. Lemia held her bow and pinched her nose shut. Ranian was also gagging from the awful stench. Even thinking about it now makes him wave his hand in total disgust. That nasty smell was seriously no joke. It reeked of cheap anesthetics and some kind of melting fluid. Honestly, I used stuff just like that back in the magic tower. Caddy thought about it for a second before suddenly speaking up. Wait, he stood up, walked over to a shelf and grabbed a weird bottle. Rania was super curious, asking what he was doing. Suddenly he popped the cap and shoved it in her face. Smells like this, right? Rania cursed out loud, yelling that he ruined her drink. Then she turned pale, pinching her nose. Yeah, that is exactly it. Toss it, or my drink is coming right back up. At least put the cap on. Hearing that, Sai lowered his head and muttered, you finally made it. Rania backed away while holding her nose, wondering why the vibe suddenly got so super tense. Is it not just melting fluid used to dissolve monsters into absolute gross mush? Caddy kept it brief, saying it was better to just see it. He dropped the fluid on a bug on the plate. Instantly, the little guy shrieked and leaped up. Caddy added instead of melting. It is a fusion reactor. Now pay attention here. This flashback changes everything. 30 years ago at Galactic Sword Valley, bodies were totally littering the ground in heavy rain. A dude in a black cloak stood tall over Kuncio, who was barely holding on. He mocked him, saying, you do not even have a sword. I am Gannikin, the blade of death. He kept taunting him like crazy. Your hometown burned to crisp ashes, and every single one of your friends and teachers are completely dead. The culprit is right in front of you, yet you drop your sword just to live. You are not even worth killing. Meanwhile, Kuncio was wiping his blade, thinking, it has been 30 years since Gan wrecked my sweet home. Even the sword I spent years sharpening cannot even scratch that walking disaster, shattering so easily in the mist. Kuncio sighed heavy and complained, this is completely useless. Suddenly Ranian ripped open the tent flap and rushed in. Uncle Kuncio, the old man jumped and turned to ask, you are back. Ranian looked super anxious and panicked. Call Uncle Heiko and Kai right now. Cut to the temporary human camp near Rodi Fort. Everyone was in a serious meeting. Ranian firmly stated, even if we destroy the whole Rodi Fort, we must stop Gladys at all costs. Heiko expressed her big worries. It would be insanely tough to just give up a super important strategic spot like the sweet old Rodi Fort. Another young guy also questioned why they really had to abandon it. He patiently explained that Gladys was found with a crustacean species right there in the main hall. Gladys is literally building a monster right there. Ranian's eyes turned icy cold as he pointed out the crazy part was what she used to make it, the black dragon. Its wings were totally shredded, and its claws were ripped out during a brutal 1-month battle. It is the corpse of the absolute last child of that legendary black dragon. I know what you and I are thinking right now. This is beyond messed up. A dragon skeleton made completely out of the melted bodies and souls of fallen knights. If she actually succeeds, a brand new pure magic beast will be born instead of the original dragon. Hearing that wild news, Heiko gasped in total disbelief. What? Using living, breathing humans as a creepy medium? How could any person under the starry sky do something so evil? Finally, Kai spoke up and completely shattered the heavy tension. That is enough explaining for today. He confidently asked the most important question. So when do we roll out? Everyone beamed with excitement and cheered, exactly as expected from Kai. I always believed in you, bro. Ranian rubbed his chin, totally lost in some deep, silent thought. Then he dropped the perfectly planned time, dawn, the absolute best moment. Since it was super late, the crew scattered. Ranian stretched his arms and asked Sarah and Lemia, remember everything. Lemia totally lost her patience, snapping, how many times do I have to tell you? I remember it all, human. He fired back, I only repeat it because you always forget, you demon. Ranian let out a huge sigh. Are you ready? Kai gave a simple yes. He raised his voice and yelled the epic command, fire. Lemia let loose, and her arrow instantly zoomed straight off her bowstring. It smashed right through the front wall. Right after, Ranian put everything into a massive sword swing. The wild impact completely shattered the tough fortress wall, sending dust and rubble everywhere. The whole crew cast their magic and rushed into the epic battle. Ranian used a magic chain to bind the enemy. The tangled beast let out a super furious, ear-piercing roar. Kai did not even hesitate. He jumped up with his sword, screaming, chop it down. One insane slash completely took off the monster's head. Landing smoothly, they hyped themselves up nice, it's severed. The wind was howling outside the human camp. Suddenly, a massive boom echoed out with huge flames, causing the panicked soldiers to totally rush out and see the crazy commotion. One shaking soldier pointed straight ahead. Right there, a battered group of people was walking toward them. When they realized it was the legendary hero team helping each other limp back. The crowd completely lost it. The hero team, why the heck are they back? Did the mission fail? What is gonna happen to us now? This has gotta be a sick joke. Inside the tent, Sarah was desperately healing Ranian. He frowned, thinking every wound was super serious. My body had tons of epic buff spells and insane blessings placed on it. But from just one single hit, just blocking one strike, I ended up totally wrecked like this. Then Sarah suddenly called out with a shaky voice, "Hey Ranian," he looked up, "What?" She was crying out of pure fear, stuttering, maybe we should just run away." Ranian furrowed his brows and snapped right back. "What kind of nonsense is that?" Sarah was shaking violently. "No, I mean we have Kai, right? As long as Kai is around, we can definitely beat that disaster, but it doesn't have to be right now." Lemia thought about it and agreed. Sarah is totally right. We literally cannot beat that thing with our current power levels. Why don't we just wait for the next chance? Right then, Sarah actually had a light bulb moment. Exactly, the black dragon. We can do what we did when we caught it, right? We just gotta set more traps, make magic circles, and rally way more warriors before we attack again. As long as the hero team is breathing, we still have a shot. Ranian angrily slapped her hand away and warned her, "Watch your mouth. Stop blurting out whatever pops into your head." He stated with total boss energy, a true hero has to face disaster head-on. A hero must be the ultimate symbol of absolute glory. After that, Ranian tossed out a tight time frame and asked, "Kai, I can stall Gledis for about 15 seconds. How far can you get?" Kai crossed his arms, looking grim. "Forget the crazy fog, there are way too many crustaceans." "If it's just Gledis, maybe." Kai asked, "Where are you going?" "Trust me, you and I absolutely need to see what he does next." "Let's jump right into this crazy story." Ranian casually drops a line, "Find someone to handle those crustacean monsters for you." Cut back to reality in a tavern, C asks, "Is that really necessary?" Gradis is one of the 4 famous disasters. Even if you ran away the second you saw her, nobody would blame you. Rania turns her back, just standing there in total silence. Now C starts pointing around. "Hey, the right corner is way dirtier." She scrubs furiously and yells, "I see it." Caddy keeps nagging her, "Don't just wipe it fast and complain about the dirt." Rania grips the rag tight and snaps back, "Who even leaves that on the table?" Then she sighs, her voice dropping. "Maybe the hero is right. I absolutely wouldn't judge you if you bylaid. Believing we'll capture Gledis and take back the Rodimal fortress. Countless knights literally paved the way for us. I have to take her down, even if it totally costs my life." Caddy lowers his eyes, smiling with praise. "You've grown up, kiddo." Rania pulls up a chair and teases him right back. "Are you sick or something? Spouting weird stuff like that out of nowhere." Caddy ignores her weird tone and just keeps pushing. "So who actually fought those crustacean monsters?" Rania goes dead silent for a second before answering. At that time, there was only one person who could handle them, just one. Then she completely zones out into a flashback. On the battlefield, soldiers are freaking out. Did Gladys really just summon that demon? Oh my stars, does this fight even mean anything? What in the world are we fighting for? Kunthal taps his sword on the ground, his voice booming out loud. Stay heroic, do not fear. Mages lock them down, heroes cut them up, and we clear the path for the hero. Gia flashes a seriously wicked smile. She commands her beast to attack Kunthal. He blocks its razor-sharp teeth right with his sword, screaming, "Glory to the stars." Ranian starts shouting orders at the top of her lungs. Kai, ignore the small fries and charge right in. He completely unleashes his epic chain magic, then hits her with a balance spell to tightly bind Gia up. Even her massive beast gets totally locked down. He instantly yells out to Kai, "Cut off her freaking right arm." Without hesitating for a single second, Kai raises his sword and slashes wildly at the beast. It takes a massive direct hit and tumbles straight to the dirt. Now watch this next part closely. He aims his magic, going right for the heart, but then a super creepy voice echoes out, "Oh, what a pity." Dark energy slowly crawls right up his blade. That creepy voice echoes again through the dark smoke. I wanted to play a little longer, but they came to catch me. Suddenly, a totally terrifying, glowing red eye just pops up in front of everyone. It literally asks him, "Don't you have a sword?" Meanwhile, on the other side, the two girls are desperately trying to hype up the soldiers. "Do not back down, we absolutely have to clear a path." The soldiers keep slashing like crazy, carving out a bloody trail. Kunthal steps in with a wild twisting slash, chopping a monster right into 3 pieces. While the girls boost everyone's morale so the heroes can keep pushing forward to victory, Kunthal ruthlessly stabs down with a critical hit, completely finishing off the beast. Not far away, Kai is totally stunned, just stammering, "What?" Staring at his sword completely covered in black smoke, Kai is just super confused. Why isn't there a single drop of starlight on the blade? The dark smoke gathers in one spot and a voice speaks out. Glyria steps right out of the smoke, flashing a wicked, evil grin. "Open a path, let the black smoke escape Kai's body." She literally looks up at the sky, sounding super bummed out. "I gotta head back, I can't keep playing around." Kai completely passes out while that voice keeps taunting. "What a shame, hope you had as much fun as I did." Dropping his sword, Kai wonders why the stars aren't answering him. He stares down at his shaking hands, totally freaking out. Why is there zero light? What is happening? Gannikin catches the unconscious Gladys, lays her down softly, and then glares right at Kai with this intensely sharp look. He stands up tall, looking down with this super intimidating voice. "Aren't you gonna pick up your sword?" The second he says that, Gannikin swings his blade and charges right at him. Kai totally thinks he's about to get sliced, but suddenly a bright light blocks it right in his face. A voice echoes out, "I wasn't done talking, kid." Ranian watches from the side, absolutely stressed out. It's actually Kunthal. He just tanked a massive hit for Kai and calls his name. Kai is sitting in the dirt, absolutely terrified, stuttering, "Master." Kunthal seriously starts lecturing Kai right there. "I told you, don't rely too much on the stars." The two warriors clash again and he jumps back, barking orders. Ranian, grab Kai and run away now. Kunthal glances over at Gia lying on the ground. He gives the signal that this is their perfect chance. Gladys is knocked out cold. Ranian hesitates, but then Kunthal yells, "Just leave absolutely everything here to me. You kids are not dying here today." Feeling totally helpless, she listens, grabbing Kai and shouting, "Got it." Ranian hauls Kai onto her back and runs for her life, screaming, "We're counting on you." Let's pause right here. You've got to wonder the same thing Kai is thinking. Staring back at the chaotic fight with tired, terrified eyes, he just can't understand it. How can his master still hold his sword so steadily while staring literal death right in the face? Looking at all the dead bodies just scattered across the street, his mind is spinning with questions. How is he totally able to face death head-on like that? Even against a deadly blade, Kunthal is crazy calm, maybe even a little hyped up. Turns out living a long time actually has some perks, body enhancement magic. He gets totally serious and says, "Never thought I'd see the day I picked up a sword again." In the pouring rain, Gannikin recognizes the blade in Kunthal's hands. "That sword is the holy sword. I remember a young kid kneeling helplessly next to it." He points out, "You're that swordsman who couldn't even lift it back then." Kunthal gets right into his fighting stance, totally humble about it. "Back in those days, I probably wasn't even worthy of being called a true swordsman." Gannikin slams his blade down. The raw power erupts out, creating a massive windstorm that rips up rocks and dirt straight toward him. He coldly mutters, "Well, you're worthy now." Even though he's using his eye skills to read the attack, Kunthal is secretly panicking. Think fast. While shifting his stance to turn the tide, he's desperately thinking, what exactly do I need to do right now? Kunthal dodges straight to the side, trying to figure out his next move. What can I actually do? What does Ganakin, a guy who only knows how to slash, lack? He goes right in for the counterattack. Kunthal dashes in to return the favor, but gets blocked by Ganakin instantly, so he decides to fight with pure skill instead. Kunthal frowns, super frustrated, because no matter what move he uses, this guy blocks literally everything. Ganakin unleashes an insane combo. Kunthal just painfully takes the hits, until suddenly a brutal slash grazes right across his arm, and blood completely splatters everywhere. After standing there taking heavy hits, Kunthal realizes his senses are fading fast. How much time has even passed? He's completely distracted, just worried sick about the safety of his student. Did the kids make it out? Suddenly, Ganakin drops this massive, suffocating pressure and speaks up. Let me ask you something. Kunthal struggles hard just to block the crazy windstorm Ganakin kicks up. His voice is ice cold as he asks, what is your title? Flashing back to laughing with his friends back in his academy days, he softly murmurs, a romantic huh. With those happy memories flooding back, Kunthal gets super proud. He shouts his name out loud, I am Kunthal from our school. Ganakin softly repeats the name, draws his sword, and introduces himself. I am Ganakin, I pay my absolute respects to a sword master. And that's where we leave it, trust me. Seeing Ganakin's completely new fighting stance is going to blow your mind next time. Stick with me, you and I are jumping right into a wild flashback. He watches the incoming sword strike and realizes something crazy. This attack, it doesn't have the usual wild brutality of a demon blade. Gripping her sword tight, he mutters, I totally get it now. Miss Theo closes her eyes, focusing up, completely serious. So you actually inherited the holy sword too. He charges straight at the enemy to strike back, but it's too late. His arm gets sliced right off, body completely covered in brutal wounds. Looking at his enemy one last time, he whispers his final words. The blade just barely misses a fatal spot. He hands the legacy over, ordering the kid to stay down. Before passing away, he calls out a name. Back in the present, an old wooden cabin is completely trashed with empty booze bottles everywhere. Rainia rubs the rim of her glass, looking super depressed. It was completely unavoidable. When Uncle Kun faced off against Ganakin alone, we managed to escape. She keeps telling the story while obviously craving another drink. I clashed with Gladys a few times after that too. There's more, but I'm completely out of booze. Caddy raises his hand to stop her. He just shrugs it off like, yeah, I've heard enough. Rainia totally loses it and yells, well then answer my question already, remembering that insane dark aura from Ganakin. She demands to know what exactly is Star Eater. He slowly explains, do you remember Ganakin's sword? The blade had a bunch of weird holes in it. Rainia props her chin up, looking pretty annoyed. Of course I remember. There was this gross, filthy black liquid oozing right out of those holes. A second later, she thinks about it. That crazy liquid completely absorbed my magic, so I couldn't even launch a counterattack. That is exactly why Kai is the only person who can actually face Ganakin. Now pay close attention because things get wild. Rainia waves her hand, sighing that it swallowed the holy sword's light, dropping the candlestick. Caddy hesitates, you can probably guess by now. Lighting up the tiny, flickering flame of a candle, he slowly breaks it down. Witches awaken magic through a literal contract with the stars. Every single spell, whether big or small, gets completely soaked in the glowing light of the starry sky. Yeah, even the magic that hasn't fully unlocked its true potential yet. The stars line up perfectly, forming this absolutely gorgeous, sparkling golden trail floating right around the candle. Caddy keeps going. The stars will help it shine incredibly bright, but only if you have massive power. Rainia just sits perfectly still, paying super close attention. When you really think about it, doesn't that seem super weird to you? Caddy wraps up his theory. Life and death, light and dark, every single existence completely balances out. Thinking it over for a sec, Rainia finally speaks up. So it wasn't just eating my mana. Reaching out to pinch the flame, Caddy replies, exactly. Star Eater is basically the concept of balancing those stars. It simply swallows up anything that uses the stars as a medium. Rainia rubs her temples. She's about to ask Caddy what that means, but he completely cuts her off. Caddy shuts his eyes, stopping Rainia right there. That is literally everything I can reveal. Being interrupted, she gets mad. What do you even think I was about to ask? Caddy sums it up so Rainia gets it. To beat Star Eater, you need an intensely powerful light, one so blindingly bright it literally cannot be swallowed, right? I honestly don't know what the price will be. Rainia is totally tipsy by now, saying with major regret, if only Kai hadn't lost his starlight. A second later, she's already holding a brand new bottle of booze. Giant Ta starts getting super annoyed by her excuses. Let's open another one. Caddy totally panics over this massive alcoholic. He jumps back and asks, how and where the heck did you even find that bottle? Rainia avoids eye contact, cheekily popping it open. I found it while cleaning out the drawer earlier. Glory to every single one of us. Caddy scrambles, realizing he's completely out of time. Wait, not that specific drink. You and I both know she's in huge trouble. Over on this side, Rosal just sighs. Oh man, my disciples are making me age so fast. Rainia dodges it. I'm sorry, Rosal interrogates her. Didn't I warn you about the Magic Academy's letter? Getting called out, Rainia nervously stammers. Yeah, you definitely mentioned it, sir. He keeps grilling her. And I also brought up how much they absolutely love your magic circle at the Ivory Tower, right? By now, Rainia is feeling so guilty she's practically terrified. Sweating bullets, she hesitates. Yes, sir. At this point, Rosal totally drops his gentle, nice guy act. His words are soft, but his killing intent gives her major chills. Yet you still got completely wasted until dawn. Understanding her childish stubbornness, he just sighs helplessly. You still really hate the Ivory Tower, don't you? Rainia tries to change the subject, scratching her head for a solid excuse. Well, the Ivory Tower is basically the holy ground of the Magic Academy. They focus on figuring out magic circles and complex traps in ancient ruins, plus creating new projects. Or at least, that is the fancy image they show to the outside world. Usually, mages at the Magic Tower prioritize pure efficiency when it comes to magic circles. But the guys over here, they totally chase after the artistic vibe of magic. Looking up at the massive tower, Rainia feels super annoyed inside. I can't even count how many times I've argued with them about this exact issue. As long as the crazy magic circle actually works, who even cares if it's artistic or not? Honestly, I just can't stand dealing with these people at all. Following behind her master, she forces a super awkward smile. I heard Ampia and the Ivory Tower have a pretty good relationship. Rosal puts his hands behind his back, walking casually. He replies calmly, yeah, Aaron was actually the one who pitched your magic circle to the tower. A second later, Rosal grabs Rainia's shoulder. He drops a threat. So don't you dare cause any trouble just because you dislike something. Just nod and play along, she awkwardly smiles. Yes, sir, I totally get it. A short-haired girl with glasses steps out. Professor Rainia, you actually made it. She bows super politely to introduce herself. I'm your official guide. It is so great to meet you. Professor Rainia also bows back politely. Very nice to meet you too. Lip walks up ahead to lead the way. I'll take you upstairs right now. While walking, Lip gives a quick rundown of today's big meeting. The core pillars are waiting for you. They just want a super quick explanation about your feelings on the magic circle. Glancing at both walls, she sounds ridiculously bored. They hung up all these useless circles in the hallways again, per usual. These dudes seriously never change their weird habits. Suddenly, Rainia freezes up, completely stammering. Wait, this circle is from back then. Lip pushes her glasses up from behind, looking super proud. You've got a great eye. Pointing at the picture, Lip announces proudly. The awesome magic circle you're admiring right now was donated to the Ivory Tower. It was made by the literal mage of ruin named Ranian. Rainia is left totally speechless, literally unable to say a word. The two keep walking. Rainia internally panics. Why the heck are they so happy over something I literally made to troll them? Lip leads the way, forcing an awkward smile. I got a bit too excited just now. Rainia feels totally helpless. Seriously, what is wrong with the people in this place, standing outside looking in? Even though she's super reluctant, Rainia figures, whatever, if I just make them happy, it'll probably be fine. A mage calls out a greeting. Welcome, Lady Rainia. Rainia steps into the meeting room. We're honored to host you at the Ivory Tower. She bows respectfully. A mage rubs his chin. You're younger than expected, so what do you and I make of this cliffhanger? Trust me, you'll want more. Stick with me, you and I are about to dive into some seriously crazy magic. Her magic circle reminds me of someone totally different. Just looking at these tangled, confusing circles is enough to make anyone's brain hurt. The life reflecting off this circle is wild. It looks super complex, just like a steep cliff carved out and sharpened by daily erosion. The old guy speaks up, now please explain and present your project. Rainia points at each magic circle, diving straight into the hardcore details. This magic circle was created specifically to boost understanding. And get this, among the huge crowd sitting right there, a super mysterious smirk is hiding in the shadows. Listen closely, it looks insanely complicated at first glance, but you can actually figure it out by grasping the basic concepts. Breaking down each spell, she gives a simple explanation. It honestly just consists of a defense circuit, enhancement, and linking magic circles. That is exactly why this whole complicated mess can be solved super easily. With a quick snap, she pulls back the magic. Rainia ends her presentation just like that. The quiet mage thinks to himself, absolutely flawless, as an academic proposal. This thing is totally perfect and ready to be published in an academic journal, but it is not pretty at all. With a little tweak, it has huge potential. Seeing their speechless faces, she already knows what is up. I already know what you guys are thinking, she says. Rainia looks over to exactly where the praise came from. This is actually a solid magic circle. A blonde lady smiles gently. She praises it, saying this is way prettier than the absolute trash hanging out in the hallway. This VIP is none other than First Princess Lerun. She continues, don't you agree? Whenever people talk about the first princess of Katidia, Lerun Klen Katidia, they still just see her as the princess who gave up the throne. Now pay close attention here. We see Kai sitting by the fire, hesitating. Princess Lerun is kind of weird, don't you think? Ranian sits casually on the ground, totally confused. Didn't she pull out the holy sword? What did she say to you? Kai looks down, thinking hard. Remembering his meeting with the princess, he got totally humiliated by Lerun mid-party. Kai says it was ridiculous that a guy like him was playing hero. Ranian laughs his head off, literally crying as he cracks up at the crazy story. The world must be coming to an end. That is exactly what she said. Covering his mouth to stop laughing, he looks super hyped. I actually like her already. I really want to meet her in real life, Kai replies, but I doubt the two of us will ever cross paths. Meanwhile, back to Rainia after her insane magic breakdown. Rainia looks toward the voice. Realizing exactly who it is, she cannot help but panic. Why the heck is the princess here? Sitting like a boss on her chair, Lerun mocks them. Did you not hear me? You must be deaf and blind. One of the mages speaks up. Just as you said, this is a very good magic circle. He continues, however, it is not beautiful at all. Pointing right at the magic circle's core, the mage points out its insanely high value, its whole composition and structure, absolutely perfect. But being complete is just the starting baseline for true art. It is completely different from actual flawlessness or raw beauty itself. Lerun sighs out of pure boredom. I have heard that 1,000,000 times. You guys never change, you make zero progress at all. She brutally and bluntly criticizes them. You only consider flashy, dazzling things to be beautiful, do you not? Minimalism and stability are beautiful too. Touching the magic circle, Lerun points out that true minimalism requires a super genius brain that understands absolutely everything to pull it off. But she is definitely just looking for a convenient excuse to challenge Rainia. Can you prove this right now to all these clueless commoners, Professor Rainia? The hidden beauty behind that magic circle, Rainia instantly gets what the princess means. She takes a super deep breath and says absolutely nothing. Boom, Rainia instantly shows off her crazy magic. Lerun scoffs. The other mages are completely mind-blown by this insane display. She roasts them, saying, even the totally blind can clearly see it now. Let that sink in for a second. We always chase the sparkly stuff on the surface, ignoring the hidden iceberg beneath. How stupid is that? If you have something to say, spit it out. Lerun stands up fast and her servant instantly throws a cloak on her. Hands on hips, Lerun ends the meeting. Otherwise, we are done here. The mages are all sweating, super embarrassed by their own shallow thinking. Before leaving, Lerun turns back and drops a bomb. Oh right, you come with me. Rainia flinches, looking slightly annoyed. She double-checks me. Lerun acts super haughty, looking back and pointing right at her. Yeah, just you and me. Walking outside, Rainia is super confused. What the heck? Why does she want to talk to me? Sitting in front of such a high-ranking VIP, she is freaking out. Why did she dismiss all her guards just to have a chat? Lerun takes a tiny sip of tea and casually drops, I am honestly super jealous of you. Rainia is lost. Wait, me. Your Highness, she is totally baffled, like, what is she even saying right now? While Rainia nervously sips her tea in panic, Lerun sighs heavy and complains, you learned a whole lot from your dad, right? I am the exact opposite. I learned absolutely nothing from my old man. Rainia's brain is short-circuiting right now, a million questions piling up in her head. What on earth is she talking about? If she means her dad, that is literally the king. If I show zero respect, I am going to be in huge trouble. But wait, she is royalty too, so is this actually fine? Larun disgustingly describes the king as a piece of trash in a fancy cloak who only cares about partying, and her younger brother is a carbon copy of him. She does not hold back at all. This royal family of mine is getting sicker and more rotten by the day. Rainia is absolutely terrified but desperately tries to play it cool. Her soul is screaming for help. Someone please stop this crazy princess. Setting her teacup down, Larun keeps spilling the details. You know I gave up the throne, right? Rainia is stunned hearing this straight from the princess. I did it just to survive. The whole palace was dyed red with blood, people dying one by one. Larun keeps going, but even after brutally killing two of his own siblings, he is still not satisfied. That psycho is actively trying to kill me too. Even though I chose to step down, my brother is an unstoppable, bloodthirsty monster. We see a flash of the cold-blooded first prince, ruthlessly taking out his own family. Thinking back to her innocent, clueless younger siblings, she really beats herself up over it. I was just way too busy desperately trying to protect the younger ones. She might be weird, but Larun looks at Rainia with total sincerity. But I truly want to protect whoever is left, Rainia asks. Why me, your highness? Larun tilts her head, flashing an excited smile. Not a bad response. With countless magic circles glowing all over the royal palace, she finally opens up. I am a total genius at magical science, but I cannot handle raw mana. I know someone is watching me, but I literally have no way to track them down. So what do you and I make of this? I need an expert who is off my brother's radar. Rainia just coldly wonders what is next. All right, you and I are diving right into the chaos. Why, trust me, Larun crosses her arms. Don't get it twisted, Ayla wanted you, not me. Then she holds up 3 fingers, 3 days. Just stick by my side for 3 whole days, Larun offers. I will give you literally anything you want, as long as it is not my actual life on a silver platter. Following the maid's lead down the hall, Rainia yawns super loud, totally bored out of her mind. She thinks to herself, I knew this royal family was absolutely nuts, but wow, this is way worse than I ever imagined. The maid pushes open a door. Right this way. A voice inside calls out, you made it. Rainia instantly cringes, pinching her nose tight because the smell coming from this room is straight up garbage. Larun is just chilling on a random barrel, her aide right beside her. She looks slightly awkward. With so many enemies out there, this dusty place is the safest spot we have, so please bear with it. With that, Larun gives the order. Rugrant hand it over to her. Staring at the bundle she just got, Rainia totally panics. What on earth is this? Larun explains it like it is obvious. Didn't I just say I have a massive ton of enemies? She smiles brightly. To stay by my side naturally, you're gonna need a solid disguise. For the next 3 days, you're my new maid. Bright moonlight spills into the dark, damp room. Rainia looks absolutely dead inside. You seriously want me to wear this thing? Head maid Saralyn gives her a very intense, judging look. Why does she look so totally disgusted? We are seriously running out of time here. She speaks up. This exact outfit is strictly necessary for the mission. Rainia whips her head around, her face dripping with confidence. Even if I wear this frilly junk, won't people still recognize me? My face is actually pretty famous, you know. She suddenly drops a goofy grin. Hey Saralyn, how about I just sneak into the Royal Mage squad instead? The maid shoots back with a super strict tone. The Royal Mages are heavily monitored. Saralyn calmly breaks it down. The palace just hired a massive batch of new maids, so it will be way easier for Lady Rainia to blend right in. Rainia wonders if that means spies are actively watching the princess right now. Popping the lid of a box, Saralyn replies, exactly, so please hurry up and change your clothes. We absolutely have to hide your identity. The second Rainia sees the item inside, she turns pale. Sitting right there in the box is a frilly white headband with a giant red flower, making her freak out. I have to wear this ridiculous thing too. Saralyn picks up the headband, trying to calm her down. Yes, ma'am, this accessory will definitely help you out. Her face goes totally dark with pure, heavy regret. I really should have just gone home. Morning sunlight eventually floods the grand palace. Larun is furiously scribbling notes while calling out loud. Get over here. Seeing Rainia wearing that massive floral headband, she immediately tosses out a compliment. It totally suits you. Laron gives her first order. Now, I need you to set up a soundproof barrier. The moment she says it, Rainia waves her hand, casting the spell. Every object, every single wall instantly falls completely silent. Laron leans over her paperwork and tells Rainia, I will stay right by your side for 3 days. She keeps going, do not worry, you don't actually have to do any cleaning. Rainia forces the most awkward, strained smile ever. Oh, what an absolute honor. Passing some documents to Rugrant, Laron glances at Rainia, quietly wondering to herself, why does she look so incredibly miserable? Then she switches to boss mode. Your only job is to protect me from any kind of magical attack. Just handle it immediately, no need to report to me first. Hearing those exact words makes Rainia pause, hesitating for a second. Wait, I can just act totally on my own. Laron flashes a bright, confident smile as she answers. Was I not clear enough? Ayla is the one who recommended you. Laron's eyes sparkle with absolute trust as she looks right at her. Of course I am going to trust her judgment. She was absolutely certain about you, so just do your thing. Laron's voice rings out, completely commanding and powerful. If anything goes sideways, I will take the heat. Rainia looks around the room, double-checking. So I really do not need to ask first, right? Laron just keeps chilling and writing. Now pay close attention here. This is exactly where it gets crazy. Relax, I never take back my word. The second she says that, Rainia tightens her gloves, takes a deep breath, and channels massive power into her right arm. Bam, she violently punches straight up into the ceiling, making the princess open her eyes in pure shock. She watches in absolute stun as weird green liquid drips down from the smashed ceiling. A glowing blue magical eye splats right onto her messy pile of paperwork. Saralyn and Rugrant literally jump out of their skin, totally freaking out. Rainia casually says, I will clean that up. Looking at Laron, Rainia thinks to herself. The princess has literally spent the entire day drowning in endless paperwork, and man, this scene feels super familiar. She seriously starts wondering, could this dusty room actually be a hidden magic tower? Suddenly, Laron frowns and sighs heavily. Reading this garbage just hurts my eyes. She scowls, waving her hand to shoo away a random guy. Take this back immediately. The dude frantically bows and sprints away like his life depends on it. Watching that guy back out of the room at warp speed makes her super curious. Like, why is literally everyone running away like ghosts are chasing them? She randomly blurts out, look at them, are they scared a mad dog is gonna bite them? Hearing Laron shift, Rainia violently flinches, panicking internally. Did I just say that out loud? She stammers, wait, the princess is a mad dog. Laron just smoothly picks up her hot tea, her eyes still glued to her notes as she replies, that is my brand new nickname among the high society nobles. Honestly, it is not too bad at all, Laron adds, as long as it is useful to me. Still super curious, Rainia asks, wait, useful how exactly? The princess slowly starts explaining. For example, every now and then I send letters to those rich nobles near the battlefield, demanding military donations. They literally cannot refuse, but seeing a letter from the mad dog makes them absolutely panic. Which means our frontline soldiers end up getting way more supplies. Visions of her troops receiving extra food flash through the princess's mind. Laron states firmly, because otherwise I will actually bite. Let that sink in for a second, guys. After thinking it over, Rainia finally asks, but does the princess really have to do all that? The princess just closes her eyes and flashes a soft, gentle smile. Laron replies super warmly, every single citizen of Catidia should be deeply grateful to the knights fighting on the battlefield. Her eyes sparkle like actual stars as she speaks. Our entire nation is still standing solely because of their noble sacrifices. Before carrying the title of princess, I am a citizen of this land, so I absolutely must give it my all for them. Rainia stares at the princess, thinking to herself, man, that intense look is way too familiar. She lowers her head, suddenly flashing back to some really old memories. People who sacrifice absolutely everything for the highest possible purpose, walking a brutal path where they might even lose their own pride, they always have those exact same eyes. Suddenly, she steps away quickly, telling Laron, I am gonna go do a little bit of work now. Laron looks at Rainia, totally confused. Aren't you literally already working right now? Pulling the door open, Rainia throws a huge, bright smile over her shoulder and answers her. There is way too much trash outside, I am just gonna go sweep the yard. Rainia stares at the white walls, absolutely covered in glowing magical traps, and just sighs. Wow, that is seriously a lot. She tightens her gloves, muttering to herself, is this all from my old acquaintances? Right in front of Rainia is a massive, endless web of deadly magical arrays. Blazing with an intense blue magic aura, she hypes herself up. I already took the fat paycheck, so I better finish the job perfectly, right? Suddenly, a totally panicked man's voice echoes out of nowhere. Huh, what the heck is going on? Royal Mage Nickel is sweating bullets as his arrays randomly glitch out. Another mage asks Han, what is wrong? So what do you and I make of this? Payback is officially starting. All right, you and I are jumping into some serious drama today. Neckel speaks up, wondering what shady stuff is happening in the castle. The mage panics at the blurry purple orb. Are all those surveillance circles shut down? Are they testing anti-mana or something? Annoyed, he slams the orb back onto the table and mutters under his breath. Thanks to the princess acting up, we have to make a trip to the castle tonight. The other mages exchange looks, guessing the mad dog might have found herself a brand new ally. Figuring this new ally destroyed the magic circles, a super arrogant smirk crosses his face. They all laugh out loud, totally amused. You have got to be kidding me. Neckel smirks too. Even the master of the Black Tower could not pull that off. His voice drops real low. Every living thing struggles right before facing certain death. Another guy chimes in. The mad dog must really love being alive. Her instincts are totally warning her that her time is almost up. Neckel slowly explains that in just 3 days, the poison will definitely eat away at her. After all, the first prince himself was the one who set up those magic circles. Smiling like a total villain, he continues, as loyal subjects, it is our duty to watch this mad dog breathe her last, instant karma right in front of her. 1 second Neckel is gloating, the next he is deeply regretting it. His face is super swollen, bleeding so much the princess cannot even recognize the dying mess on the floor. Rainia flashes a bright smile, waving her hand casually. I just bumped into these guys while cleaning the hallway. Down at her feet, the whole squad of mages is groveling on the floor. They place surveillance circles everywhere. Hearing Rainia explain this, both Lerun and Saralyn absolutely freak out in pure shock. She thinks to herself, why did you beat them to a literal pulp? Whatever, they totally deserved it. Lerun sighs and praises her. Working so hard this late at night, thank you. Rainia smiles so wide her eyes vanish. No problem at all. Actually, a few hours ago, she and the princess set this whole thing up. Lerun asks in total shock, what did you just say? She slowly explains. Now pay attention here because this is wild. It is an ancient magic circle, but I cannot fix it yet. A glowing ancient magic mark suddenly appears right on Lerun's forehead. She grabs her forehead, completely stressed out. How do you even know about this? Rainia answers way too fast. I saw it on the battlefield, realizing she slipped up. She awkwardly twiddles her fingers. Well, I heard about it from mages who dealt with it directly. Looking totally exhausted, Lerun just sighs and keeps talking. It does not matter, I do not care where it came from. Just tell me what you know. Getting dead serious, Rainia reveals this magic is usually used by mages right on the battlefield. Her voice is slow and steady. At first glance, it looks like a normal charm, but it is actually a crazy summoning magic. It is specifically made to summon monsters using the lifespan of the person carrying the mark. Hearing this, she reveals the symbol showed up a week before her sibling died. Lerun clenches her fists tightly. Her face is full of absolute rage as she asks, so you mean my 2 younger siblings were drained of their lifespan just to summon those lowly demons? Rainia urgently asks, did they all appear right after they passed away? Calming down just a little bit, Lerun nods and replies to her, yeah, they did. But right after that, they were totally wiped out. Remembering that rainy day, Lerun explains that this is exactly why rumors started spreading about the royal family being completely cursed. She remembers the first prince standing right at the funeral, talking pure trash, but my shameless younger brother kept dodging the whole issue by blaming it on the sheer weakness of those 2. He wouldn't even let us investigate to stop those nasty rumors. Lerun feels so helpless. It must be because we are actually cursed. Otherwise, why do I keep having to go through these brutal losses? The whispers kept echoing in her ears. This time, it is the 3rd princess. The 2nd princess just passed away, and look at those awful wounds. It looks like she was savagely torn apart by a monster. She says her sister used to be the beautiful flower of the royal family. Now that gorgeous kid has closed her eyes and withered away forever. The older sibling focused entirely on training, but even that incredibly strong kid closed their eyes for good after taking a massive hit. You and I both feel the heartbreak here, right? They lived beautifully but died so pointlessly young. I have to find the cause. I lack talent, so I observe and learn instead. My research led me to the ivory tower, but even after meeting the honorary pillars, I still couldn't find the truth. Lerun speaks, completely lost in deep thought. A mage using battlefield magic definitely has a reason to stay completely hidden from me. She turns back to Rainia with a question. Why do you not just break it right now? She slowly explains. If we break it right away, the lost lifespan can never be recovered. Rainia continues. We have to wait until the summoning process is super close to being fully complete. Right when the monster is about to leave the host's body, she swipes her thumb across her neck like a knife and softly says, then we kill it. Only then can we steal back the lifespan that was snatched away. She carefully explains it to Lerun. Whether it is magic or a nasty curse, the rule is the same. When it comes to life and death, we have to be super careful. One tiny mistake means disaster and there is no going back. Hearing this, she gets super curious. Why do you sound so experienced? Rainia coughs awkwardly. Anyway, just wait until tonight. Her voice is totally confident. I guarantee 1 or 2 dirty rats will show up for sure. And right on cue, 3 mage rats actually show up. Lerun looks down at them with pure arrogance. Do you want me to bark for you? She lifts the glove, gagging his mouth. Come on now, Mr. Neckel. Tossing the glove away like garbage, Lerun smirks. You have been practicing your vocals long enough, right? Why not spill everything right now? The other 2 mages are violently shaking. Princess, this is all just a huge misunderstanding. One tries making pathetic excuses. We are just trying to protect you completely. Neckel stammers, playing along. Exactly, we are just trying to keep the princess safe from that curse so you do not end up like the 2 princesses. Her face darkens. I am such a fool. Right behind her, Rainia walks up holding a blue eye. Lerun grabs the filthy thing, violently smashes it right into Neckel's face, and mocks him without holding back. How did I never notice just how incredibly loyal you guys were? Lerun glares down, her face sharp, cold, and absolutely terrifying. You dare call spying on me protection? You dare call me a mad dog when you have not even seen me actually go crazy yet? The 2 mages see him out cold, shivering helplessly before Lerun's wrath. She gently calls out, my darling Rainia. Rainia answers instantly, standing at attention. Yes, princess. Lerun turns her head and gives the ultimate green light. Do whatever you want. Her eyes sparkle with excitement, confidently promising her, I will do the barking for you. Outside in the distant sky, snow is still gently falling all over the mortal world. Inside the massive castle, someone whispers, have you heard the crazy news yet? The nervous servants quietly gossip among themselves. All the royal mages just got summoned to the castle. Trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see what happens next. All right, you and I are jumping into some wild royal drama. The blue-haired maid nervously digs through her memories, recalling how she was working super late last night. On her way back with the laundry, she literally saw royal mages getting tossed into the dungeon. It was dark, but palace guards were in there too, and their eyes were completely blank, like they were terrified of something massive. Back in the present, heavy sighs fill the castle. Word is the screaming down in the dungeon still hasn't stopped. The other 2 maids agree, completely freaked out. Once you go in, you don't come out. The blonde maid nervously asks what is going on. Do you guys think the rumors are real? People say the crow maid is the mastermind behind it all. She is insanely strong, tossing grown men around. One punch and those royal mages go flying. The blue-haired maid turns totally pale at this, literally tearing up. She cries, come on, I have to serve the princess tonight. The others try to comfort her, saying she just needs to drop off the food. As it gets dark, she pushes the dinner cart toward the princess's room. Hearing the wheels roll, she tries to hype herself up. Nothing bad is gonna happen, right? But the second she thinks that, boom, a guy gets thrown right in front of her. She stares in pure shock, hearing a dark voice ask why he doesn't get it. Rainia casually walks out, hands on hips, bluntly saying the princess is busy. The white-haired man shakes, yelling that he absolutely needs to talk to her. She just shakes her head, snaps her fingers, and sighs about his stubbornness. Instantly, Rainia summons an eerie blue magic circle out of nowhere. With a cold command, glowing blue chains bind the old guy. Trapped, he grinds his teeth, groaning in total agony. Rainia sighs, looking exhausted, muttering about how annoying this is. The maid catches her eye and totally panics, thinking she is officially dead meat. Watch closely, things are about to get wild. The maid braces for a beatdown, but Rainia just casually asks if that is the dinner. Still shaking, the maid mentally says goodbye to her parents. Rainia just shrugs it off, simply saying she will bring the food inside. A second later, the maid stares at the closed door, completely stunned she is still breathing. Meanwhile, Rainia slowly pushes the food cart into the incredibly fancy, brightly lit room. The colorful, rich dishes are quickly set on the table. Laron leisurely cuts a piece of meat. Smiling as she praises Rainia, "Thanks, I really enjoyed watching your anger." Then she forcefully stabs her fork into the meat, whispering with a dark chuckle, "Look at them begging for their lives." Laron lowers her eyes, dropping a cold, indifferent remark, completely pathetic. Rainia sits across from her, smiling with her cutlery, suggesting it is easier to just scoop everything out. Laron laughs out loud at that, nodding. Yep, impressive thinking right there. Rainia takes a bite, secretly thinking the princess should take that compliment for herself. She eyes Laron, sizing her up and noticing something huge. She's still totally bursting with energy. Even veteran knights on the battlefield would probably shake in fear around her. Laron rests her chin, eyes sharp as she asks, "You work really fast. Who exactly are you?" Rainia freezes up, nervously stuttering that she is just a teaching assistant. Laron clicks her tongue, teasing that it sounded like a question. She chuckles softly, brushing it off as she leans on the table with amused eyes. If you say so. Time ticks by, dinner ends, and they sit across from each other talking. Laron sits straight, turning serious. "I have one more favor." Rainia respectfully listens. Without hesitation, the princess slowly makes her plea. "Please take care of my youngest sister." Rainia is totally caught off guard, eyes wide. Laron does not explain. She just stands up, bluntly stating her brother is unfit to be king. He would sacrifice absolutely anything to protect himself. Thanks to you, his lackeys are mostly gone, but people never change. Those who trample on others for personal gain do not deserve the throne at all. Right? I must stop him. You and I both know the deal, Rainia calmly points out, but you are still here, princess. Laron gently shakes her head, explaining she has a different mission. The soldiers who sacrificed their lives on the battlefield, bleeding for this country. I must stabilize things inside, pick a true leader. Laron turns around, voice heavy, "That is my duty." Suddenly her face goes completely pale. Sweating, she mutters her final wish, and instantly Laron gets dizzy, collapsing. Saralyn quickly catches her, crying out. She carefully lays Laron down on the bed to rest, making sure to thoughtfully tuck her in. Exhausted, Laron hazily mutters it feels like meeting her brother. Rainia quickly puts on her gloves, her face incredibly tense as she thinks. Her mental strength is insane, still joking right now. Rainia steps closer, flashing a soft smile. "Just close your eyes and rest easy." Pale and dazed, Laron hears Rainia confidently promise she will wake up. The princess gives a weak laugh and closes her eyes. "I trust you." Seeing this, Rainia immediately powers up, summoning a deep crimson magic circle. That intense magical energy starts flowing straight into Laron's body. Rainia watches, amazed. The princess is built different. A wound like that must be agonizing, yet she endures it. A warm, healing power slowly flows into her system. "Please don't worry," Rainia whispers. Her eyes flash with a grin as she declares, "I am actually quite confident when dealing with these curses." In the endless darkness, Laron's voice echoes. When death approaches, it is completely silent and invisible. No smell, no taste, just slowly creeping closer. But why is it so familiar? Reminds me of the days I bowed like a dog to my brother, barking or staying quiet on command just to survive. This invisible death makes me feel just as helpless. My older sister, buried under the blooming cherry blossoms, the little one trapped under the heavy snow. Did they feel this exact same way? Laron whispers in pure tragedy, finally gripping the sharp thorns piercing her own body. She swears to pay for this sin with her life, sharp thorns violently spreading through the pitch-black space. Laron slowly opens her eyes, her gaze totally cold, and that is where we leave it. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. All right, guys, stick with me here. We are kicking things off with pure madness. The moment she finishes speaking, Rainia stands outside, blasting this massive blue energy trap straight at that rough, thorny branch. That crazy, blood-red dark aura explodes outward like totally insane, morphing into this bizarre, twisted monster shape. Rainia just fearlessly tightens her grip on that rough mass. With completely ice-cold eyes, she whispers, "Drew out quite a lot, didn't I?" Right at that moment, Laron blinks awake on her bed. That is the exact same starlight I saw on my youngest sibling. She gasps softly, totally grabbing Rainia's attention. That glowing trail is absolutely gorgeous. Rainia quickly puts away her wand, closes her eyes, and just laughs at the awesome compliment. You did amazing, she cheers. Those wild blue lights are still swirling all around the massive room, slowly dropping down to completely wrap around Laren's body. Saralyn carefully helps her sit up. Laren coughs, looking super grateful. After all, she totally owes her life to Rainia. You literally saved my life, Laren softly emphasizes. She smiles so warmly, her voice packed with absolute sincerity. Thank you so much. Then Laren hesitates just a bit. Can I ask how you even pulled that off? Rainia just puts her hands on her hips and nods. Sure, I honestly just went with the flow. Both girls are absolutely stunned by that answer. Finally, Laren just busts out laughing, totally amused by her vibe. Honestly, a classic nonchalant answer like that from Rainia is not even surprising anymore. Cut to a brand new day, soft sunlight hitting the giant, gorgeous castle. After getting a solid night of rest, Laren takes a chill walk out in the garden. Hands behind her back, she breathes in the fresh air. Ah, it feels so open and relaxing out here. Most people probably think I died from my brother's terrible curse, she thinks. Rainia looks back, a bit worried. Is it really okay for me to just head home like this? There is still a ton of stuff we haven't handled yet. Laren slowly walks beside her, shaking her head. I have zero clue what you saw, but seriously, do not stress about it at all. My brother is a super cautious guy. He's going to try to figure out my power level and what I know before making any moves. Rainia just frowns at that logic. She states coldly, well, if you say so, princess. But honestly, from now on you are gonna have a guard dog watching over you. Laren totally agrees, smirking a bit. Yep, and a super capable one too. Rainia looks completely confused, racking her brain trying to figure it out. Capable? Wait, who exactly are we talking about here? Laren doesn't keep her guessing, happily grinning as she drops the name. Sir Can, the Silent Knight, that stalker guy. Rainia is completely speechless. Wait, what? Who the heck is that? Laren doesn't hold back the hype. He is insane with a sword and magic, just a bit of a conservative dude who barely talks. Rainia is totally fed up with this setup. What are you even doing? Is that the same Can I know? Finally, Laren cheerfully offers, hey, if you want to meet him, just let me know right now. Rainia violently shakes her head, looking like absolutely no way. I'm gonna pass on that, thank you. Laren clicks her tongue, frowning in annoyance. Are you really having zero interest here? This is literally a VIP perk straight from a princess. Are you seriously turning me down right now? Rainia just aggressively scratches her head, looking completely done. I honestly do not need anything. I have a house, a job, and money. If I need a favor later, I will definitely ask. Laren sighs, grabbing an item since she can't convince her. Then at least take this magical artifact. She quickly hands over a purple card, looking super sincere. Laren then slowly breaks down how the magic works for her. Write a letter on this and it warps straight to me. Call me if you need help. I definitely will not forget this favor. Rainia awkwardly laughs, taking the magic card right away. Thanks a ton, you really are a true princess. The two of them keep walking deep into a super thick brush area. Laren moves incredibly fast, finally stopping at a random hidden spot. Now here is where it gets crazy, so watch closely. She points to a secret tunnel. Walk completely straight down this path or you will end up buried deep underground. Rainia goes quiet for a second, looking at Laren with this intense, thoughtful gaze. Finally, she hesitates and asks, can I ask you one last question before I head out? Have you ever met the hero Kai? Laren frowns hard, trying to remember. Yeah, I have. I've met about 5 heroes total, but he is the absolute worst. Operates purely on instinct with zero actual ideals or consistency. He is honestly just like my terrible brother. If that guy is a hero, we are literally doomed. Seeing Rainia trying to cover up a cheeky smile. Laren narrows her eyes suspiciously. Why are you even asking, and what is with that weird expression? Rainia immediately fake coughs into her hand, trying to act serious. Oh, nothing at all. Deep down, Rainia thinks this is super interesting but kinda shocking. Even though Kai is a total womanizer, he is literally the sword saint hero of this world. He is supposed to be the ultimate symbol of hope. She never expected someone to completely see right through his fake facade. Laren doesn't stick around, turning to leave. All right then, stay safe out there. And remember to tell your little sister to befriend Professor Rainia. Rainia just smiles softly, nodding in agreement to her request. Secretly, she realizes this princess is really something special. She turns around and heads straight into the creepy secret tunnel. Walking fast, Rainia decides to strip out of her stuffy maid outfit. Oh my gosh, I can finally breathe again. I seriously thought I was going to die wearing that hot outfit. Back to normal, she strolls along, completely lost in her own thoughts. Wait a second, don't I have a big exam coming up soon? What should I even study for it? The long tunnel slowly ends, and Rainia finally steps out to soak in the bright sunlight. She stretches her arms out big time, taking a deep breath. Whatever, I'll figure it out later, gotta get to work. Cut to a beautiful training hall where a super intense sparring match is happening. Benoa smoothly dodges out of the way, keeping a completely calm face against the attacks. Meanwhile, Lack bites his lip, tilting his head to dodge a massive power strike. They stand in the middle of the arena, trading insanely sharp blows. For a split second they pause, and Lack is totally panting, realizing he just cannot win this. You and I have definitely seen this trope before, right? Lack realizes he absolutely cannot beat Benoa today. When exactly did this massive power gap even form? Benoa frowns and dashes out of the way of Lack's incoming hit. Meanwhile, Lack is having an absolute internal crisis. Back at the start of the semester, they were totally equals in skill, and the gap wasn't even this huge. Snapping right back to reality, Lack swings his super sharp axe, but Benoa easily blocks it with his sword. They continuously trade blows, but Lack keeps agonizing over why this is happening. Killer intent flashes in Lack's eyes, and he grips his weapon tight, charging forward. Benoa's eyes glow with crazy intense power, and he rushes right back. Boom, their massive clash kicks up crazy dust everywhere. The crowd outside is absolutely shook. Right in the arena, Lack's massive axe stops right above Benoa's shoulder. Literally an inch away from absolute disaster, but look on the other side, Benoa's wooden sword is already pressed against Lack's neck. A purple-haired guy waves his hand. Benoa wins. So what do we take from this crazy power gap? Lack takes a deep breath, throwing his hands up. I lose. His axe hits the floor with a heavy clang. All right, stick with me here. We are jumping right into the aftermath. The guy jots down some notes and announces the sparring session is officially over. Everyone heads back, thanking him. Over here, Lack is absolutely fuming. Putting his weapon down means accepting defeat. Meanwhile, the crowd walks away buzzing. That last match, totally insane, right? Yeah, absolutely wild. But our guy is lost in thought. It feels humiliating, sure, but a true warrior has to swallow his pride. His dad taught him that, yet this loss feels completely empty. Lack flashes back to an old conversation with his dad. Hands behind his back, his father spoke with ice-cold logic. I hear the Knight Commander saying nobody in the north can challenge you anymore. Lack just bows, keeping his voice super calm and humble. I still have a massive amount to learn, he replies. His dad stays completely quiet, lips pressed together, hesitating for a solid second. Finally, he slowly drops a totally weird order. Lack, you need to leave this place immediately. Lack freezes up, eyes wide with confusion. Wait, what? His dad just calmly explains, up here in the north, nobody can hand you a defeat. Sure, stronger warriors definitely exist out there, but you will not learn anything just getting stomped by them. You need an equal rival to really teach you that lesson. Back in the present, Lack stares at his fist, laughing bitterly, learning from losing. He looks at his dropped axe with sad eyes. Yeah, this is seriously hard. Meanwhile, at a massive castle, Rosal smiles bright, making a cheerful announcement. All right, listen up. Rainia just awkwardly scratches her head, hesitating. Professor, you see, he looks at the paper, smirking. Let me see, is royal security really this bad? Watch closely here, we are about to see a royal mess. The Mage lab got infiltrated, demanding outside consultants. Those weird tracks inside the palace, officially under investigation. You really smoothed this all out perfectly, didn't you, my student? Rainia looks away awkwardly, whispering back, the princess told me to leave the messy fallout to her. I didn't want to do it either. Rosal keeps smiling, but his face is getting completely dark and annoyed. He lets out a cold laugh, throwing some heavy shade. So the great mage is teaching now, making your master's words total trash, right? Rainia grabs her face, practically begging. Please stop bringing that up. Meanwhile, Rosal clicks his tongue. The archmage is just built different. This room is literally the best in the kingdom. She buries her face in pure embarrassment, internally crying. I was just trying to chill and draw some sketches. Who knew it would accidentally turn into an entire classroom? Rainia keeps grumbling in her head. Mages are supposed to use actual magic, not their fists. You chant spells, your body is a tool, and magic is your real weapon. Even her past life totally agrees. Exactly. What kind of fighting works without basics? Seeing Rainier completely zoned out, Rosal sternly asks, "Are you seriously ignoring your master right now?" Suddenly, a steady knock hits the door. Matt walks in with stacked papers, loudly asking Assistant Professor Rainier, "Are you free right now?" She turns around, "Come on in." Rosal shoots her a suspicious glare. That look says, "What kind of trouble did you cause now?" Rainier internally cries, feeling completely wronged. "He is just delivering papers. I swear I am totally innocent." Time flies and the sky turns orange, signaling the end of a long day. Gloomy orange light hits the empty training room. Lack sits quietly, staring hard at his planted axe. Suddenly, Isla walks in and softly asks, "You are still here?" Shocked by the sparring results, Lack looks at her sitting beside him, totally confused. "What do you mean?" Isla blinks, upset about losing. "You and I both felt that sting, right?" But she adds, "You know that feeling of battling a true equal." Lack bites his lip and snaps back, "I am not. True warriors accept defeat." He says this while glaring right at his axe. But Isla immediately raises her voice. "No way, accepting a loss and feeling competitive are two completely different things. Appia has awesome professors, why not ask them for advice? There is a super strong one right here too." Meanwhile, at another spot, Rainier checks the documents, totally impressed. Professor Matt prepared way better than expected. She focuses hard on every single page he handed over. Suddenly, Rainier remembers asking him for exam help before, and he literally used his arm as an excuse. Honestly, she thought he would just phone it in. All right, the combat exam's theme is pure survival. This test simulates a real, gritty battlefield space, aiming to boost the combat class's core skills. And get this, it is set up as a crazy maze exploration. Rainier rubs her chin, muttering, "Not bad." Finding a pen, she wonders aloud, simulating a real battlefield experience. Let's make it way more realistic. Maybe drop in some mana-absorbing leeches. Oh right, and invisible dark creatures. If we cannot send them to war, let us make it feel exactly like one. Jotting her ideas down, Rainier flashes a seriously wicked smirk. This is enough. Night falls, faint moonlight hitting the forest. In the yard, Lack violently swings his axe into a dummy. Eyes sparking, he keeps swinging. He thinks, if only I was half a step faster, if I just dodged instead of blindly attacking. If I aimed left, could I have one? Time passes. The sun peeks out, spreading a warm morning glow. Dripping sweat from the brutal workout, Lack slumps onto the dirt. He exhales heavily, muttering, "No matter what I think, I cannot picture a winning scenario." Looking up at the sky, he laughs sadly and digs into his pocket. Dragging his words, he remembers prepping for the combat exam. Theme is survival, proctored by Assistant Professor Rainier Vanchias. Lack takes a deep breath, comforting himself. It will be totally fine, right? Time flows on, and a fresh new day slowly begins, showing off a perfectly clear, insanely soothing blue sky. 1 week later, at the Grefeld Forest combat exam, someone aggressively claps their hands, loudly announcing, "All right, I will now explain the test details." Everyone gather around. The depressed students drag their feet, whining. Assistant Professor Rainier is actually proctoring. "Man, I miss Professor Matt already." Once all the students gather, Rainier rubs her chin and fakes a cough. Hands on her hips, looking completely unfazed, she starts explaining the exam. "I will be your proctor today instead of Professor Matt, and trust me, you and I know this is gonna be brutal. All right, guys, stick with me here. You and I are about to watch one insane survival exam. The rules are super simple to pass. Just complete one of two wild conditions. Either catch the alpha monster in the zone or survive in the forest for 3 whole days. 3 days, everyone's eyes just bug out. You can literally see the panic setting in on their faces. But Rainier, she could not care less about their fear. She just holds up this bracelet and announces that every single student gets one of these special items before starting. This bracelet records the shock damage taken from the illusion monsters inside the test area. If it absorbs way too much shock, boom, you are instantly expelled from the exam site. And get this, the shock actually means cutting off your oxygen supply. Losing oxygen leads straight to cell and tissue suffocation. You can retry after an hour, but you will be heavily penalized. The crowd just laughs bitterly. Talk about a completely brutal setup. They cannot help but mutter that she is the absolute nightmare of Appia Academy. She ignores the hate completely, just seriously handing out the bracelets with a warning. The main grading criteria is pure adaptability. Try to stay calm no matter what hits you. Now that the bracelets are all handed out, the exam officially begins. Oh, and one quick piece of advice for you all. Only use the pre-stored magic circles you already have. The students quickly snap the bracelets onto their wrists, listening closely to Rainia as she gives her final strict instructions. She snaps her fingers with a cheerful smile, claiming they will find out the reasons soon enough. The space suddenly turns totally gloomy, and creepy creatures spawn right as Rainia makes her big opening declaration. All right, let the exam begin. Inside the dark forest, a heavy, dead atmosphere just swallows everything up entirely. A gray-haired girl looks around in total panic, asking the group a question. Is this really the same forest from earlier? Does anyone have a light magic circle? Suddenly, they spot someone actually casting a spell and angrily yell out, "Hey, what are you doing right now? We are only supposed to use the pre-stored ones." The short-haired girl calmly replies, "Yeah, I heard that, but we need to actually see where we are going first." Now pay close attention because this is where it gets crazy. The magic circle glows blue and glowing red eyes appear in the dark. Everyone screams as a massive snake monster violently lunges out. It brutally sinks its teeth right into the short-haired girl's neck. The others quickly realize it is a mana-absorbing monster. The bitten girl rolls her eyes back, weakly muttering for help. "My mana, somebody save me." The two girls nearby watch her collapse and vanish, screaming their heads off in pure terror. The gray-haired girl tears up, watching the monsters close in, wondering what on earth to do. "I cannot just quit." Meanwhile, in another area, the guys are completely panicking and shouting, "It is a pack of black wolves. Watch your faces. What the heck is going on?" Seconds later, multiple shadows just vanish from the exam completely. Soon after, tragic screams echo non-stop throughout the entire dark forest. But Benoa, he just leans casually against a tree, calmly watching the whole chaotic scene unfold. A moment later, he secretly thinks to himself, "Wow, this is way too easy." Over in the corner, a trembling guy stammers out a thank you. Benoa just shakes his head, saying no problem. High above, the sky is still a perfectly clear blue. The exhausted students huddle up closely together for safety. Rainia stands there with her hands crossed, watching the pale students. She sighs, thinking if this was real combat, they would be dropping like flies right now. The traumatized students keep shaking, asking each other what exactly attacked them out there. A mana-sucking monster. Rainia lets out another completely bored sigh and turns to leave the area. Suddenly, she gets a phone call asking for Assistant Professor Rainia. She smirks and answers, speaking, "This is Professor Matt Wright." On the other side, the host watches the exam through his crystal ball, hesitating before saying, "I hate to bring this up, but the difficulty level seems a bit too high. Are these kids not just freshmen? It is way too brutal." He freezes for a second when he hears Rainia complaining lazily, "Honestly, I did not want to do this either. But most of the students here will end up on the battlefield eventually. Getting hit with this kind of shock early on is actually for the best. Is not struggling here way better than losing their lives in a real war? Here at Appia, only through complete failure can you realize what to avoid and what absolutely must be done to survive. So this is not a failure, it is a penalty." After a brief moment of silence, the host lets out a heavy breath and calmly replies, "All right, I totally get your point. I must say, the magic matrix is amazing." He pauses for a second, "But how are the students ever supposed to catch you?" Over there, Rainia takes off her mask and laughs warmly, saying, "Oh, come on now. If there is no clear answer about the enemy you are facing, what is more important than figuring out the solution yourself?" Meanwhile, back deep inside the wild and untamed forest area. "You and I both know this difficulty is completely unhinged, right?" The sun glares down as three girls sit helplessly on the ground. They complain, mana eaters, illusion monsters, and now black wolves. This test is pure evil. The short-haired girl looks down in total silence, thinking hard. A minute later, she suddenly jumps to her feet, clenching her fists with determination. "Let us try this again, guys. Even if we get kicked out, it is just a penalty, not an elimination. Let us go for it. If this attack plan totally fails, we will just come up with another strategy on the fly." The three girls instantly get hyped up, jumping to their feet and cheering. "Yeah, that is the spirit we need. Let us run it back." No hesitation, they immediately charge right back into that super creepy forest. The short-haired girl takes the lead, shouting out loud, "This way, guys. Let us wipe all of them out in a single hit." She raises her voice to command them. "Fireball, do it right now." The gray-haired girl follows orders, manifesting a massive fireball. The magic circuit is totally complete. She quickly hurls the blazing fireball straight at that giant snake monster and triggers an explosion. But the monster does not even flinch, leaving them completely confused. Wait, it had literally zero effect on it. The ponytail girl yells out in total frustration. Seriously, what are we missing this time? She grits her teeth hard, quickly using the bracelet to escape the zone. The three girls desperately flee the forest right before getting attacked, cursing out loud, "Damn it all." After finally making it out of that hellish forest, all three are panting from pure exhaustion. The gray-haired girl rubs her cheeks, sighing in confusion. Why didn't our attack work at all out there? The short-haired girl rubs her eyes, doubting herself. Was the firepower just too weak? Next time, let us stack up some binding charms. The ponytail girl nods slightly, saying, I will stock up on offensive attack charms. They march right back into that gloomy forest. The short-haired girl summons a magic circle and screams her command. Now, the ponytail girl urgently raises her hands, blasting out her ultimate attack just like she was told, unleashing absolutely everything. At the same time, the host sits in his monitoring room, pondering deeply while watching the crystal ball. He rubs his chin with an intense gaze, suddenly exclaiming, Wow, I really didn't expect this. Even if you fail, do not get discouraged. Just brainstorm better counter strategies and challenge it once again. An endless challenging spirit is the core value a mage needs to discover the absolute unknown. Thinking about this, Matt nods in complete satisfaction, judging that the student's abilities are definitely going to skyrocket from this intense test. I am definitely taking notes for the next teaching curriculum, even though things over there still look a little bit extreme. Meanwhile, at another location, Rainia is still casually strolling with her hands behind her back, eyes closed in pure enjoyment. She hears footsteps approaching, smiling softly to herself. Finally, you have arrived. Rainia looks straight at Benoa, giving him a super casual welcome. He just squints calmly and asks, Wait, are you the monster I am supposed to catch? And trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. All right, stick with me here. Rainia smiles happily, snapping her fingers and totally owning it. Meanwhile, Benoa bites his lip hard, seriously wondering if he should just give up. They stand quietly in that totally dead forest for a long time. Finally, Benoa rubs his head and lets out a tired sigh. Assistant professor. Rainia just keeps that huge smile and says yep. He completely loses it, screaming at the top of his lungs. How is he supposed to beat a combat veteran professor? She just happily nods along, totally agreeing that it makes perfect sense. Right after saying that, Rainia excitedly snaps her fingers. Benoa's eyes go wide as a bright flash appears right in front of him. Instantly, the ground near his feet cracks completely open. He's absolutely shook. He stares at the crack, realizing if she aimed for his face instead of the ground, it'd be game over. Rainia just smiles kindly. There is zero chance I'd end a carefully planned test like that. The other students are going to learn a lot, but if you get nothing, it's a huge waste. There are a few conditions for this test that you need to know. Rainia lowers her voice. Condition 1, if you don't cross this line, I won't attack first. 2, I won't use spells directly on you. Hearing that, Benoa nervously asks if those are the only 2 rules. She shakes her head, slowly explaining that there are 3 more conditions. You'll have to figure out the remaining rules completely on your own and use all 5 to attack me. Benoa just glares at her coldly. She just shrugs, pointing at a tree stump and casually telling him to touch her with that stump to pass. Sounds super simple, right? Honestly crazy. Rainia laughs, warning him to watch closely. Even against an impossible opponent, there's always 1 or 2 openings if you just pay attention to the details. Benoa slowly summons his weapon, sighing to himself. He knows this is going to be incredibly tough, but definitely not impossible. Now watch closely. The second that thought hits, he blasts forward. Benoa rushes in, swinging his sword straight at Rainia. She easily blocks the blade, calmly reminding him that overcoming strength is super tough. Suddenly, an explosion rocks the area, sending dust and rocks flying everywhere. Benoa grits his teeth and backs up, clicking his tongue. Through the thick dust cloud, Rainia's confused voice rings out, "Why the weird grip? When you need your hands, use them right." She excitedly launches a flurry of attacks, asking if they're done. Benoa groans, begging for a break. Behind a nearby bush, Lack is hiding and watching the fight. He gets a bad feeling that the final obstacle might actually be the professor. Thinking that, he leaps forward into action. Rainia reacts super fast, launching a heavy counterattack. He raises his axe to block it, quickly asking Benoa if he wants to team up. He desperately needs a flexible weapon for his strategy. Benoa smirks, his eyes dark. What a coincidence, my strategy needs a solid shield to beat this nightmare. Let's rewind a few minutes. Before they actually teamed up, from Lack's perspective, he is carefully hiding behind a thick bush, just watching Rainia and Benoa clash. Professor Rainia, her constant fear aura is way lower now, plus those weird, unnatural movements she's making. He quickly realizes it's the restriction test from the north. Lack remembers someone laughing and telling him to find the weakness and look closer. You saw that too, right? Watching Rainia's strange movements, Lack finally understands exactly what those moves actually mean. Over there, she cheerfully kicks Benoa right in the jaw. What restriction? Lack glances at his axe, totally hesitating. He found the restriction, but probing it doesn't fit his fighting style at all. He grips his axe tight, thinking. Just a bit more, he needs a weapon that can cleanly pierce those gaps. Meanwhile, Benoa glances away, cursing. He found it, but it's not enough. I need endurance to break that weak point, but I can't boost it instantly. Both Lack and Benoa tightly grip their weapons. Their minds are racing, wondering what to do. Time ticks by in that dead forest. Back to the present, Lack fiercely charges Rainia. She casually jumps back to dodge, smiling and saying he's later than she thought. Benoa stands behind, slowly withdrawing his weapon. Done with that, he looks up at Rainia, asking if the test strictly has to be a one-on-one fight. She shrugs, saying there's no rule. Hearing that, Benoa immediately walks straight over to Lack, totally surprising him. He throws an arm around Lack, whispering to ask his strategy. He carefully glances at Rainia, quietly explaining that the professor is only using her left hand, and those attacks are fake. She's actually casting spells with that hand. Over in the corner, Rainia smiles, thinking these kids are really turning their backs on her. Benoa glances at her, muttering that her perception is insane. She figured everything out just by looking. First, the professor's 2 conditions. Hearing that, Lack nods and asks what Benoa's plan is. Suddenly, Rainia lazily looks over, realizing exactly what's happening. She quickly leans away, dodging a massive attack. Rainia looks up at the 2 of them, casually asking if they finally figured it out. Benoa grits his teeth, staying silent while quietly summoning his weapon. Rainia doesn't need an answer, dashing in to knee Lack in the stomach. But it's too late, he takes the hit, turning pale and coughing up water. Rainia ghosts past Benoa, chuckling that she knew their plan. But you should have been faster. She punches him hard in the gut, smirking and telling them to try again. Benoa turns pale from the pain, coughing up water too. Elsewhere, Matt is intensely watching the match, his face stiffening as he listens. Hearing screams from the orb, Matt finally calls Rainia. Professor, I'm worried they might break some bones. Benoa quietly tells Lack to get up. He's completely flattened, groaning that it's too hard. Rainia just laughs it off to Matt as a little lesson. Makes you think, right? Let's jump right into it. You and I are watching the craziest training session ever. He literally drops students into a monster pit and is just sitting there. Meanwhile, our main character is over here grumbling. Look at them coughing their lungs out. On this side, Lag is absolutely exhausted, complaining while Benoa is literally dragging him across the dirt. Lag is like, wait, what now? He totally gives up and whines. If your mouth is full of dirt, just roll over. Rainia stands to the side, watching this whole mess and whispering to herself. Seeing them triggers a total flashback. Her mind instantly drifts back to her past life with Kai. Thinking about it, Rainia cannot help but get annoyed, comparing them. Lag is 1,000 times better than Kai. She clears her throat and waves it off. Do not worry, these kids can still take a beating. In her head, Rainia is secretly super impressed. Honestly, these students are holding up incredibly well. She was planning to train them by beating them up until sunset. But they're learning speed, way faster than she expected. It has probably been 4 or 5 hours by now. She is dying to see what they will do next. A little bit later, Benoa quickly drags Lag over to lean against a tree for a breather. He quietly asks, "Can you still move?" Lag gasps for air and replies, "I think 10 minutes of rest will do it." Benoa frowns for a second and just asks straight up, "Can you do that thing again like last time?" Lag is totally confused. He squints and asks, "Wait, what thing?" Benoa licks his lips, thinking back and explains, "I mean the time your eyes turned bright red and you went completely berserk." Lag instantly gets it and nods. Oh, you mean overheat. If I use that, I completely lose my mind, but Benoa literally does not care at all. He shakes his head, stands up, and says, that does not matter. I will adjust to your pacing, just do whatever you want. Oh, and let me borrow that for a sec. Hearing this, Lag panics, grabs his axe, and shakes his head no. No way, a weapon is a warrior's soulmate, basically an extension of their own body. Benoa looks completely deadpan, smirking right back, then who just tossed their soulmate in the dirt earlier. It is for our strategy, just lend it to me. Lag cannot argue with that, so he shrugs and hands the axe over. All right, fine, why are you so mad? Benoa snaps back, since when am I mad? Now watch closely because you and I are about to see the real mind games begin. Rainia sits by the tree, silently analyzing Benoa. He has made it this far without failing once. So this is basically a test. Throw crazy obstacles at your students and watch them level up. Is this the true heart of a teacher that my master used to talk about? Right as she thinks that, Benoa and Lag are literally shivering with goosebumps in the distance. Lag finally just hands the axe over completely. Here, just take it already. Benoa snatches it quickly, his eyes darting around. Stick to the game plan we talked about, just move however you want. He reaches out, summoning this sick red and black smoke, whispering quietly. It will take me a little time to adjust, but this test is far from over. Benoa holds up 4 fingers, 4 total. That is the exact number of restrictions she is using. 2 rules the professor already dropped. She will not attack first unless we cross the line, and spells are only for capturing. Lag starts connecting the dots too. She only casts magic with her left hand and strictly 3 spells per turn. After a turn ends, she has to do a specific action. Benoa nods, totally agreeing with his theory. Benoa hypes him up, everything is crystal clear now, just rush in and wreck the place. Lag instantly activates his overheat skill. Rainia is actually surprised and says, oh, using overheat here. She watches Lag's arm literally bulk up so much it rips his shirt, thinking to herself, it is a special physical enhancement art mainly used by those crazy northern warriors. Honestly speaking, overheat is a spell that completely scrambles your brain, so it is usually rated pretty low. Rainia is super curious now. How is this absolute chaos going to play out? Lag draws his blade and charges right at her face. Rainia instantly reacts, flying to the side to dodge his brutal, heavy slash. Looking at Lag's fighting style, Rainia immediately realizes this spell was designed for heat-generating weapons. Then she glances down at the massive crack in the ground right beneath her feet. Only pure instinct is left, and his body is just moving on autopilot. At first glance, this wild attack is totally trying to bait her out of bounds. Rainia pauses, breathing super heavily. She notices Benoa right in front of her, perfectly covering all the blind spots. That is when Rainia finally figures out his role. He is backing up Lag's movements like a literal shadow. You and I both knew she wouldn't go down easy. Rainia smirks, calling it interesting but still totally amateur. She looks down, calls out to Lag, raises her fist, and asks, are you a mage? She uses her punishment skill, dropping an absolutely critical hit right onto Lag. You are literally being eaten alive by the very magic you are trying to cast. Red bands of aura tightly wrap around his legs. Lag shakes but grips his axe tight. He swings it at Rainia with everything he has, but she effortlessly blocks it in a split second. Focus up, we are running out of time. Benoa waits for Rainia to blink, then violently swings his hand down. Dark spear. A red streak instantly blitzes her blind spot, but reality hits hard. Rainia literally stops it with just 2 fingers. She smirks, glancing back, you were only a tiny bit off. Under the dark sunset, Rainia's teacher voice echoes across the entire battlefield. Exactly, do it just like that again, but you have to calmly evaluate the situation. Meanwhile, over at the campsite, let's check out the magic you managed to stockpile. First up, the impact system. But wait, that guy gets totally distracted, looking over at the 2 restriction spells. He stares at the 2 students lying completely drained on stretchers, absolutely mind blown. The guy looks super suspicious and asks the person next to him, those are Lag and Benoa, right? Did they not literally just pass the exam a second ago? Why do they look like they got hit by a truck? He gasps, wondering what kind of absolute monster is hiding in the center of this forest. Rainia happily looks at the destroyed clearing. She lowers her eyes and nods. Now those are students worth teaching. Right in front of her, that perfect tree from earlier has a massive chunk missing. What a wildly difficult practical exam. 4 days later, the doctor kindly checks on Lag. You are pretty much fully recovered, aside from some minor scratches, but seriously, do not push yourself too hard just yet. He nods obediently and says, "Thank you so much, doctor." Then Lag stands up and heads out. Walking down the hall, his mind starts racing. What exactly was that feeling? This bizarre sensation totally took over his mind right through the pure instinct. Lag remembers fighting Rainia and realizes, in 3 whole years of using overheat, he never felt anything like that. Even elite special forces struggle to keep their sanity when they go into overheat mode. His raw instincts and senses were guiding him, making him waver and want to run away. Lag clenches his fist, actually impressed with himself, but that day, he definitely managed to hold on to his sanity. He just has no idea how to do it on his own. Standing right outside Rainia's office, he makes up his mind. Professor Rainia has to know. Hearing the knock, Rainia pauses her writing and calls out, "Yes, come on in." Lag opens the door and speaks up super shyly. "Professor," she sees it as Lag and instantly perks up. "Oh, Lag, come in." Rainia smiles warmly and asks how he is doing, even though she totally caused all this. "So what do you and I make of this?" Lag freezes for a second but answers, "Ah yeah, I am fine." Then Rainia suddenly drops a bomb about the school closing for barrier construction. "All right, stick with me. What exactly is happening at school?" Lag stutters a reply while Rainia stares back, completely suspicious. His mind is doing absolute flips right now. Why is his heart suddenly racing? He begs for an answer, but Rainia reads him instantly. She tells him keeping his cool while using the heating skill will not be tough, since he has felt it before. Slapping down some documents, she tells him practical experience is best. Lack watches her write, wondering who she is mailing as glowing blue letters appear. She casually explains she is calling in favors from a recent acquaintance. If she just asks, they will probably help out. In a blink, a reply replaces her text. Rainia smiles from ear to ear, asking if Lack wants to try real field training. It is a beautiful day at the academy. Dense text floods the magical letter, making Rainia cheer out loud with joy. The reply mentions Princess Ayla, making the girl blush hard and apologize. Rainia just laughs. Why say sorry when her awesome sister agreed? Her sister is seriously cool. The letter is packed with questions. How is Ayla doing? Any boys noticing her lately? Is academy life treating her well? Rainia chuckles, reminding Ayla to write her sister more often, and Ayla totally agrees. Rainia figures showing her the letter is totally fine, but Ayla gets curious. What exactly is this mysterious recommendation letter about? Rainia mentions someone needs real training spots nearby. Instantly, Ayla goes completely quiet. Is she wondering if Lack is leaving? Rainia looks surprised, guessing that when Prince Lack eventually returns, the magic department rankings will totally flip. Catching herself acting weird, Ayla quickly fakes a smile, saying it was just a hunch. Rainia stays perfectly calm. She fully believes Lack will crush it out there, since absolutely nothing beats actual hands-on combat experience. She knows this better than anyone. Convincing the director was ridiculously hard, so Lack better make this wild trip count. Meanwhile, Lack is walking his own path. Suddenly, Instructor Fell shouts out loud. Trainee Knight Dimak nervously announces Prince Lack of the Northern Grey family is here. Fell doubts it, the actual royal heir. Dimak quickly hands over the letter. Reading it, Fell admits it is definitely the royal seal, but he looks super confused. A field training report, Fell tosses the letter aside, sighing heavily. This is no joke. Now pay attention here. This base is the final deadly test, zero room for noble brats. Still, he cannot just ignore royal orders. He tells Dimak to treat the prince with proper respect for a few days. Dimak salutes and rushes over, apologizing for the wait. Fell just stands there thinking the prince is not serious, planning to warn others. Suddenly, Fell spots something. He watches Lack intensely. It is day 2 and Lack keeps training hard without any specific orders. Just a random whim, Fell violently shakes his head. In real warfare, being cocky equals absolute death. Talent alone will not save you. Dimak suddenly approaches. He asks if the prince can join the dangerous Dawn Patrol. Fell says it is his call. Dimak reveals Lack actually requested it himself and is totally capable, even waking up at dawn to train. Hearing that, Fell finally agrees. Bowing deeply, Dimak thanks him. He honestly never expected the prince to be this dedicated. Lack actually loves it here. Feld decides to warn the other instructors. Later that evening, a warm fire heats the kitchen. Staring at a delicious chicken leg, Dimak asks if the prince likes it. Lack deadpans that it tastes like childhood monster meat. Dimak bursts into laughter, praising his sense of humor. It is cheap meat, but he tells Lack to eat up. Watch closely right here. Hearing about tomorrow's patrol, Lack gets totally serious before they head into the deep woods. Suddenly, Dimak breaks the silence, asking why the prince pushes himself so hard. Lack plays dumb instantly. Dimak explains that other young nobles just show up to flex their status, but Lack is different. He is super sincere and clearly chasing something. Both in daily life and brutal training, gripping his sword, Lack finally drops a massive reveal. He must defeat someone. Arrival, before Dimak can even finish gasping, Lack grabs his collar and yanks him backward. Dimak is totally shocked, but then sees glowing monster eyes right in front of them. Lack orders him to run back. Dimak sprints away, left standing alone. Lack sighs. Even at top speed, backup is 10 whole minutes away. Can he actually survive this solo? Lack snaps into focus. Do not panic right now. Staring down the creepy beasts, he takes a combat stance. Just focus on wiping them out. They outnumber him heavily, but he has to win. Stomping down hard, his eyes glow an absolutely terrifying dark red. Lack immediately activates his heating skill, moving at blinding speeds. He dashes forward and slices a monster completely in half. The rest go crazy and roar. As a sword-wielding beast attacks, a familiar voice echoes in his head. Rainia's words hit him. Since he has felt this insane power before, mastering it will not take very long at all. So what do you and I make of this? The real training starts right now. She prepared the ultimate stage, so go wild. Let us dive into this wild fight, bro. Just move a little and you will get it. Bam, Lax jumps up, slashing monsters, but one sneaks a nasty bite right into his back. He remembers Rainia's advice, move your body and it clicks. But right now, that monster's bite is oozing this crazy, demonic energy, pouring out like an absolute nightmare. Lax stays locked in. His vision is insanely sharp now. Slicing a beast away, he thinks to himself. He is pulling off literally impossible moves now. Meanwhile, heavy, rushed footsteps echo through the pitch-black forest. Dim gives Fi the heads up. We are almost there. Fi looks back, feeling the magic getting super heavy. Fi is totally mind-blown. The air straight up reeks of blood and decay. What the heck is happening here? The whole squad stops in their tracks, staring with their jaws on the floor. The entire forest is swallowed up in this super creepy, ghostly fog. Spotting Lax, they call out right away, "Sir," but Fi is totally tripping out. An actual full-blown night-level battle happened right here at dawn. Now watch this closely, guys. The Demon King's army is completely wiped out, scattered everywhere. Did Prince Lax seriously solo an entire demonic army by himself? While Fi is lost in thought, Lax is drenched in sweat, breathing hard. Fi spots him and speaks up. Instructor Fi Dim asks the prince, totally stressed out, "Are you hurt anywhere? Oh my gosh, did you handle all this alone?" "I am fine." Right after saying that, he locks eyes on the weapons far away. That mana flow is gorgeous. That has got to be Assistant Professor Rainia's magic. Thinking of that, Lax totally grins, hugging his weapon tight. Fi is super confused and blurts out, "Bro, did you hit your head? Let us quickly head back to the camp." Lax just replies, "Even you are completely unhurt." Fi suddenly jumps in, bowing super respectfully. "Prince Lax, I am so glad you are safe. Never expected you to solo those guys. Thanks to you, today's training schedule is totally scrapped." Hearing this, Lax nervously stammers, "Well, about that." But before he finishes, Fi cuts in. "So can I ask you to spar with the apprentice knights today? With your insane skills, I can totally trust you." Lax is shocked but smiles. Fi asks, "Can I learn a few things from the instructor too?" He quickly says, "For sure if you want." Asen Tower, Jan asks, "Who called me?" The subordinate stutters, "It is Lestia Lino. She wants you at the Tower Master's office." Hearing that, Jillian turns and says, "Got it, I will go." His guys are stressing out, completely curious about this mess, sighing, "What in the world is happening? We have not even hit the lab yet." Lestie is staring out the window, looking deep in thought. "You are way later than I expected." Elder Jillian crosses his arms and fires back, "Why are you calling me at a crazy hour like this?" Lesty says nothing, just drops some magic. Bam! A massive surge of spiritual energy instantly wraps right around him. You guys feeling this tension? Jillian is shook, thinking she is claiming her territory right in the master's office. Is this really the Lesty he knew? Her face is ice cold. With a sharp glare, she says, I want your opinion, Elder Jillian. Do you think this is too much? Jillian is super confused. What do you even mean? Lesty drops the mic. Half the elders is plenty. He is absolutely totally stunned. Flashback to Rainia struggling in her maid outfit. At the Ash Tower, Sin speaks up, Master. Everyone is totally staring. Lesty ignores the looks and says, You must be dying to know what is up. Before today, I never visited the Magic Tower uninvited because I seriously felt like I did not belong. Literally nobody actually saw me as the true heir to this entire tower. But honestly, I do not care anymore. This place is meant for me. Lesty swings the door wide open. Stepping inside, she is a bit overwhelmed. Third drawer of row 3, right? Let us see. Even though I am a witch, this is pretty weird, must be it. Unlocking the cabinet, Lesty chuckles. Yeah, super strange. Right after, a tiny box pops out. Holding it, she is clueless. An artifact, how does this even work? Sinvi tried pushing it, but it will not open. Is it totally busted? Lesty stares at it, reassuring herself, no way it is broken. In her mind, it just looks like a totally basic, average cube. But Lord Ranian made this. An Ash Mage's artifact would not break that easily. There has got to be a secret. Ah, found it. Bam, the box pops wide open with Lesty's power. A ton of papers fly everywhere. Sinvi is absolutely mind-blown. As expected of the master, how did you open that? She casually answers, I spotted the twisted mana flow and just read it. Pointing at the pages, Sinvi asks, but why keep all these files? Wait, these are all secrets about the Asin Tower elders. Reading this stuff, Lesty feels completely powerless and shocked. Throw it away if it is annoying, use it carefully. This is way more than a little push. This could literally shake the Ash Tower elders to their core. She tries chilling out, sighing, okay, calm down. Lesty thinks deep, I have zero backup and no faction, the best move. Instantly, she decides, I have to call him. And the guy she is thinking of is Jillian. Sitting coldly among the magic books, Jillian warns, you should not speak without preparing. What is your plan? Handing over a file, Lesty says, this is some of what I got. Jillian grabs it, super shocked. How did you find this? Lesty shoots back ice cold. I am the one asking questions. Trust me, you and I are gonna love watching her totally dominate him. Is this really the Leslie we know? Come along with me to find out. I have zero plans to get directly involved. I will just make a tiny crack. The elders will naturally blow that crack wide open when the time is right. You will handle that, right, Elder Jillian? Hearing those words, Jan thought to himself, she is completely different from the girl I used to know. Her old timid vibe was awful for a future tower master. The elder's harsh words used to make her totally discouraged and super indecisive. Just living quietly, unable to do a single thing. But right then, he suddenly remembered Rainia's words. Didn't I already tell you, Elder Jillian? This kid always had the perfect talent for that spot. The more he thought, the more confused he got. Can someone really change this fast? No, I was completely blind to the truth, just like she said. I will become the tower master of Tia Chan, and you will lead this place. I swear I will carry that heavy burden. Thinking all this, Jillian stared hard at Leslie. After a second, he finally spoke. Oh man, do I even have a choice? Leslie replied temporarily. That made him pretty amused, laughing out loud as he said, today is seriously full of surprises. All right, awesome, tell me your exact plan. Future Tower Master. Hearing that title, Leslie looked visibly shocked, but then she broke into a super happy smile. She laughed and said, I am thrilled to have you as an ally. Jillian replied, obviously, I will actively work with you. The tower is incredibly precious to me too. Outside, the sun was blazing. Looking out, Leslie made a quick observation. Time really does fly by. Sylvie smiled brightly beside her, saying, well, now you are totally ready for school. That actually made Leslie pretty curious. Why are you so hyped up, Sylvie? The girl quickly answered, because Master loves school, reading and studying. Leslie smiled in agreement. Yep, I am really looking forward to it. What is today's class gonna be? The school campus looked majestic and super academic, but the students, absolutely miserable and covered in dirt, totally depressed. Watch closely because this project is about to break them. Am I hallucinating? Nope, that is a Mana Theory group assignment. The students stared, totally dead inside. They groaned helplessly. I wish the semester had not started, me too. A few days before break ended, at Rainia and Josilo's place, Rainia glared intensely at some documents, then just let out a massive, exhausted sigh. Master, is teamwork actually necessary? Rose, sitting right there, immediately replied, You already know the reason why. Rainia was so confused. Rose calmly explained. What you did on the battlefield back then was basically teamwork too. Did you manage to learn anything from all of that? Hearing that, she flashed back to everything that happened over those 5 years. She forced a dark, creepy smile and said, The absolute rule of trash is that it cannot be recycled. Where there are people, there is garbage. Trust yourself alone. A hero thinking with his lower half and a totally unhinged crazy priestess. Plus a super racist elf. Seeing her vibe, he helplessly stroked his beard. Okay, you definitely went through some insanely tough times, he sighed. Then he kept going, but in this life, you will inevitably have to work with other people. Everything you learned back then is actually incredibly valuable. Those experiences actually made you way more patient. Rainia crossed her arms, completely agreeing, that is definitely true. Rose said, You are overthinking this. Just try to figure out why teamwork is actually so important. Hearing those words, Rainia fell into deep thought. Even if you hate it, some things just must be done. That is why I teamed up with absolute trash. Their voices echoed in her head, using a whole village as bait. You just do not fit in with us. Humans are always like this. Suddenly, Rainia spoke up. Some things just cannot be done alone. Exactly right. Thinking about this, she started scribbling fast. Knowledge gained from teamwork. If you refuse to cooperate, you fail the training. Staring at the paper, she gave a dark smile. All right, that is enough. I wrote it down and it looks pretty decent. You and I both heard that right. That afternoon, the guy awkwardly asked, Not stone powder, but 20 whole magic-resistant stones. Right now, Rainia calmly replied. Yep, they must be big as a fist. He listened and got way more confused. Rainia, what the heck are you thinking? Buying 20 magic-resistant stones. These rare crystals block mana and are used to craft defense stones, so their price tag is absolutely insane. Last time she bought tons of expensive report cards for testing. Thinking about it, he just had to ask, Are you planning another crazy test with these? Setting up a brutally hard exam, right? Rainia tilted her head, just for a little project, actually. He instantly froze in complete shock. Before she left, he slapped on a fake smile. Please come back next time. Holding the paper, Rainia thought to herself. Whatever, I scored way better quality stones than I even expected. I will just go home and double-check my master plan. Honestly, maybe teaching really is my true calling in life. Outside, the streets were packed. Benoa sat on a bench thinking hard. Almost time, he muttered, summer already. So hot, Chloe popped out of nowhere. Wearing all those layers, obviously you are hot. Benoa jumped and asked, Where did you even come from, Chloe? Chloe smiled brightly. I saw you spacing out over here, so I completely sneaked up behind you. There are so many awesome food stalls down this street. Let's hit the candy shop, Benoa smiled. When did you even check? Chloe grabbed his hand, dragging him, Hurry up. You have to help me pick which store to go to. Watching her bounce around, Benoa smiled and thought, I am still not used to this much peace. Because I am way too used to dark memories where sunlight never reached. In his flashbacks, under a pitch-black sky, little Chloe was shivering from the freezing cold. She stood before huddled Benoa. Hey, my name is Chloe. What is yours? Benoa snapped back. Why do you even care? Chloe totally ignored his attitude, walked right up to him and laughed out loud. Here, take this, come with me. My grandpa said I could bring you along. The name Benoa means abandoned child, but she brought light to him. So what do you and I take from this? Chloe is his entire reason to live. All right, come along with me on this one. Benoa is bleeding out, his vision completely fading. He thinks to himself, where the heck am I right now? He remembers hitting up a shop Chloe picked out. They were eating all day, taking a walk to digest and planning to eat more. Then suddenly Chloe vanished into thin air. He has to find her, no matter the cost. Right at that moment, a golden bell rings out. Almost instantly, a mysterious voice echoes through the space. Lowly creature, what is it that you truly desire? Benoa stays quiet for a moment, then speaks up with total conviction. I want to make a deal. Meanwhile, back at the academy, students are happily chatting away. Hey, long time no see. Did you finish the afternoon assignment? One student quickly whispers, "The assistant professor is here. What are we even learning today? Don't bother guessing, it's gonna be crazy anyway." A spirit stone sits on the desk. A second later, Rainier smiles brightly and calls out, "All right, everyone, back to your seats." In the last class, you guys learned all about magic efficiency with Professor Josel, right? Today, we are diving way deeper into that exact topic. We will break down magic circles to figure out what their limits are and how they actually work in battle. The topic is the limit of basic magic. Rainier calls on someone, "Let's see." Cho, the student, quickly answers, "Yes." She smiles and asks, "What do you think is the biggest advantage of basic magic?" He answers immediately. "The magic circles are simple, they use very little mana, and the casting time is super fast." Hearing this, Rainier pushes further. "Excellent, so what is their weakness?" He hesitates for a second, then mutters, "Because they are so basic, the opponent usually knows exactly what they do and how strong they are. And they are just way too weak to be used in actual combat." Rainier listens closely with a smile, then cheerfully replies, "All right, very well done. So is there any way to actually overcome those weaknesses?" Cho hesitantly offers a suggestion. "We could add reinforcement magic circles or maybe just stack more circles on top of it." Rainier casually casts a spell while agreeing. "Yes, that is definitely one way." Seeing the sudden power she just unleashed, the students are completely stunned. "Wait, is that a magic resistance stone?" Now watch closely, here is where the magic system gets really awesome. Rainier focuses on the spell. "This basic magic is Ignite. We will significantly boost its raw power and duration. Even so, it will only equal a mid-tier spell." Lesty, as soon as he hears his name, shoots his hand up into the air. Then immediately answers, "We can use a limit magic circle." Hearing that, Rainier gives him some major praise. "Great job. Many people mistakenly think basic spells are super efficient, but they really just use less mana. That absolutely does not mean they have higher performance. We can overcome the flaws by changing the actual properties of the spell itself. By adding limits, we can drastically boost the spell's efficiency." Finishing her sentence, Rainier quickly casts it for the students to see, shrink it down, and reinforce. "What if we add a time limit, but keep the exact same amount of mana to reinforce the spell?" Seeing the insane sight right before their eyes, every single student is totally mind-blown. What the heck is this? Is this really just the Ignite spell? Rainier just keeps on casting the burning magic. And a second later, a massive blast of fire erupts. The more the students look, the more shocked they get. The magic-resistant stone is actually burning. Rainier calmly explains the crazy phenomenon. Even basic spells can become this ridiculously strong. Do not just blindly memorize circles, really understand and apply them. Now, do you guys want to practice? I have prepared a group project for all of you. Saying this, she holds up a piece of paper. As announced, you will be split into groups. It is completely random, so go check your assignments. The whole class must participate, and if someone slacks off, the entire group loses points. Hearing this absolute nightmare, the students freeze right in place, silently groaning in pure agony. "This is Appia's literal nightmare," Rainier says with a bright smile. This time the topic is, before she can even finish, the students start praying internally. "Please just let it be something completely normal." Rainier holds up a magic marble and speaks. "One marble of mana. With just this one mana marble, you must work with your team to break this magic-resistant stone outside." She strolls forward with a serious face and says, "You're here. Where did can even come from?" Landing softly, he speaks up. "Please, you have to help me. I have been way too busy lately." Rainier replies with a bit of annoyance. "I hear the voice and know the hound is here. Aren't you making a massive fuss about being the princess's bodyguard?" Hearing this, Ken is caught totally off guard. "How did you know? Did I say that out loud?" She forces a smile. "Not exactly. I know what you're thinking, a royal conspiracy already. Oh yeah, you were late, so I just guessed. Plus, if a hound is guarding someone, they must be literal royalty." He lets out a helpless sigh and explains, "Guard duty isn't the issue. An unidentified maid completely turned the palace upside down and then just vanished into thin air. We highly suspect she belongs to the first princess's faction, but we have absolutely zero proof. That person completely destroyed or burned everything, leaving absolutely no trace behind. And now we are the ones taking the heat. The atmosphere in the palace is insanely tense. What is with that look, like I am the culprit?" Rainier replies. "I thought you were supposed to track down the culprit. You should have said something." Ken flashes a blindingly bright smile and answers calmly, "Well, I actually need your help with something else." Hearing that, she gets pretty ticked off. What is wrong with this guy? She literally raises her fist, threatening him. Has it been too long since you got punched, so you're acting up? Right then, Ken asks a question that stuns her. If I die, who is going to find Benoa? He continues, if it was just a small issue, you would have handled it yourself already. She actually has to agree with that. You're right, I assigned a group project, and Benoa's team said he has been missing for days. He is nowhere on the school grounds, not even in the dorms. He is definitely not the type to just disappear like that. If something bad happens to our top student, it will be a massive deal. After listening, Ken looks a little suspicious. Then why did you look for me? Meanwhile, in another place, completely filled with a dark, creepy aura, a terrifying voice echoes while the injured Benoa is knocked out cold. I'm so bored, is that child going to come? Staring intently at the boy, the figure mutters in pure excitement, please come here quickly. Right now, Can and Rainia are heading deep into the dark forest. While running, he casually probes her, Senior, do you know anything at all about the new hero? She mutters coldly, a new hero. Yeah, I have heard about that, and then Can bluntly expresses his confusion. I think it is kinda weird, I honestly thought they would have to come meet you. That instantly makes her stop in her tracks. Does a real hero actually have to meet me? I can throw a good punch, but I am definitely no swordmaster. Hearing that, he just sighs tiredly and replies. This hero is a little bit different, but Rainia honestly could not care less. She brushes it off casually. A hero is just a hero, no big deal. Somewhere out there, one hero dies and another is born like it is totally normal. 4 heroes come and go in 2 years, chosen by the stars, then poof. And trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. Heroes in this world aren't immortal. That's exactly why Kai comes to mind first when we talk about real legends. Beyond his crazy attitude, he's been a true hero all year. Suddenly, Rainia freezes up, totally trashing them. Lately, these heroes are useless, completely worthless. Sweating bullets, Can admits the new generation definitely falls short compared to the old legends. Right in front of them, a deep, creepy space oozing dark energy. Thinking out loud, he drops a bomb. The current hero is actually the Black Tower Master's disciple. Rainia completely panics. Wait, what? Can get straight to the point. The hero of the Starlight Stream, Chloe, isn't some sword master. She doesn't even use a special weapon. Instead, her entire body literally sparkles with starlight. Rainia is so confused right now. A mage is a hero. Every other magic tower desperately wants her. The Black Tower Master found an heir. He adds, Chloe and Benoa actually know each other. Hearing that familiar name, Rainia freaks out. Benoa, us, now that I think about it, I've definitely heard rumors. She groans, just grabbing her head in pure frustration. A mage using actual starlight as mana, seeing her totally weirded out, Can drops a huge question mark. Wait, is there a problem? She doesn't hold back. That's exactly why sword users can't beat it. Making deals with stars always demands a heavy price. You can't just casually bargain with them. The real issue, a witch built like that is the ultimate target for someone. Silence drops between them, heavy and cold, before Ken finally explains. That's exactly why I tracked you down. Senior, if my crazy guess is right, we absolutely have no way to fight this thing. Both of them vanished at the exact same time. Now, a massive monster wave is swarming straight into Cardenac. Now pay attention here, they say it's covering up a kidnapped hero with zero proof. Still, he's totally confident. The trail is faint, but they absolutely haven't left Cardenac. Rainia praises him. Great job, you can head home now. But his tone screams he isn't okay with this. No way you're going solo, she snaps right back. You think you can fight like this? Wipe your bleeding face and go stay with Chloe. Fixing her outfit, Rainia boldly declares, when a student runs away, it's the teacher's job to find them. Meanwhile, Kai's sword is dripping with fresh blood. Using it for support, he struggles to stand up, gripping his bleeding arm tightly. Glowing red eyes lock onto him everywhere. No matter how many he cuts down, the horde never ends. What are those traitors even thinking? Seeing him about to collapse, Sarah rushes over in total panic. She quickly grabs him to help. Kai, let me check your wound. Without hesitating, Sarah blasts him with healing magic. Feeling his energy bounce back, he's actually impressed. Your healing powers are seriously insane. Seeing Kai hurt breaks her heart. With tears welling up, her voice shakes. Even so, if he were here, nobody would have gotten hurt at all. The healing finishes up quickly. He immediately rushes her. Sarah, I'm totally fine now. Fall back to your position. Countless hateful eyes and razor-sharp teeth glare straight at them. Hearing Kai's order, she has no choice but to agree. All right, Kai, be careful. Sarah runs off. Meanwhile, soldiers grip their swords tight, totally ready for this brutal battle. You're probably wondering the same thing. Why did they spare the humans? A hero really isn't that great. If they wanted humans extinct, nothing could stop them. Despite racing thoughts, Kai fiercely slaughters them one by one. Suddenly, the area goes pitch black. Lep steps right out of a muddy puddle, whining out loud, this is so boring. Yawning lazily, she complains, we really should have just wiped them all out, but Dai instantly kills that idea. There's no way to dodge the search. Hearing that, Lep gets super annoyed, with zero motivation left. If he's a guy, I want to drain his energy completely. She sighs, finally agreeing. Seriously, this kidnapping was way too easy. I figured the capital would do something by now, but if disaster strikes, we're all totally dead meat. Suddenly, Dai gets deep in thought. That actually reminds me of something. Lep asks, what? So he spills the whole story. Long ago, I met Lord Skur. I asked why the disaster never hit. She immediately looks super hyped. Yeah, and Dai continues. The primal contract, the first light, the binding of the stars. Hearing this, her face drops in total disappointment. What the heck are you talking about? He stares right at Lep, firmly stating, I have no idea, man, that's literally all I heard. She starts hesitating now. Anyway, Lep quickly changes the subject. Talk about something else. Instantly, she fires a terrifying blast of power at Kai. He catches it effortlessly and smirks. Didn't expect that. Her wild energy attack is instantly crushed into nothing by Kai's raw grip strength. Next up. Lep confidently steps up. Of course, she transforms right there with the most wicked, evil smile. That juicy energy, let me get a little taste. Just a tiny bit, okay? Using a seductive tone, she targets Benoa. Hello, human boy. Staring at his swirling aura, she purrs, glad to see you again. Dai happily jumps in too. Lep, the shapeshifters are out. Drooling with sheer greed, she admits it looks totally delicious, doesn't it? Right before they fight, Lep teases him. Why did you drag yourself all the way out here alone? Are you looking for that girl? Benoa just lets out a heavy sigh, staying completely silent. She keeps provoking him. Sorry, give up on her. I'll play with you instead. He glares at her with dead, freezing eyes, demanding, where is Chloe? Seeing Benoa this angry, Lep finds it absolutely hilarious. Oh wow, are you mad? But come on, with your current skills, there's zero chance you can win. Trust me, you guys want to see this. His fiery aura explodes. Benoa growls again, where is Chloe? Every word just makes her more excited. Listen up, you and I are jumping straight into the madness. Come on, play with me, I'll make you feel amazing. Then Lep brings up Chloe, that totally pure kid. The kind of naive girl every guy wants to get his hands on. If that's the type of woman you're into, I can totally be exactly like that for you. Benoa absolutely loses it here, screaming at her to shut her mouth right now. Seeing this, Dai whispers a suggestion to Lep sacrifice the boy to calm the disaster. She pouts, yeah, I know. Having said that, Lep slowly raises her hand like a conductor. Stand up, everyone. Just like that, she single-handedly commands an entire massive horde of zombies. Time to get to work. Before the real fight kicks off, Lep gives a specific warning. You know the drill, don't actually kill him. Facing this totally stacked deck, Benoa's determination explodes. Who said he would just get dragged away without putting up a fight? Gritting his teeth, he silently calls out Chloe's name. Then Benoa unleashes his hidden power, yelling out with absolute fury. Tell me right now, where the hell did you freaks take Chloe? In a flash, blazing red energy blasts straight toward Dai. But the big guy quickly smashes everything to pieces with zero hesitation. At the exact same time, those creepy zombies pop up right behind our guy's back. Then Dai softly speaks up, acting totally like the victim here. Sorry about this, he says, his voice actually trembling a bit. We have our own circumstances too, but then he gets dead serious. Stop wasting your effort. Benoa is the Twilight Ghost, a guy who literally dragged himself through the dirt of the slums. Like everyone else stuck in that gutter, his life was completely worthless. Even if you try to sugarcoat it, his past is incredibly messy. It was a life lived with zero meaning and absolutely no real purpose. Even so, he kept going. He stepped on other people just to survive. He got his own hands dirty just to stay breathing. But eventually, this guy actually found a real reason to live. The tiny ray of light that hit his dark alleyway became his entire faith. Chloe became the one person he desperately needed to protect. She's irreplaceable to him, and he'll defend her at any cost. Just thinking about Chloe gives Benoa the crazy motivation to fight to the bitter end. Without hesitating, he cleanly slices off their heads, one by one. A minute later, Benoa is completely running on empty. Meanwhile, Lep just sits in a corner, resting her chin on her hand, complaining, "Die, wouldn't it be way faster if I just handled this?" But she gets a flat no. Hearing this, Lep turns away, super annoyed. Now pay attention here, because out of pure boredom, she starts cooking up a crazy strategy to kidnap those kids. She wants to grab the kids chosen by the disaster, split the hostages up to cause a huge distraction, absorb the pursuer's energy, and then meet at the exit. Hand the hostages over to the disaster, and bam, mission accomplished. Snapping out of her daydream, Lep sighs heavily. Slipping in and out of the capital is just way too easy for them. The chasers can't even touch the hostages, so it's boring. Unable to wait anymore, she tiredly rushes him. "Make it quick, Die, you idiot. Hurry up and finish this trash off already." He casually throws out a valid excuse. Capturing someone alive is always way harder than killing them. Completely opposite to their chill vibe, Benoa is so drained he can barely keep his eyes open. He can feel his mana bottoming out. He only has a tiny bit left to sacrifice for one last strike. His usable mana is super limited, and the target he desperately needs to break is that armor. A sharp, calculating look instantly flashes in his eyes. Without another word, Benoa quickly charges up his energy for a massive attack. Right then, his entire body gets totally wrapped in an intense, overwhelming aura. Feeling that fierce heat, Kaid actually gets pretty excited. "Looks like you just made this fight a whole lot more interesting, kid." "Release the spirit beast, Lep." Hearing that, she immediately follows through. The spirit beast instantly charges in and launches a dirty sneak attack on Benoa from behind. Watching this, Kaid casually strokes his chin. "Oh, fascinating effort. Did you trade your blade's sharpness for pure explosive power?" Listening to this guy ramble on just makes Benoa lose his absolute mind. "Are you done staring?" he snaps. "Then just die already." Screaming that, Benoa pours every last drop of his energy into taking this guy down with his black spear technique. Zero hesitation. This heavy attack spirals directly into that rock-solid armor. In an instant, the thick armor completely shatters into tiny pieces, making Kaid's eyes go super wide with pure shock. "You really exceeded my expectations, boy. I should probably repay you for this performance, right? We both felt that one coming, didn't we?" Without holding back, he tightly clenches his massive fist. A flawless, heavy punch lands dead center on Benoa's stomach. Boom, he gets blasted backward like a ragdoll. Benoa even coughs up a brutal amount of blood in pure agony. Seeing this insane hit, Lep totally panics. "Die, are you out of your mind? What if he actually dies?" He quickly brushes her off. "Relax, I held back my power." Even so, Lep is super suspicious. Held his power back, sure. At that exact moment, Gannikin suddenly appears around them, smirking through a borrowed body and dropping a super cryptic line. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting after beating someone else's student half to death?" While they're distracted, Rainia suddenly makes her epic entrance, carefully stepping right toward her beaten student. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" Hitting her cane on a tin box. Back on the other side, Gannikin just keeps running his mouth. "Or should I call you the apostate, Gladys? My precious little cinder, are you going to keep giving me the cold shoulder? Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting for you?" Meanwhile, Benoa's super weak voice finally calls out. "Miss Rainia," she immediately drops down to support his head. "You awake? Good, then watch this closely." Saying that, Rainia instantly throws up a magical barrier wrapping right around his body. Gannikin, meanwhile, just keeps on flashing that extremely creepy smirk. "Someone's been doing some interesting things. Isn't this appearance just adorable?" Hearing that garbage, Rainia just rubs her temples in pure disbelief. "I knew it, this guy has completely lost his damn mind. How the hell is this supposed to be cute?" Seeing Rainia's disgusted face, Gannikin dramatically sighs and speaks up. "Oh, my little gray child, why are you so tense right now? I don't have any bad blood with you, you know that." Facing this totally weird attitude, she just gets even more annoyed. "You should really be more polite out on the battlefield. Is there a dog barking everywhere?" Even so, he just shows pure delight, praising her tone. "Are you disappointed by me?" "Oh man, you are truly adorable." Gannikin's eyes are practically glowing right now, staring at her obsessively without blinking, which seriously gives Rainia the creeps. "What exactly is this absolute lunatic right now? Why is he looking at me like that? I've seen some totally crazy things on the battlefield over the last 5 years. But this Gladys freak, I absolutely cannot read him. The Black Dragon Bello was basically a beast running on pure instinct, so Rainia could easily predict his moves and crush him. The Bone Soldier, just a massive coward. He hated anyone getting close and only showed up after grabbing a life vessel. If you provoked him just enough, he would pop right out. Even so, she can't shake her deep thoughts. But Gannikin was a swordsman. He never killed people who dropped their weapons or sacrificed themselves to the other major disasters. I could get the others, but her, no way. Faith and belief. You and I are watching this wild chaos unfold together. Stick with me, guys, because this manhwa is about to get wild. I can't figure out her habits at all. The only thing I know, she actually likes me. Suddenly, Gannikin stops, a completely insane idea flashing in his eyes. But hey, the first time we met, I had no clue you were actually valuable. The second time, I tried to kill you, and the third, fourth, and fifth times too. I was just a little strict because you kept getting in my way. Hearing this absolute garbage, Rainia's face immediately darkens. The sheer audacity of this guy is ridiculous. But Gannikin isn't done running his mouth. Things are different now. Yeah, right. He actually has the nerve to demand she hand over the kid, promising he'll walk away quietly for her own sake, like she'd ever buy that. The second he finishes, she points right at him and snaps, "You caused all this absolute chaos and you still dare to say that." But he just laughs it off, totally unfazed. Just because of that, oh, you mean those people I let loose back in Katanak? He plays dumb, calling out his summoned beast like it's nothing. Is that really such a big deal? Then his voice drops dead serious. You know, little gray one, if I actually showed up here in person, this wouldn't just end as some little prank. You really think deep down in your heart that you can finally relax now, huh? Well, just keep dreaming. Hand over the kid right now. I want that child, the one who's just like me. You really think you can stop me all by yourself? Rainia just stands there, totally frozen, not saying a single word back. His cocky voice keeps echoing, endlessly taunting her. All alone, without a single blessing from the stars, no priest, no accuracy. Hearing that absolute trash talk, Rainia furiously clenches her fists. She decisively unleashes a punishing strike, a massive wave of raw power blasts straight forward with insane, crushing pressure. In no time at all, that brutal attack completely obliterates everything in its path. Rainia glares, her voice ice cold. What choices do I even have? I'll handle this. Taking the full brunt of that massive hit, Gannikin actually coughs up blood. But a second later, Glyria reveals herself, flashing a completely psycho smile. Her lazy, dead eyes mock her opponent. You really think you can handle this yourself? There's a big difference between being brave and being reckless. If you can stop me, then go ahead. Exhausted, her body completely gives out, collapsing onto the altar. Glyria fully embraces this merciless showdown. Be my guest if you even can. Now watch closely, guys. Rainia suddenly freezes, sensing something totally off. That weird sound, could it be? Boom, Glyria launches a sneak attack out of nowhere, but luckily Rainia dodges it just in time. Then Glyria flashes this super fake, friendly smile. Come on now, let's go play outside. Seeing this, Rainia frowns and yells, where exactly do you think you're going? Resting her chin on her hand, Glyria suggests, it's way too cramped in here. We can't play properly. A second later, Rainia carefully gauges her opponent's real strength. She's talking tough, but the truth is, Glyria can't even enter this place. The Calamity has definitely gotten a lot weaker. For some reason, the Calamities never directly enter the capital. It's almost like they made some kind of secret deal. Wasting no time, Rainia decisively taps into a balanced power, paying the equivalent price as a mage. In a split second, Rainia actually pulls it off perfectly, smoothly sealing the deal. But look, just because Gladys is weakened doesn't mean she's going down easy at all. A weakened Calamity is still a massive threat. That night, her brilliant blue energy spreads out, completely lighting up the pitch-black forest. Once outside, Glyria actually praises her. Oh, Gray, my little gray one, what a gorgeous color you have. It's stunning every single time. She closes her eyes, smiling like a total creep. My beloved shade of gray. In that moment, Glyria's mind drifts back to the past, to the man she loved. Amian was always so incredibly gentle and caring toward her. Then she turns her back, glaring right at Rainia. She sighs dramatically. You really bring back some beautiful memories. I should honestly be thanking you. Despite her pretty words, Rainia stays dead serious, completely locked in and ready to fight to the bitter end. Then why don't you just disappear now? Glyria strokes her chin and smirks. Wow, you really are completely heartless, aren't you? She casually claps her hands, deciding the terms of this deal all by herself. I have to take the kid, so I will leave you a little gift as payment. Rainia instantly objects to this nonsense. I don't want it, get lost, but Glyria is insanely stubborn. Oh, come on, you'll absolutely love it once you get it. I worked so incredibly hard on this. I prepared it specially just for you. What do you think? Suddenly, a dark figure reflects deep in Rainia's eyes. The mysterious silhouette steps right out into the open as Glyria playfully asks, isn't this face super familiar to you? The only person who could actually fight Ganek can with a totally pure sword, the guy who achieved what no superhero ever could. Oh, my sweet Gray, how do you feel now? Are you happy, overjoyed? Okay, I know what you're thinking. This is messed up. She brought her master back. Her teacher looks absolutely hollowed out, completely destroyed by Glyria's sick torture. That mocking, playful voice just keeps endlessly ringing in Rainia's ears. Are you so happy that you can't even speak? Rainia's mind instantly flashes back to the days when Master Kun Theo was still healthy and so incredibly strong, but a second later. Rainia glares in pure disgust. Gledys, I knew you were completely insane. Remembering how her master poured his heart into training her just makes her blood boil even hotter, but you've totally crossed the line. With that, she viciously stomps her foot down, completely crushing the calamity's dark aura. In Rainia's eyes, Kun Theo's noble image will always remain beautiful and totally untarnished. Then Glyria actually gently lifts Rainia's chin, asking in this sickeningly sweet voice, what are you going to do to me? You're still furious, right? You want to kill me. As she talks, she softly strokes Rainia's hair, but suddenly Glyria's hand starts cracking in a really bizarre way. Right then, Rainia's eyes darken with a brutal warning. Don't get too excited. Because I'm going to end your pathetic life right here and now. Meanwhile, Glyria just completely zones out, falling right back into her old memories, where Amian was hopelessly searching for her. There you are, she turns around with a soft smile. Amian, were you looking for me? He just smacks her right on the head with his book. Obviously, you're causing trouble again. Glyria grabs her head, tears literally welling up in her eyes as she complains. What the heck are you doing? You ruined my hair. Seeing her act like this, Amian just sighs in total defeat. How can you be so completely clueless? Didn't I specifically tell you to reset his bones first before using your recovery magic? The screams of those poor soldiers wearing off their anesthesia are practically tearing the sky apart right now. Feeling his body heat so close, Glyria shyly grabs her own face. You're way too close, Amian. Shaking his head, he decides to just drag her along with him. This is hopeless, I'll just have to teach you myself, come with me. That totally bossy move instantly leaves a huge impression on her. Glyria's cheeks just completely flush bright red. Her heart is practically beating out of her chest. He complains nonstop, but he still cares for her, so freaking cute. From behind, Amian totally gives off that classic tsundere vibe, cold on the outside, a total softie inside. Back then, she clasps her hands, praying intensely like a true saintess. She's supposed to take believers' prayers and send them right to the stars, a being so close to the supreme God, meant to pass on his absolute will. From those little moments with Amian, she actually started falling hard, while everyone else just looked up to her with jealousy and respect. So what do you guys think? Is she pure evil or just broken? We'll find out. You and I are about to jump into pure chaos. He was the only one keeping her grounded. They share a hug, but boom, back to reality. Suddenly, the villain speaks up. Hey, gray hair, you remind me of someone. Glyria glares, her claws dripping with dark, calculating energy. So entertain me just a little longer. She laughs like an absolute maniac. I'm making this fun for you too, right? Seeing her friend still trapped under this crazy lady's control, Rainia is done holding back. She grits her teeth, absolutely furious and ready to swing. But this angry vibe just hypes Gia up even more. How cute, yet so pathetic, she mocks before screaming an order at her puppet. Shine bright for me. Instantly, Kunnel jams his sword deep into the dirt, using it to launch himself straight at Rainia like a rocket. She just stands there helpless as Kunnel attacks. The dude is basically a mindless robot right now. Seeing him go all out, Gia takes the chance to burn through whatever is left of his short life force. Show me a beautiful story. Well, are you loving this right now? Such flawless sword skills, almost at Gannikin's level. This twisted fight is totally making her day. She literally thinks it is a sacred show. Meanwhile, Rainia is fighting off this insane pressure. Throwing up a defense, she lunges forward and completely grabs onto Kunnel's clothes. Then she hits him with massive gravity magic and slams him straight into the floor. Kunnel's bones literally shatter into pieces. He screams, but no sound comes out. Gia is still chilling on her beast, cheering. Having fun, too bad it is useless. Rainia freezes as that gross purple aura starts building back up. That dark magic instantly heals Kunnel's broken arm. Gia smirks and starts bragging. I really like this material, you know what I mean. Now pay close attention here, this gets sick. She turned his broken body into her perfect masterpiece, a flawless vessel for one poor guy. Hearing this, Rainia is beyond disgusted. Did I tell you to shut your mouth yet? Glyria just tilts her head. Why won't you entertain me? My hound stole my new toy, so I need you to cheer me up. Meanwhile, the scene cuts over to Ken rushing in with a report. Sir Ken, this area is basically clear. He quickly asks about the rest. What about Lady Chloe? She is headed to the capital, the guy replies calmly. Ken coldly orders some to escort her, while the rest join the monster hunting squad in Katnak. Right then, Waitoi rolls up. You guys heading to Bell now? Ken doesn't even hesitate. Yeah, we are. You want to tag along? Expectedly, the old man already had that planned. Was just about to say that. Waitoi looks up at the sky, seeing that thick purple fog. Things look real bad. That dark energy is wild. Since we are rushing, use this. He hands over a speed magic ring from the tower. Ken grabs it and immediately asks, You got any other magic items on you? No time to waste, they talk while moving. I brought everything useful, and Ken, with absolute zero hesitation, asks for the whole stash. Please let me borrow every single one of them. Waitoi is a bit shocked, but he actually agrees. All right, sure. But then he suddenly stops in his tracks, looking super confused. After his brain finally processes the request, Waitoi yells out, Wait a minute, what did you just say? Bringing up the price right now is harsh, but Ken just gives him those desperate, pleading eyes. Please, sir, I am begging you. I have to go there. Seeing that crazy dark energy Gia is abusing from far away, the old man gets seriously spooked. He immediately steps back. Wait, no way, over there? Absolutely not, I can't give you these. Let's pause for a second. You and I both know how terrifying her power is, right? That is exactly why he refuses. That is a walking disaster. Magic items aren't going to save you out there. Despite the insane danger, Ken's willpower just levels up. He sees Rainia as his ultimate partner in crime, so there is zero chance he is letting her fight this crazy battle all by herself. I have to do something. Hearing that raw determination, the old man clenches his fists. Finally, Waitoi just caves in and agrees. Fine, I will lend them to you, but bring them back in one piece. Grabbing the top-tier loot, Ken is absolutely hyped. Yes, thank you, sir. He quietly watches Ken sprint straight into the danger zone. Waitoi is literally sweating bullets right now, totally stressed out. Who would have thought? These relics hold the pure essence of the Black Magic Tower. Stuff that took entire lifetimes, even generations to craft. They aren't just some basic cheap items you hand over to a random guy on the street. Just thinking about it makes his face turn completely pale. The elders are going to literally chew me alive. But seriously, how could I just stand here while he risks his life? With everything going straight to hell, all he can do is hope. I just pray they survive to see the sun come up tomorrow. Ken bites down on the artifact and sighs in relief. The dark magic here is so thick you can literally see it in the air. If he didn't have these relics, it would be game over already. Seeing how desperate things are getting, he panics. Damn it, I gotta go faster. She's gonna lose at this rate. Meanwhile, Kunnel's sword keeps smashing into the ground with insane, earth-shattering force. Ken pushes his powers to the absolute limit, sprinting forward with everything he has got left. Please don't let me be too late. Back at the fight, Gia just leans on her hand, totally bored, watching this kid charge at her even though it is completely useless. Right then, Rainia channels her ultimate spell straight into her legs. She leaps up, catching crazy air, ready to strike down from above. Rainia drops down with a massive gravity strike, completely crushing Kunnel. Taking that heavy hit head-on, he grits his teeth in pure agony. That suffocating purple aura finally starts fading out. But Rainia knows that is not going to cut it. Just hitting him once isn't enough, so she activates her reinforcement magic again. I gotta use his huge body against him. Without missing a single beat, she switches to strength enhancement and rushes right back into the intense clash. Both of her hands are glowing with some seriously heavy-hitting power now. A second later, Rainia latches right onto him. Without holding back, she repeats her combo, putting all her strength into slamming Cunnel into the dirt. She actually launches him miles away with that crazy impact. Cunnel's entire body looks like it is about to shatter into a million pieces, yet Gia just laughs it off. Look at you struggling. Seriously, how can you be this adorable? I would love to watch a little longer, but even my patience has a limit. Too bad, I gotta hurry this up. Time to end this story. She pumps toxic power into Cunnel. That is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are gonna love the next part. Let's dive straight into this wild battle. His energy bounces back in a flash, purple veins popping all over his arms. Glyria smirks and asks if he will accept this fate happily. She shoots him a super creepy, wide-eyed smirk. This is the absolute perfect ending she set up just for him, dying right by the blade of his very own master. The next second, Cunnel lunges forward like a total maniac out of control. Facing this insane speed, even Rainia starts sweating a bit. It's way too fast. She just closes her eyes, thinking it's too late. But right at that moment, Can shows up like a total lifesaver. He swings his sword hard, blocking the attack and completely saving Rainia. Despite the master moving that fast, Can actually feels completely underwhelmed. He straight up tells them this speed is making him sleepy. Hearing that insane flex, both girls are totally shocked. Can is still biting down hard on his magic item. He steps up with total confidence, telling them he is here and to leave the master to him. Rainia gets completely flustered and yells, asking what he means. Is he seriously trying to fight dark magic with his bare body? Can suddenly freezes for a second, then awkwardly mumbles that he's totally fine, telling her to just run away. Right before leaving, she points straight at the thing in his mouth. Where in the world did he even get those magic items? She bets he totally stole them, seeing them completely ignore her to chat. Glyria starts furiously cursing at this annoying little rat. Then she flexes her neck and screams at the top of her lungs, telling him to stay out of her way. Now watch closely because the tension is absolutely peaking. Cunnel rushes in super fast again. Can panics and screams at Rainia to go. As she takes off, she warns Can he better explain everything later. A second later, these two massive forces of good and evil smash right into each other. But looking at it, Can is clearly the underdog here, facing him head-on for the very first time. Can secretly admires him. The guy totally lives up to the Cunnel name. Can admits he can't even sense a 1% chance of winning this fight, the absolute strongest sword master. The man who faces a deadly blade with just a normal human body, a true role model for all knights, a guy who worked to unmatched skill without needing any fancy blessings from the stars. Right at this exact moment, Can shuts his eyes and focuses incredibly hard. He tells himself he simply has to pull this off, even if it looks entirely impossible, so his master can finally rest in peace as a real human. A moment later, he snaps his eyes open, gripping his sword tightly at a 90-degree angle. His voice gets super serious as he announces himself as Can, paying his deepest respects to a truly proud warrior. It's a short sentence, but it somehow accidentally strikes right at the master's heart. The blade in Cunnel's hand actually starts trembling. But come on, things are never that easy in this world. The master immediately snaps back to reality and regains his fierce spirit. Suddenly, random leaves start blowing into the battle zone out of nowhere. This directly triggers Glyria into a blinding rage. That little brat ruined absolutely everything. She screams at the top of her lungs like a total maniac. Veins are popping all over her face. She is insanely mad. Taking advantage of this distraction, Rainia rushes in for a surprise attack, telling the witch she has lived way too long. If she dies today, she won't be mad anymore, but you and I both know villains never go down easy. Even while under attack, Glyria calmly smirks and says she can't pull it off. She claims Rainia isn't someone chosen by the stars, but our girl couldn't care less about that. Just watch. The second she says that, Rainia unleashes her power and flexes her total confidence. She claims she is actually pretty stubborn, honestly. That flashy, massive magic energy just keeps skyrocketing higher and higher off the charts. Right before dropping her attack, she throws out an absolutely savage taunt. Let's see if you can still talk trash after eating this punch. Meanwhile, down in the super creepy, gloomy canyon, Gladys is surrounded by thousands of piles of absolute rubble. Idui nervously looks around the mess, realizing this is way worse than he thought. Where in the world is Benoa? Right at that second, something suddenly shifts under the rocks. The kid drags himself out of the debris looking totally wrecked. He almost died. The old man checks on him, asking if he's safe. Benoa sarcastically fires back, asking if he looks safe right now. Shaking all over, Benoa immediately asks if Chloe is doing all right. Idui helps him up and confirms that the hound is protecting her right now. The kid lets out a huge sigh of relief, thank goodness. The old man analyzes the protective magic circle glowing on Benoa. He is absolutely certain this crazy spell is the masterpiece of reincarnation. He is totally right. Looking at this magic circle, he realizes it's a bold attempt to completely flip all the old magic rules. These circles are just way too perfect and incredibly effective. Out of everyone he knows, only one single person could ever pull off magic circles like this. The Ash Mage reincarnation. Meanwhile, Rainia packs all her raw power into her fist and launches it straight at Glyria. Reinforcing her spell with punishing power, Glyria just smiles and gives her a super shady compliment. She calls it pretty, but says it's still nowhere near enough to win. Rainia claps back hard, telling her she already knows that without her yapping. Then, a massive explosion completely rocks the entire area. Rainia hits the ground hard, clutching her chest in agony and coughing up blood. Rainia flashes back to the past, remembering the day she sacrificed half her life to the Demon King. The price she had to pay to use power way beyond her limits was insanely heavy. Her soul is completely rotting away on the inside, while her physical body gets absolutely ruined. Even though both her body and soul have fully mutated, the things she lost can literally never be restored again. Whether she likes it or not, she has to face facts. This is her absolute final limit. Glyria randomly gets deep and confesses she really cherished that child. She admits Rainia is really making things difficult here. Rainia makes a promise and summons her magic circle, saying not to worry because they will meet again soon. Glyria actually looks impressed. She praises her, saying she is amazing and acts exactly like that person. Even her ridiculous stubbornness, she is totally different from the boring humans Glyria usually deals with. Humans have such incredibly short lives, and even that gets burned away for absolutely nothing. A weak and totally foolish race, but despite all that, it's always you humans getting handpicked by the stars. Is that exactly why she can't stop obsessing over them? After hearing this speech, Rainia makes a bold declaration. She tells her she is right and to watch this closely. She fiercely chants her spell, bringing everything back to ashes. Rainia grips her lightning sword super tight, and without a second of hesitation, she charges in with a devastating strike. The blade hits and Rainia just bites her lip to endure the pain. Meanwhile, Glyria bursts into crazy, joyful laughter. Just one step, she is literally one single step away. Did she actually manage to chop off her arm? Glyria sighs in defeat, complaining that was her very last chance. She can't even take that kid into the ashes with her. She gently reaches her hand toward her, calling her a lovely child of ash right before she fades away. Glyria leaves one last message, asking if she will come find her next time. Rainia instantly fires back, saying of course she will definitely be the one to kill her. At the exact same time, Can is fighting an insanely close battle against Kunnel. But sadly, he gets badly injured by the master's power in the blink of an eye. Then, an item suddenly drops to the ground. Can frustratedly complains that this magic is way too thick. He stays sharp and grips his sword tight. So what do you and I take from all this craziness? The more you fight the unbeatable, the more you respect those who smash past their own limits. Let's jump right back into the absolute madness. Normally, our guy wouldn't even stand a chance against them because he hasn't broken past that insane wall yet. He hypes himself up. But hey, now is definitely not the time to overthink it. He dives right in, fully ready to throw down. Just hold out a little longer. He absolutely cannot let them reach his senior's position. Right on cue, Theo completely smacks the sword straight out of Ken's grip. He just stares at his weapon, then back at the guy, stunned. What the heck, is it game over? Ken closes his eyes, totally helpless, bracing for the worst. Then he slowly opens them, super confused. Am I dead? Why doesn't it hurt? Then he notices Theo just freezing up completely. Panicking, Ken watches the dude literally split right down the middle, slowly fading away into this wild, dark energy. He just stands there frozen for 5 seconds. Finally, he breathes and collapses. Wait, am I really still alive? He asks, totally bewildered. Senior, did you actually take down Gladys? The battle ends. Sunlight finally peeks through the morning sky, bringing the entire forest back. Ken leans back against a tree, absolutely stoked. His whole body aches, but hey, he survived. Right then, Rainia walks up and calls out, "Look at me." She steps up with this sarcastic smirk. "I really thought Gladys still had a few mascots left around here." He playfully fires back, "Yeah, you probably shouldn't say that, senior." Rainia tiredly nudges him. "Scoot over a bit, let me sit down." She turns to him, genuinely grateful. Thank you so much." He jumps, totally joking. "Wow, I've lived long enough to hear my senior say thanks." Rainia stares at him, completely baffled. "Excuse me, what the heck is that supposed to mean? What were you thinking, challenging a legendary sword master like that? What was your actual plan with all those magic tools you didn't even bother to properly borrow?" Ken casually fires right back at her. "Come on, this mess couldn't just be sorted out with a few simple sheets of paperwork." She gasps out loud. "No way, someone knew all that and still recklessly charged straight in." Rainia frowns, making a sharp observation. "I definitely know a certain someone who always jumps in like that. The kind of person who actually leaves when told to go." He confidently states that someone simply had to step up and do it. "I know someone who attacks head-on." She sighs, giving up. "Here we go again, always all talk and reckless action." "Anyway, you did a great job." Ken flashes a huge smile. "No problem, just promise you'll help me with all the massive paperwork later." "Wait, let's switch gears to the safe zone now. Watch this." Chloe comes sprinting over, looking absolutely thrilled. Benoa, thank goodness, you are actually safe." She's practically crying, checking him all over. "Half your body is completely wrecked," Benoa gently warns her. "Chloe, that really hurts." When she stays totally quiet, he gets worried. "What is wrong?" Chloe sadly confesses. "I honestly thought the hunters would show up super fast to rescue us. I kept hoping Noah would be saved quickly too. Did all of this crazy stuff really happen just because you were trying to save me?" "Thank you so much, Benoa. You are always doing this." He just gives her this humble, soothing smile. "Hey, why are you suddenly talking like that? Even if I knew for sure you were safe, I still would have come to see it myself." Benoa thinks suspiciously. Her white hair and blue eyes look exactly like the traitor Gladys. It's not just the color, it's like Chloe suddenly matured. This definitely has to be connected to her getting kidnapped, which also means this horrible thing could totally happen to her all over again. She looks super concerned and suggests something. "Benoa, if you're hurting that badly, let me go get a priest." He hastily tries to explain. "Oh no, I am just thinking about a lot of complicated stuff. I am the team leader for this huge project, but I literally haven't made it to a single meeting yet." Meanwhile, all his classmates are stressing out, basically begging, "Team leader, please just come back already." Hearing this, Chloe freezes up for a second. Then, out of nowhere, she just bursts into loud laughter. Benoa is totally caught off guard. "Huh, why are you laughing? Did I say something super weird?" Chloe happily comments on it. "Honestly, hearing you stress over normal student stuff is just so incredibly funny to me." Benoa snaps back, super annoyed. "Well, I am actually a real student." She cheerfully offers an idea. "Come on, let me just take you home now. Let's go." Benoa obediently nods along. "Yeah, let's head back." On the way home, Chloe excitedly talks about how bad she wants to visit Appia really soon. "I wonder if their summer uniforms look pretty." He just shrugs, completely indifferent. "Who knows, probably just totally normal clothes." She stays hyped. "I am also super curious about that person you and the master mentioned. You and I both know this is leading somewhere funny. She helped us out this time, and you mentioned she is a professor really worth learning from. She must be an absolutely incredible teacher, right?" Seeing him randomly grab his head, totally lost in complicated thoughts, Chloe looks worried. "Benoa, what is wrong?" He drops a super cryptic hint. "Once you finally meet her, you will completely understand." She playfully grills him. What is that supposed to mean? Are you just scared of getting yelled at for skipping all your project meetings?" Benoa awkwardly admits it. "Ah, well, that is part of it too." Fast forward to nighttime. A carriage is rolling down a dark, spooky forest road. Inside, Ken looks super confused, just staring down at this document. He groans, totally annoyed. "Seriously, can you please stop making those creepy ghost noises? I am actually trying to work over here." Rainia kicks her feet, super sarcastic. "Hey, saving people left me completely exhausted. My body aches so much." Ken coldly calls her out. "I know for a fact you only helped out because you are terrified to go home." She sits up, looking super defeated. "You think the master is actually mad?" He forces a laugh, trying to calm her. "Ah, no way, why would Professor Rose be angry?" Rainia gives a painful smile, stating facts. "You're right, there isn't just one reason for her to be mad. There's literally a dozen reasons. The entire western district of Katanak got completely wiped out. Please, my lord, just try to calm down." Do you have any idea how much money I invested in that place? The time tower we spent years building got totally destroyed. Our master definitely heard the terrible news by now. Half the city got totally flattened. I'm going to get chewed out so badly. Can look surprised and tries comforting her. Hey, surviving a massive disaster with only half the city gone is pretty good. Seriously, at least the whole place didn't get wiped off the map, right? Especially when we were up against Gladys. Hearing that, she looks up, totally doubting it. Really? He gets serious and drops some major info. There is one more important thing. The royal family sent this, just a little show of goodwill. Rainia grabs the paper, looking incredibly drained. From the royals. Just forget it, this is definitely not good news anyway. Can speaks up, super direct. Let's be real here, handling that insane disaster wasn't just thanks to your family's hunters. I actually made sure to subtly bring up your huge contribution too. Since you retired, they have been sweating, terrified you might just pack up and leave for another country. He shrugs, adding more. They seriously want to keep you around, whether it's through me or literally any other method. She pointedly calls out his name. Then Rainia throws out this wild idea. Should I just build a magic tower? Can hypes her up. Heck yeah, go for it, boss. Build like 5 of them and give me one. She cuts him off, yelling loud, I'm being totally serious. Whatever, just forget it. Just let me out right here. I need to walk for a bit before going inside. He waves, super friendly. Get home safe, senior. Rainia looks satisfied and waves back. Yeah, you too, kid. You did a great job today. Walking back, she is totally lost in thought. What is this? That battle was insanely intense, but it feels different from my first time. Why does things feel so weird? I used to yell at people for this, but then Rainia jolts and looks up. Spotting that totally familiar figure waiting, she panics. Master, and that is exactly where we leave it, guys. All right, stick with me here. Master is still awake. He sighs, how could I sleep? He checks in, are you holding up okay? She stays totally quiet for a second. Then Rainia purses her lips, thinking to herself, so Master actually noticed that I traded away a huge chunk of my own lifespan as the ultimate price for that crazy deal. But on the outside, she flashes a cheerful smile. Don't sweat it, Master, I'm 100% fine. Joss totally doubts that was actually necessary, right? Rainia awkwardly tries brushing it off. I was the only one who could pull it off. He stays dead silent, deep in thought, then he gently pats her head. I believe you'll figure out how to make things right. It's freezing out here, head inside. She feels shy, secretly thinking to herself, I totally thought this weird feeling was something else entirely. But honestly, I'm just not used to this. Not used to actually having a warm place to return to. Rainia smiles brightly. I'm finally home, Master. Next morning, he casually wakes Rainia up. Rise and shine, get ready fast, we've got incoming guests. Meanwhile, our girl is still completely snoozing away. Josel steps out looking polite as ever. She might take a little while, my apologies. Now pay attention here. Why Toei answers with this super gentle, understanding vibe. No apologies needed, we are the ones who literally showed up unannounced. He gets totally sincere. I really just wanted to thank you, Ash Mage. Then why Toei gets super curious. Who exactly knows about this stuff? She stays perfectly calm. Originally, just my master and Can. Well, now it's 4 people. He is absolutely mind blown. Physical transformation. Man, even seeing it with my own eyes, it's just so hard to believe. Rainia jokes right back. Honestly, isn't soul transformation way harder to explain? Right then, why Toei drops the formalities and shows his deep, genuine gratitude. Look, I am definitely not here to interrogate you. I genuinely want to say thank you. If it wasn't for your insane skills, I probably would have lost every single one of my students. Thank you seriously from the bottom of my heart. She plays it completely cool. That wasn't even an official request, you know, but his massive appreciation just makes him even more grateful to her. You and I both know what happens next. Keep it quiet, right? Rainia warns him exactly that. Keep this a secret. Why Toei bows respectfully. You don't even need to ask. My lips are completely sealed. Then he drops a super mysterious invite. I actually have someone to introduce to you. Once you're fully healed, hit up the Black Tower. All right then, Benoa, let's head back before it gets too late. But she instantly notices something. You're not leaving, need to tell me something. He hesitates big time. Yeah, the thing is how exactly can I put my own lifespan on the trading scale? I tried calculating it like a body part, but the exchange literally failed. If I could just sacrifice my own life force, I totally could have crushed that Black Knight. Hearing this wild stuff. Rainia gets a massive question mark popping up in her head. Figuring it out, she flicks her finger to stop him. Nope, be careless and your soul completely shatters. Bam, forehead flick out of nowhere. Rainia smiles. If that's the power you want, don't sweat it. Trust me, you and I will love this warning. Now you know exactly who I am, right?